Part 1 A Boy, a Man. Chapter 1 Out of the Vale. Willand, son of Eldmer, turned his gaze away from the tops and ran down towards the village. The sun was warm today, the sky cloudless and the grass soft and thriving underfoot. His long hair streamed freely in the sun like golden wheat as he ran past a cluster of thatched cottages and came at last to the green man. "Is Tilwyn here yet?" he asked, hoping the knife grinder was already slaking his thirst. But Baldgood the alehouse keeper shook his head. There was no sign of Tilwyn, nor of his grinding wheel, so Will went out and sat on the grass. Sunshine blazed on the white linen of his shirt. It was a fine spot just here. Daisies and dandelions had come out all over the green, as if it had known to put on its summer best. Every year it was fine and sunny at cuckoo-tide. There was racing to the tarry stone, kicking at the camp ball, and all the other sports. And afterwards there would be the bonfire. Songs would be sung and there would be dances and games and contests with the quarterstaff before the drinking of dragon soup. It would be the same this year as it had always been, and next year it would be the same again and on forever. In the vale they called today cuckoo-tide, the day the maypole was put up and all the world came out onto the green to have a good time. But Will knew he could not have a good time, not until he had talked with Tilwyn. He looked up at the round-shouldered hills they called the tops and felt the longing again. It had been getting stronger, and today it felt like an invisible cord trying to pull his heart right out of his chest. That was why he had to speak with Tilwyn. It had to be Tilwyn, because only he would understand. "Hey ho, Will." He knew that voice at once, whiskery Leofton, the smith. His two thick braids hung like tarred rope side by side at his left cheek. He wore a belted shirt of white linen like Will's own and a cap of red wool. "Your dad'll be putting in your braids soon enough now, eh?" Will shrugged. "It's a hard week to turn 13, the week after May Day." Leofton put down his armful of wooden tent pegs. "Aye, you'll have to wait near another year before you can run in the men's race." Will scrubbed his fingers through his fair hair and stole another glance at the tops. "Have you ever wondered what it's like up there, Luffy?" The smith stood up, gave him a distracted look. "What's that you say?" "I was just thinking." He nodded towards the tops. "One day I'd like to go up and see what's there. Haven't you ever thought what Nether Norton would look like with the whole vale laid out down below?" "Ha!" The moment stretched out awkwardly, but Will could not let it go. Once he had seen a small figure riding on a white horse far away where the earth met the sky. In the spring there were sheep, thousands of them, driven along by black dogs, and sometimes by men too. He had seen them many times, but whenever he had spoken of it to the others they had fallen quiet, and Gunwald the swineherd had smirked, as if he had said something that ought not to have been said. "Well, Luffy? Haven't you ever wanted to go up onto the tops?" Leofton's face lost its good humor. "What do you want to go talking like that for?" "They say there's an ill wind up there." "Is that what they say? An ill wind? And who are they who say that, Luffy? And how do they know?" I wish. Just then Baldulf came up. He was 14, a fleshy, self-assured youth, and there was Wibda the gossip and 2 or 3 others with him. "You want to be careful what you go wishing for, Willand," Wibda said. "They say that what fools and kings wishes for most often comes true." Will gazed back, undaunted. "I'm not a king or a fool. I just want to go up there and see for myself." "What's wrong with that?" Wibda carried her embroidery with her. She plied her needle all the time, but still her pigs turned out too round and her flowers too squat. "Don't you know the Fey folk eat you up?" "What do you know about the Fey folk?" Baldulf swished a willow wand at the grass near him. "She's right. Nobody's got any business up on the tops." Gunwald grinned his lopsided grin. "Yeah, everybody knows that, Willand." They all began to move off and Leofton said, "Aren't you going over to watch the men's race?" "Maybe later." He let them go. He did not know why, but just lately their company made him feel uncomfortable. He wondered if it was something to do with becoming a man. Maybe that was what made him feel so strange. "There's a trackway up over the tops," a gritty voice said in his ear. He started, and when he looked round he saw Tilwyn. "You made me jump." Tilwyn gave a knowing grin. "I've made a lot of people jump in my time, Willand, but what I say is the truth. They've sent flocks along that trackway every summer for 5,000 years and more. Now what do you think about that?" Tilwyn never said too much, but he knew plenty. He was not yet of middling age, and for some reason he wore his dark hair unbraided. He came once in a blue moon to fetch necessaries up from Middle Norton and beyond. Twice yearly he took the carts down to hand over the tithe, the village tax, to the sightless ones. Tilwyn could put a sharper edge on a blade than anyone, and he was the only person Will knew who had ever been out of the vale. "Who are the men who send the flocks through?" Shepherds. They come this way because of the ring. What ring? Will's eyes moved to the smooth emerald on Tilwyn's finger, but the knife grinder laughed. Ah, not that sort of a ring. Don't you know there were giants in the land in the days of yore? There's a giant's ring away up on those tops. A circle of standing stones. It's a place of great magic. A shiver passed down Will's spine. He could feel the tightness forming inside him again. Maybe it was the giant's ring that was calling to him. Magic, you say? Earth magic. Close by the giant's ring stands Lyric's Finglas, called the King's Stone. Every shepherd who's passed this way for 50 generations has chipped a piece off that king's stone until it's now crooked as a giant's thumb. Truly? Oh, you may believe it is so. Why do the shepherds do it? For a lucky keepsake, what do you think? Will did not know what he thought. The talk had set his mind on fire. Fetch me a piece of it, will you, when next you go up there? Oh, and it's a piece of the king's stone you want now, is it? Tilwyn had a strange way of speaking, and a strange, deep way of looking at a person at times. Ah, but you're lucky enough in yourself, I think, Willand. Lucky enough for the meanwhile, let's say that at it. The strange feeling welled up and squeezed his heart again. His eyes ran along the tops, looking for a sign, but there was none. And when he looked around again, Tilwyn had vanished. For a moment it seemed that the knife grinder had never been there at all. Will wandered down and stood under the painted sign of the Green Man. It was a merry face, one of the Fey folk, green as a leaf and all overgrown with ivy. The sign was bedecked now with white cuckoo-tide hawthorn blossom. Cuffle was inside, playing his fiddle, but there was no sign of Eldmer, his father, so Will wandered away, sat down on the grass for a while and watched folk coming up from way down the vale. Then it was time for the boys' race and there was cheering as half a dozen lads sprinted across the green and tried to be first to lay a hand on the tarry stone. But Will did not feel like cheering anybody on. Leofton had mentioned an ill wind, and an ill wind had sprung up, or at least a cold one, and not just over the tops either. Iron-grey clouds had begun to boil up and gathered darkly in the west. At first no one among the villagers seemed to notice, but then as the sun went in, one or two of them started to look skyward, and soon the bunting began to flap and the crowns of the tall beeches in Panage Wood started to sway and roar. Folk began to feel a sudden chill touch them. It looked suddenly as if it would rain. The music stopped and folk set to helping one another clear the stalls and tables away. They muttered that this was unheard of, because the last time the maypole dance had been washed out was beyond living memory. Will had just finished lending a hand when a cry went up. He turned and saw old Frithwold coming up the track, shaking his fists as he ran. Jack O'Lantern. He wheezed as he reached the Green Man. May death cut me down if I tell a lie. Jack O'Lantern's down in the lanes. Now, sit down and catch your thoughts, Frith, Bregowina, the Brewster's wife, said coolly. There ain't no warlocks round here. Sit down, be blowed. It be Jack O'Lantern in the lanes over by Bloody Meadow, I tell you. Baldgood peered past his barrels. You've had too much of them cider dregs, Frith. No. It was Jack O'Lantern, as I live and breathe. They settled him down, and the clearing away carried on until all the doors were put back on their hinges and everything was closed up tight. There was no doubting Frithwold believed what he was saying. He was grey in the face and more upset than Will had ever seen him. Groups of valesmen were muttering to one another, scythes in hand, glancing fearfully down the track. He turned to Baldgood and asked, "Who's Jack O'Lantern?" "You won't recall him," Baldgood said, troubled. "Tell me, Dot." "He's a visitor who comes to these parts from time to time. And not such a welcome one neither. You'd been just a babe in arms when last he came this way, or not even born maybe." Cuthwell leaned across. "We don't none of us like the looks of him. And we never did." Will looked down the lane and saw nothing unusual. "Why not?" "Because he's a crow, and up to no good." "Don't you fear now, Will," Baldgood said. "There's a hue and cry gone up after him. Our stout lads'll drive him off. Now you best get back home." Will looked out across the green. Inky clouds filled the sky now. It was almost as dark as night. Then it began to pelt with rain. The maypole looked forlorn as it swayed with its ribbons streaming out. The wind had got up fiercely and was trying to tear down what was left of the bunting. Bregowina, unruffled as ever, lit candles, and her sons barred the doors. They had just finished when Jiffled One Tooth and both his sons started banging, wanting to be let in. The way they held their pitchforks showed they expected trouble, but nobody had told them what sort. "What does Jack O'Lantern look like?" Will asked, but nobody answered him. He folded his arms. No fire burned in the hearth and the only light in the parlor now was from two candles that burned with a quavering, smoky flame. It was a light that did not penetrate far. I've never seen a crow. Is that the same as a warlock? None of them knows much about what jack-o'-lantern looks like, Will. He turned at the voice that came from the back of the room. At the table in the corner shadows sat Tilwyn. He had found a place where nobody had noticed him. His hat was in front of him on the table, and he was thumbing the edge of a long, thin knife. He said, "The only man in Nether Norton who ever challenged jack-o'-lantern face-to-face was Evergern the Potter, and he's been dead these 10 years, but—" "What are you doing, skulking back there?" Jiffle demanded, as if he was speaking to a ghost. "Minding my own business, Jiff. Like you should be doing." Tilwyn leaned forward and turned his gaze on the rest of them. "I slipped in quiet, so I did, while you were all running about down the way like fowls with their heads stricken off. I could have marched an army in here for all you'd have known about it." "You're a strange customer, and no mistake," Baldgood said. "That I may be, but let me tell you something about your jack-o'-lantern. In this part of the Vale you call him by that name and say he's a crow. Others further down call him Merlin, or Master Merlin to be correct about it, though that isn't his true name. Down by Great Norton they say he's Ereler and claim he's a warlock. While over at Brewern they put the name Finnegas on him and fetch their horses to him to benefit from his leechcraft. But none of them knows who he is, for Jack casts a weirder light than any lantern ever I saw." Tilwyn leaned further forward until the candlelight caught in his blue eyes. "He runs deep, does our friend Jack. Deep as the Kyle of Stratha. Nor does he suffer fools easily. So if he's got business in this place, I'd let him finish it without hindrance, if I were you." There was silence. Like everyone else, Will listened and held his peace. He didn't understand much of what had been said, but the thrill of excitement at Tilwyn's words made the hairs rise up on the back of his neck. "Now that's enough of that kind of talk," Baldgood muttered, bustling out from behind his counter. "Willand. Now, I thought I told you to get on home." Will went to the door, but after what Tilwyn had said, home seemed a long way to go in the pitch dark. In truth it was no more than a furlong, a couple of 100 paces, but it was still raining hard. He poked his head outside. Water was trickling down the track. Where only a short while before there had been dry dust, now there was a stream. He jumped out into the night and set off at a run until the light from the alehouse gave out. Then he stubbed his toe painfully on a flint and almost fell. After that he groped his way along by the side of the green. His shirt was soaked. Every village door was closed and every shutter barred tight. So much for welcoming the summer in, he thought as he felt twigs snapping in the grass under his feet. His outstretched hands met the deeply grooved bark of the old oak. He paused, listening. Overhead, leaves were rattling in the downpour, and there was something eerie about the sound, as if the tree was talking to itself. He shook the water out of his eyes and peered into the dark to where a faint bar of yellow light escaped under a door. Home. He stumbled towards it, and soon his fingers felt a familiar latch. The light guttered in the draught as he came in, then steadied. He saw Brianna and Eldmer, his mother and father, standing together by the unlit hearth, and there, seated before them, was a stranger. The figure was wrapped in a mouse-brown cloak with a hood that shadowed his face. Will's heart beat against his ribs. He was about to speak when his father told him sternly, "Go up to bed, Willand." "But father." "Will. Do as I tell you." Eldmer had never barked at him like that before. He looked from face to face, scared now. He wanted to go to his mother's side, but his father was not to be argued with, and Will obeyed. He felt his knees give slightly as he climbed the ladder into the rafters, and dived straight to his nest in the loft. There he lay on the bag of straw that served as his bed. It was warm and smoky up here under the eaves. His wet hair stuck to his forehead and his shirt was clammy on his back as his hand sought out the comfort of a stout wooden threshing flail. He moved as quietly as he could to the edge of the loft where he could watch and listen, telling himself that if anything happened he would pull back the hurdles, jump down and set about the stranger. But if this was Jack-o'-lantern, he was nothing like the warlock the men had spoken about. By his knee there rested a staff a full fathom in length, fashioned from a kind of wood that had a marvelous sheen to it. The stranger himself had a pale, careworn face, with a long nose and longer beard. The hair of his beard might once have been the color of corn or copper, but it had faded to badger shades of gray. He was swathed in a wayfarer's cloak that was made of shreds, and at times seemed almost colorless in the flickering tallow light. Beneath his hood he wore a skullcap, but under the hem of his belted gown his long legs were without hose and his feet unshod. There were many cords about his neck, and among the amulets and charms that rattled at his chest, a bird's skull. "It is said that eavesdroppers will often pick up things they do not like to hear," the stranger said. His voice was quiet, yet it carried. It was touched with a strangeness that made Will think of faraway places. "Why can't you leave us alone?" Will's mother whispered. "Because promises were made. You know why I am here. I must have him." At that, Will felt an icy fist clutch him. His world suddenly lurched and refused to right itself. He heard his father say, "But those promises were made 13 years ago." What does the passage of time signify when a promise is made? We've grown to love him as you said we should. A promise is eternal. Have you forgotten how matters stood when you made it? You and your good wife were childless, denied the joys that parents know. How dearly you wished for a baby boy of your own. And then one night, on the third day past cuckoo-tide, I came to you with a 3-day-old babe and your misery was at an end. But you can't take him back. Will's mother shrieked. The stranger made suddenly as if to rise. Will's parents took a step back as his grip tightened on the flail. He is no longer a boy. A child you wanted, and a child I brought. But now the child has become a man, and I must have the son of Beltane as we agreed. I said there would be an errand for him, and so there is. A dark gulf of silence stood between them for a moment, then the stranger spoke subtle words and Eldmer and Brianna hung their heads and made no further argument. Up in his loft Will found himself numb to the marrow of his bones. He began to tremble. Whether it was from shock or fear, or the working of evil magic he could not tell. As the stranger rose, Will's grip tightened on the threshing flail, but when he looked again there was nothing in his hand but a wooden spoon, and the flail was nowhere to be seen. Call the lad down, the stranger suggested. Tell him he has no need to fear me. Eldmer called, and Will came down the ladder as if his arms and legs had minds of their own. He felt his father's hands on his shoulders, but his father's face betrayed only heartsickness. Forgive me if you can, Willand, he said simply. I should have had the courage to tell you sooner. Tell me what? Will asked, blinking. I won't go with him. He's a warlock, and I won't go with him. You must, son. Eldmer's face remained grim. 13 years ago we gave our word. We swore to keep the manner of your coming to us a secret. We swore because we so wanted a boy of our own. Each year that passed sons came to others, but never to us. You seemed like our blessing. Will drew a hollow breath. You should have told me. We were sworn to tell no one, Brianna wailed. Even so we meant to tell you, Will. But first you were too young. Then, you were such a well-liked boy that we couldn't find the proper time to upset our happy home. It would have broken our hearts, do you see? Eldmer hung his head and Brianna held out her hand. There were tears in her eyes. Say you forgive us for what we did, Willand. Will wiped away his own tears. There's nothing to forgive. You're the best father and mother any boy could have. Please, Brianna said, turning back to the stranger. Can't you give us just a little more time? Let him stay for one more day, as a mercy to us. It would be no mercy, the stranger said. Of that I am quite sure, for he may be the child of destiny, the one whose name appears in the Black Book. At that, Brianna's eyes flared. She would have thrown herself on the stranger had Eldmer not caught her in his arms. He's my Willand, and nobody else. Will found himself unable to move. The stranger reached out to touch man and wife, speaking words and making a sign above both their foreheads. Do not punish yourselves, he commanded. You are blameless. You have done all that was asked of you, Eldmer's eyes drooped, and his wife's hands hung loose at her sides. Then Brianna shook her head as if she had just come awake. She hugged Will, her eyes full of tenderness now. You must put on a dry shirt, son. I'll fetch out your best jerkin and give you a bundle of sweet cakes for your journey. But Will drew back in fear. What have you done to them? He cried. Be calm, Willand. They remember nothing of their former fears. They have been comforted. You've bewitched them. I have applied an incantation. There is no harm in it. Will tried to launch himself at the visitor, but Eldmer caught him in strong arms and said, Willand, be easy. I made a promise, but it's you who must redeem it. That's often the way with sons and fathers. Brianna kissed him again and went to the linen chest. From it she took a parting gift, an ornament the size of his thumb made of smooth, greenish stone. It was carved in the form of a leaping salmon, and engraved with a figure and some words. Words were beyond Will's plain learning to read, though the figure was 3 triangles placed one within another. Its meaning, if it had one, was not clear. It was inside your blanket when you were brought to us, Brianna said. It's only right that it should go with you now. Wear it as a charm, for a mother's love goes with it. And, like the salmon, may you return to us again someday. Her eyes sparkled when she smiled at him, and he threw his arms around her neck. You'll always be my mother. Always. Eldmer said, I have nothing to give you, but I will do one thing before you go. Sit down. When Will sat down on the 3-legged stool, Eldmer caught up a handful of his hair. His big, blunt fingers carefully teased out the strands. They twisted and pulled and twisted again, working expertly until 2 braids were done. "There," his father said as he stood up. "Now you're a man." Chapter 2, Into the Realm. They climbed up towards the tops through the pouring rain, and Will told himself that he had made a fool's wish come true after all. He did not know how or why his feet followed one another, but after a while they felt the tread-worn track peter out and long grass begin. The stranger was leading him onward through Nethershaw woods. There were thousands of bluebells clothing the ground hereabouts, but blind darkness pressed in all around, and he saw nothing. The air was alive with deep green smells, but apart from the sound of rain, the night was quiet. Creatures of fur and feather had drawn deep inside their holes and hollows, and nothing stirred. It was as if the journey was happening to someone else. His new, manly braids felt strange as they swung against his wet cheek. He put a hand to them and began to think of his parents again, and that filled his eyes with tears. He stumbled in the darkness and the stranger said, "Tread softly, Willand, for we have far to go tonight." But the steady climb brought them out onto open land. It was curious how slow the raindrops seemed to fall here, and how filled with echoes was their noise. Underfoot the going was as gentle as a sheep-cropped meadow. Will had never climbed so high before, nor walked so far or so fast in the dark. The stranger did not lean on his staff as an old man should, he wielded it. His long legs strode out as if he could see the night world around him as clearly as any cat. 100 questions about the stranger world in Will's head. Perhaps he's a sorcerer, he thought, dread welling up. It's plain he's got the power about him, and he spoke an incantation onto my. His thoughts turned away from Brianna and Eldmer. The pang in his belly felt like fear, and underneath it there lurked a dark and dreadful question: if Eldmer and Brianna are not my real parents, then who are? There must be a spell on me now, he told himself, or why else are my legs being forced to follow him? Will tried to resist, but he could not. In the back of his mind, shapeless fears writhed. "What's the matter now?" the stranger said, turning. He wanted to ask the dreadful question, but instead he stammered, Are we going to the Giant's Ring?" The stranger loomed in the darkness. "What do you know about the Giant's Ring?" Nothing." "Then why do you fear it? Are you drawn by its power? Tell me." The stranger gripped his arm. "What do you know about the ring?" "Only that there's a stone near it that shepherds say is lucky." The stranger's tone softened, and he laughed unexpectedly. "Forgive me if I frightened you, Willand. We are not going to the Giant's Ring. Nor was that ever a place where folk were ritually slain, or beheaded, or buried alive, as no doubt you have been led to believe." Will's heart hammered at the strange answer, but already some of his fear had begun to turn to obstinacy. They went on, crested a shallow rise, and headed over the brow into lands that drained westward. Moments later they skirted the sleeping hamlet of what could only be over Norton, a fabled place spoken of rarely by Valesmen. A hound barked in the distance, a deep-throated, echoing sound that was full of longing. At last, Will staggered to a halt. He shielded his eyes from the rain, peering back the way they had come. They had reached another track, this time on level ground, that ran right across the tops. The stranger turned. "What now?" "I'm scared." He flinched away as the stranger reached out and touched his shoulder, but the words that came this time were plain enough. "I will not say there is no reason for you to be scared. This is the most dangerous night of your short life. But I will do everything in my power to protect you, Something seemed to burst in Will's chest and he blurted out, "Well, if you're so wise, why don't you just magic us to wherever it is we're supposed to be going?" The stranger paused and regarded him for a long moment before saying, "Because magic must always be used sparingly, and never without considering gains against losses. Magic must be requested, never summoned, respected, never treated with disdain. It must be asked for openly and honestly. Listen to me, Willand. I am trying very hard to deliver you to a place of safety. But we may not reach it if you decide to defy me. And the danger will be the more you resist." The stranger seemed suddenly older than old, a man used to talking high talk, giving important words to important people, not a man who was used to coaxing frightened lads into following him through the night. Will stared at the ground sullenly. Aren't there giants up here?" The other laughed softly. "Giants? Now who could have put that notion into your head?" Let me guess. That would have been Tilwyn, the well-traveled man." Will's mouth fell open. "Then, you do know Tilwyn?" "I know a great many folk." "Did Tilwyn say he knew me?" It was more than a question and Will gave no answer. He gritted his teeth, still fighting the urge that moved his legs forward. "You still haven't told me where we're going. The less you know about that the better, until we are a good deal closer to it." "Is it far?" 4 more leagues tonight, 3 as the rook flies, then we shall come to a place of sanctuary. The voice mellowed. Try to be easy in your mind, Willand. There will come a day when you are no longer afraid of giants, but we shall have to work hard to make sure you live that long. The stranger's voice was as vivid as lightning, at once exciting, comforting, and terrifying. Oh, yes, he must be a great sorcerer, Will thought. For who but a great sorcerer could use words like that? But 4 leagues. 4 leagues was a very long way. In the Vale a single league was a trip from Nether Norton to Panage, then away to Overmast and back again. To go 4 leagues in one journey seemed unimaginable. But I'm not going. I'll test his magic long before that, he told himself stubbornly. I'll bide my time. I'll wait until he's wrapped up in his big thoughts, and then I'll fall behind little by little and make a run for it. He won't be able to find me, because I won't go straight home. No. I'll wait till first light, then run down to Overmast and hide in Ingolfa's Oak. He'll never find me there. But a firm grip took him by the collar and hauled him onward. Please try to keep up. Have I not already made clear to you the dangers? Will tried to pull away from the grip. You're trying to enchant me with your sorcerer's whisper words. Oh, a sorcerer, am I? It's magic you've put on me. I can feel it working in my legs. And what do you know about magic? Your village has not even the benefit of a wise woman. I know sorcerers are evil. The stranger made no immediate reply, but then he sighed and his breath steamed in the moist air. Do not speak to me of evil, for you do not know what that is. Be assured, your life and the lives of 10,000 others may depend on your obedience to me tonight. Now come along willingly, or I shall have to take measures. Will refused to believe a word of it, but he could do nothing except pace onward through the gloom and wait for his chance. At length he said, In the village they say you're a crow called Jack-o'-lantern. Jack is as good a name as any. Noblemen have long used the word crow to mean wanderers such as I, but the folk of Nether Norton do not know the difference between a crow and a craft saw. That was no help. But it's not your real name. I have a true name, but that may not be learned by others. But why not? The stranger's eyebrow arched impressively. Because if it became known to my enemy, it would put me in his power. Do you have many enemies? Only one. Will thought that was a very guarded answer. What's he called? At times he uses the name Clincer, at others Maskull. But those are not his true names any more than Gwydion is mine. Will seized on the slip. Is that what I should call you? The sorcerer laughed. Sharp. Let me put your mind at rest. I have been known by many names, Araler, Finegas, Tanabere, Merlin, Lailoken, Brezel, Tirnadrui, but you should call me by the name the present lords of this realm use when they speak of me. Call me Master Gwydion. Master Gwydion, Will repeated, satisfied. He said portentously, Gwydion the sorcerer. Do not make such jests. The plea was made quietly, but Will heard in it a solemn warning. Why not? You perform magic. You don't deny that. So you're a sorcerer, Adot. Gwydion put his face close to Will's own. Try to remember that words are important. They have precise meanings. I do not perform magic, Willand. Magic is never performed. It is not the stuff of conjuring shows, it is what links the world together. And you must never call me enchanter, warlock or magician, those words are easily misunderstood by folk of little learning. They cause trouble. Will stumbled over a coney burrow and almost fell. I wish this rain would stop. I can't see a thing. Gwydion grunted. Wishes. Every spell of magic I expend tonight must be heavily veiled, but perhaps we might go by Phalite for a while without any greater risk of being noticed. The sorcerer muttered hard to hear words, then he took hold of Willand's head and used his thumbs to wipe the water from his face. All at once Will became lightheaded, and it seemed as if there was a glow in the wet grass around him, a glow like mist caught in a spider's web, like a dusting of green moonlight over a soft land. Then he realized he had not opened his eyes. He gasped in wonder, still more than a little fearful of what was happening to him. Am I dreaming? He asked as the rain began to slacken. A few moments more and it had stopped altogether. But not in the usual way. Each drop was now hanging in the air as if it had forgotten how to fall. He felt the drops collide with his face as he moved through them, like magic do. Then, quite suddenly the drops began to fall again, but very slowly. Up above, the clouds began to clear away. They revealed a host of bright, green stars. He heard the comforting call of a barn owl, and through the air it came, silent and huge and white and incredibly slow, as if swimming through the rain-washed air. It shattered the drops in its path and passed so close to him that he could have reached out to touch it. He saw every detail of each wonderful feather on its wings before it vanished. The sight of it astonished him. Then all at once they were going along again, and it was as if they had walked out from the region of bewitched rain in a dream, because now the ground was stony and broken and dry as dust. The foot of the sorcerer's staff was beating a rhythmic tock-tock-tock on what seemed to be a trackway. Will wandered towards it through the still faintly glowing land, while his mind bubbled and fizzed. Another enchantment had been laid on him, he knew that much. And was that not another very good reason to mistrust this dangerous man? And yet, what if he was telling the truth about that greater danger? "Who's Beltane?" he asked at last. "What did you mean when you said the son of Beltane? Is Beltane my real father?" Gwydion grunted, seemingly amused by the question. A crescent moon had begun to rise, low and large and ruddy in the east. "How much you have to learn. Beltane is not a person, it is a day. It lies between the equinox of spring and the solstice of summer. Beltane is what you in the Vale call Cuckootide, and what others call May Day. It's a special day, the day that gave you birth." "Who are my real parents?" He said it almost without thinking, and like a painful thorn it was suddenly out. "Please tell me." "Willand, I cannot tell you." "But you must." "I cannot because I do not know." "I don't believe you." "I would not lie about it." But Will could not let it go. "Where did you find me, then? Tell me that." It seemed Gwydion would give no answer, but then he said, "When I found you, you were only a day or two old." "But where did you find me? Who was there?" The stranger halted. "No one was there." "Willand, you had been left to die." The shock of that answer flowed through his heart like icy water. He let the sorcerer turn away and walk on, while his mind wandered numbly. Who would leave a little baby to die? What reason could there possibly have been? What was wrong with me? The stranger came back, made a sign over Will's forehead and muttered powerful words until the numbness dissolved and he was hardly able to recall the questions that had so troubled him. After that, the journey was like floating through the silent night. He watched the moon rise ever higher in the southeast. Gradually it lost its rosy glow and began to shine chalk white in a clear and star-spangled sky. For some time now a grey light had been seeping in from the east, and when Will next closed his eyes he found that the faylight had left him. He marveled at the low, flat skyline. There was so much more sky on the tops than ever there had been in the Vale. Land stretched as far as the eye could see. It made a man feel like standing straighter and breathing deeper. He looked ahead. Far away the rich brown soil had been tilled and planted. Nearer by there was a shallow ridge and a slope. To the south the land dropped down into a broad valley, and on the far side it rose again in forest. The dawn was coming faster now, a power that would soon send unstoppable rays searching over the land. Already the glimmers revealed tussocky chases beside the trackway, pale stone clothed in a thin flesh of loam and cloaked in green. There were patches of woodland here too, and plenty of folds hereabouts where someone who wanted to make a run for it might choose to hide. That idea brought his scattered thoughts up sharply. He had almost forgotten about escaping. He had walked all night, yet he was neither hungry nor tired. But things were changing. The faylight was gone and now the sensation in his legs had almost drained away too. His braids swung encouragingly at his cheek, and he put a hand to them. The realm was indeed a bigger and stranger place than ever he had thought. "I won't be able to find my way back if we go much further," he thought. "I'll have to make my break now, before it's too late." But carefully, he warned himself. "This Master Gwydion may have done me no harm as yet, but he's a lot more dangerous than he tries to seem. Still, I'll bet he can't run as fast as me, nor aim his night magic so well in full daylight. I'll bide my time then, off. With a bit of luck his hood will stay up and he won't even see me go." He glanced to left and right. The old, straight track as it ran over the tops was broken. It rose and fell no more than the height of a man in 1,000 paces now, and it kept a high ground where the skin of the land was pulled tightest over its bones. There were sheep droppings among the grass, and coney burrows too. Grey stones outcropped here and there along the trackway, and Will hung back as far as he dared, wondering if these old stones might not be the remains of giants' houses set beside the ancient road. Tilwyn had once said that beyond the Vale there were houses and castles built of stone, wondrous ruins that had lasted since the days of the first men. Thinking no more about it, Will tore suddenly away and ran down the slope. Once out of sight he went as fast as he could, jinking over the tussocks like a hare, looking once, twice, over his shoulder to check that the sorcerer had not missed him. Only when he was sure did he dive down behind a hillock and lie pressed hard against the ground. From here he could see where the track wound onward, and soon he spied a tiny, dark figure continuing along the track in the distance, wrapped up in his cloak and seemingly deep in thought. Will exulted. "He'll never find me now," he told himself, lying on his back among the moss until he had got his breath back. His clothes were still damp from the rain and he began to feel a certain weariness seeping into his joints, but none of that mattered. He was free. He would lie low until the sorcerer had gone. Then he would find a way home. He thought of opening the bundle of sweet cakes that was lodged inside his jerkin, but decided against it. He might have greater need of them before the day was done. But thinking about the sweet cakes made him remember his mother and a lonely feeling crept over him. She's not my mother, he thought. Though I don't know how a real mother could have loved me any better. He took out the fish-shaped talisman and turned it over in his fingers. He could not read what was written on it, yet still its touch comforted him. His feelings towards Brianna and Eldmer had not changed, but now there were gaping questions where once there had been certainties. A male blackbird looking for breakfast turned one wary yellow-rimmed eye on him and began clucking at him as if he was a cat. Will told it to hush, but the bird fled in noisy distress, and he wondered if the sorcerer was alert enough to have noticed it. Then the ground began to tremble and tear. He turned to look behind him and saw a huge grey-green shape that had begun to rise up from what he had thought was a small hill. The hill looked like a man's back, but the shoulders were as broad as a barn door and the skin filthy and warty like a toad's. Dread seized him and held him in its grip. He tried to yell, but the air was already filled with groans. The creature was getting to its feet. It rose up from its hollow in the ground like a boulder being forced from its bed, and it carried on rising until it was as tall as the maypole. 2 immense legs were each as far around as an oak. And the body was built in proportion, with 2 heavily muscled arms. But it was the hairless head that was most terrifying, ugly and gross-featured, with a wide mouth filled with uneven, soil-brown teeth, a bone-hooded brow and bulbous, penetrating eyes. Terror swarmed through Will. He could neither stand nor run, only stare until every self-preserving thought was blotted from his mind. But as the monster turned on him, he yelped and scrambled to get away. His arms and legs would not work fast enough, but then the monster's eyes fixed hard on him. It let out a deep roaring bellow and began to step forward. Each of its footfalls shook the land. It came so close that he could smell the earthy stink of its breath and feel the closeness of its hands. Somehow Will ran clear of those flailing arms. He bolted along the trackway, never pausing to look back, certain that if the monster caught him it would eat him alive. His braids banged against his ear as he ran. When at last he did look over his shoulder, he saw that a great stone had been wrenched up from the ground. It was hurled through the air, bounced and blundered past him like a great wooden ball pitched at a skittle. Finally, it came to rest at the very place where a little while ago he had schemed to make his escape. When Will saw the distant figure of the sorcerer by the brow of the next hill, he flew to him. The old man was continuing in the same way, his staff beating a steady tock-tock-tock over the stones. Will's heart was bursting, his lungs gasping for air as he shouted his warning. Master Gwydion! Master Gwydion! His hands grasped at the sorcerer's much-patched cloak as he tried to get his words out. A giant coming. The sorcerer stopped, put a hand on Will's head and smiled. Alba will not harm you so long as you do nothing to harm that which he holds dear. He's trying to kill me. Then stay close to me, for I am his friend. One day you will be glad that the flesh of this land is his flesh. But come now. The new day is brightening and we have yet to reach the Evenlode Bridge. Gwydion walked on, unconcerned. But the terror was still fresh in Will. He felt it rattling inside him as he plucked up the courage to look back again. There was nothing to see now, nothing except what might be the long shadow of an outcrop thrown across the track by the golden light of the newly risen sun. As for the great boulder that had been hurled after him, it was there, a lone standing stone that looked as if it had been sitting by the side of the track for 50 generations. It was a trick. Will told himself with sudden outrage. Just an evil sorcerer's trick. And I believed it. But a bigger part of him was not so easily persuaded that it had been a trick, and so he hurried to catch up. Chapter 3, To the Tower of Lord Strange. By now it was late morning, yet they had seen no other person along their path. Folk must be dwelling close by, Will thought, for someone must work these fields, and once or twice I've seen the thatch of houses in the distance. Maybe we're going the quiet way on purpose. After walking down off the tops and some way into the broad valley that lay ahead, Will halted. I can't take another step, he croaked. The sorcerer seemed uncomfortable that they should stop here. He gave Will a hard look. We will rest. But not in this place. Then he did a strange thing. He drew a little stick from his sleeve and twisted it over the ground, walking back and forth as if testing for something until they had gone a few hundred paces further on. When he saw Will watching him, he said, Do not be afraid, it is only scrying. Do you see how the hazel wand moves? It helps me feel out the power that flows in the land. Will stared back mutely, and the sorcerer carried on. The place he eventually chose for them to rest was an oblong enclosure of cropped grass about as big as Nether Norton's Green. It was surrounded by a grassy earth bank a little higher than a man's head. Weathered standing stones guarded its four corners, sticking up like four grey teeth. Will had no idea who might have labored to build such a place, or why, for as a sheep pen it would have been very poor. But as he let the feel of it seep into his bones, he had the idea that this was ancient ground and very much to be respected. It did feel good to sit here as the swallows looped and swooped high overhead, but he also sensed an echo of distant doings, dark events, that seemed to run through the land. Gwydion watched him closely. Long ago, Willand, this was a famous stronghold. Here it was that, 80 generations ago, Memprax the tyrant conspired with his brother, Malin, to gain the realm. And when the realm was won, Memprax murdered Malin in his bed, and thereafter ruled as a despot. I remember it all as if it was yesteryear. Will looked at the sorcerer with astonishment, for who but an immortal could remember events that had taken place 80 generations ago? The thought made him uneasy. He took out and opened his bundle of sweet cakes, chose the smaller one for himself and offered the other. That was kindly done, Gwydion said. And in return you shall have this. He picked up a pebble, and offered it. What is it? As you see, a pebble. But a very fine pebble. Or do you think otherwise? Are you laughing at me? Laughing? Why should you say that? This is your reward. You will find that you are able to spend it like a silver shilling, for those who value coins will see it as such. You are laughing at me. Or you're mad. The sorcerer shrugged. If you think so, then throw it away. But Will decided to put the pebble in his pouch. The sun had begun to warm the day and Gwydion pulled back his hood, revealing a high-browed head set with a close-fitting cap of grey linen that covered long, unbraided hair. His face was also long and his dark eyes deeply set under thick brows. It was a kindly face. He wore the beard of an old man, but it still seemed impossible to place a certain age upon him. After finishing his sweet cake, the sorcerer took out his hazel wand and went back to scrying the ground around the stones. Despite all that had happened, Will could not now think too badly of him. In the sunshine, he seemed to be no more than a pitiful old man, one weighed down with too many cares. Perhaps he had been telling the truth all along. And perhaps it might not be such a bad life to be apprenticed to a sorcerer for a while. When Gwydion noticed he was being watched, he beckoned Will to him. I'm reading the stone. You really are mad. And you really must be careful. Reading it how? With my fingers. I want to see if it is a battlestone. He walked carefully around the stone, touching its surface with his fingertips. Are you any the wiser? What's a battlestone? Gwydion straightened, then a wry smile broke out across his face. Perhaps there is no harm in telling you. I want to know if this is one of the stones that are bringing war to the realm. Will screwed up his face, but said nothing. Oh, you are not alone in your disbelief. All standing stones are powerful and precious things. They were put in place long ago by the Fae or else by wise men who knew something of the Fae's skills. Only fools have ever tried to move them since. Will looked at the stone critically. It was a large, weathered grey rock, much taller than it was broad, and quite unremarkable. He put his hands on it and found the surface nicely sun-warmed. Gwydion smiled. Most stones bring benefits to the land, like the tarry stone which keeps your village green so lush and makes the sheep who graze there very glad, but some stones are not so helpful. The worst of them were made long ago with the aim of inciting men to war. That is why they are called battlestones. Is this one? Gwydion sighed. In truth, I cannot easily tell what is a battlestone and what is not. It has become my wearisome task to try to find them, but so far I have failed. Failed? I lack the particular skill for it. The Fae knew well how to protect the lord from prying. He patted the stone he had been examining. But at least this one may be discounted, for it carries the sign that tells me its purpose is harmless. A sign? Where? Let me see. The sorcerer cast him an amused glance. Do you think you would be able to see it? Will digested Gwydion's words in silence, then he said, What's a lork? The lork? It is a web of earth power that runs through the land. The battlestones are fed by it, and... He stopped abruptly, and Will became aware that the skylarks high above had ceased their warbling song. A powerful sense of danger settled over him as Gwydion looked sharply around him. Did you feel that? What? But the sorcerer only shook his head and listened again. Come, he said, heading swiftly away. We must take our leave of this place. By my shadow, look at the time. We should have crossed the Evenlode bridge and passed into the Witchwood by now. As he hurried on, Will's sense of danger mounted. The sorcerer behaved as if something truly dreadful was following hard on their heels, but he could neither see nor hear any sign of pursuit. At last, they entered the shade of a wooded valley bottom, and Will's fears began to fall away again. The waters of the Evenlode flowed over stones and glimmered under fronds of beech and oak and elm. A stone wall snaked out of sight across the river and led down to a well-used stone bridge. A woman seemed to be standing some way along the far bank next to a willow tree. She was beautiful, tall, and veiled in white, yet sad. It seemed she had been crying. She watched him approach, then stretched out a hand to him longingly, but the sorcerer called gruffly to him not to dawdle, and when he looked again the woman was gone. As they followed the path up into the woodland green, he asked who she was and why she had been weeping. But Gwydion looked askance at him and said only, "By that willow tree? I saw no one there." Will stopped and looked back again, but even the shaft of sunlight in which the woman had seemed to stand had faded. He knew he had seen her, though now he could not say how real she had been. Gwydion had raised his staff and was exclaiming, "Behold the great forest of Witchwood! Rejoice, Willand, for now you will be safe for a little while at least." They traveled deeper into the forest along whispering runnels, among towering trees where sunshine flecked the green bloom with gold. Will heard the clatter of a woodpecker far away in the distance. Cuckoos and cowshots and other woodland birds flittered among the trees. After a while, he said, "Master Gwydion, how is it you've got memories that go back 80 generations? Are you immortal?" "I have lived long and seen much, but that does not make me immortal." "No one is that. I was born as other men were born. My first home was Druidale, on the Ellenvannon, which some now call the island of Manx, though that was long ago. I can be hurt as other men are hurt, by accident or by malice, though it is quite hard to catch unawares one who has lived so long in the world. I do not grow old as other men grow old, and many magical defenses protect me from different kinds of murderous harm, but one day I will cease to be just as all men cease to be. As for what I am, there is no proper word for that in these latter days. I am both guardian and pathfinder. Once I might have been called Fantark, but you may call me a wizard. Aren't wizards the same as sorcerers, then? Or is one good and the other evil? There are many fools who would have you believe it. But be careful of such words, for believers in good and evil cannot understand true magic." "Believers?" Will said, frowning. "Do you mean there might be no such thing as good or evil? But how could that be?" But Gwydion said only, "For the present you would do well to forget all you have ever learned of light and dark, for the true nature of the world is not as you suppose." Will looked about. "So am I to live with you here in this wood, and learn magic?" Gwydion seemed puzzled by his question, but then he laughed and clapped Will on the shoulder. "See there, we are nearing the tower of Lord Strange. He will settle some of your endless questions." As Will followed, he wondered who Lord Strange might be. He had never seen a lord, for no lord had ever bothered to tramp through Quaggy Marsh down by Middle Norton. No one except Tilwyn ever visited the upper reaches of the Vale. Even so, Will had heard tell of lordly ways, about their finery, about how they feasted in stone-built castles and rode snow-white horses, and most of all about how they wore shining armor and wielded swords in battle. Lords had sounded at once a fine and a fearsome lot. As for Gwydion, he did not look as though he did any of those things. He dressed simply, like a wayfarer, not in robes of velvet or cloth of gold, but in plain wool and linen. And he went barefoot like a man who could not afford himself a pair of shoes. There was no metal about him, nor anything that came from the killing of an animal, no fur, no leather, and no bone, except for the bird's skull charm that he wore around his neck. "Why do you wear that?" he asked, pointing to it as they came over a mossy bank and headed down towards a forest glade. The wizard looked sidelong at him. "This? It is an ornament, and a safeguard." "Against what?" "The unexpected." He intercepted Will's finger as he tried to touch it. "Be careful. It is a trigger that sets off a very powerful piece of magic. It works much as a crossbow works upon a bolt. If the spell were invoked, I would become the bolt." Will did not understand. It was only a bird's skull. But there was no time to dwell on the matter, for just then Will saw a fallow deer hind. He touched the wizard's sleeve and pointed her out. She was watching them nervously from beyond a stand of birch trees, but as soon as she knew she had been discovered she leapt away. Will saw the marks of her cloven hooves in the damp earth, but there were others that were bigger and uncloven. Gwydion examined some droppings, then a half-smile appeared on his face. "These are rare fumays indeed," he said. "Unicorn dung. It is most odd. They are not often to be found so far south. Something is amiss here." The forest deepened around them and the undergrowth thickened, but just as it seemed their path would be blocked the ground began to fall away into a clearing. There stood a double tower of dressed stone which rose to many times the height of a man. Will marveled at it, though it seemed a dismal place. It was old and round and green with moss. Its top was battlement inset with pointed roofs and several small, high windows. Below the tower there was a square moat. Will's fears returned as they approached the gate. When they reached the bridge a frightening figure came out to bar their way. He was a man, but he was wearing a bonnet of iron and a coat that jangled with countless interlinked iron rings. His body was covered with a red surcoat that displayed the likeness of two silvery hounds. Will had never seen cloth so bright. It was as red as blood. "Who comes to the dwelling of Lord Strange?" Gwydion spread his hands. "Tell your master there is a friend at his gate. One who brings tidings of wind and water and of war to come. Wait here for your answer." When the man had disappeared, Gwydion said, "The warden of the forest is named John Lestrange. This is his lodge. His own domains are in the north where many men follow him, but King Hel has made him warden here. The king hunts rarely and has never come to this place, but Witchwood is a royal forest and must be kept as such. You will soon see why Lord Strange has been appointed to a place where few eyes can linger upon him." "Is he ugly?" Gwydion looked up to the top of the tower. "He was once the handsomest of men, but his appearance has been changed. He wears a ring of gold in his nose. That is his wedding ring which he is loath to cut and cannot otherwise remove. Take care not to stare at him." Will's fears surged. "Why not?" "Because first impressions count for a lot. You do not want to be thought rude." Will swallowed hard. "Master Gwydion, why have you brought me here, ? "To learn, Willand. To learn." The man returned. This time he lifted up the front part of his iron hat and bade them enter. Will followed as Gwydion crossed the threshold and entered the hall. There, attended by his people, Lord Strange came out to greet them both. He was a big man with a chest like a barrel, but what was terrifying about him, and what made Will reel back in horror, was the fact that his head was more than a little like that of a wild boar. Will managed to steady himself. He rubbed at his eyes, but the sight persisted. The lord's face sprouted grey bristles and his lower jaw foamed where two yellow teeth jutted. His nose was snout-like and did indeed carry a golden ring. Below the neck, though, he had the normal figure of a man and was attired in fine red robes. To stop himself staring at the hog-headed lord, Will looked instead at the lady who came to stand by his side. She was a long-faced woman, tall and thin, and her hair was swept back inside a veiled hat which was the same grey as her long belted gown of embroidered velvet. The gown was tight to her form at bodice and sleeve, and at her neck was an ornament of silver set with pale stones. She seemed not to care that her husband was a monster. "You are welcome to Witchwood, Crowmaster," Lord Strange said. "Have you succeeded in your quest?" "I thank you for your welcome," Gwydion replied. "And as for my quest, we must talk urgently, you and I. But first, I shall beg a favor on behalf of my young companion. He has walked throughout the night and is both weary and footsore. He may fall down soon where he stands if he is not afforded a corner in which to lay his poor head." Will felt the shock of the lord's appearance still tingling through him as he entered the tower. After a little while a man and a woman appeared and asked him to follow them up a curving stair of finely mortared stone that was lit by bright rays of dappled sunlight. After a turn or two, the stair opened onto a broad gallery, supported by many carved pillars. Will had never been in such a place, and filled him with awe. "I suppose you must be Lord Strange's kin," he said, offering his hand to the man as soon as he turned. "My name's Willand." The attendants looked blankly at him. "Sir, we are my lord's servants. We do his lordship's bidding." Neither the man nor the woman would smile or speak further to him, and their coldness set him on edge. He could see no reason for their unfriendliness. They were dressed in costly stuff, though the style and cut were lacking in dignity. The man's hair was cut to shoulder length, but he wore no braids. The woman's hair was hidden inside a plain headcloth. They showed him into a gorgeously painted chamber that looked as if it belonged to the lord himself. He looked around in wonderment. "Are we to go in there? What a place it is, hey?" But the woman only looked away and lowered her gaze. "My lord bids you to take refreshment, and sleep if you will. And food and drink too." He could hardly believe it. "I thank you, but tell me," he lowered his voice and said with a grin, "how did old Nitty Whiskers come by that hog's head of his?" At once a look of horror came over both the servants' faces, and instead of answering him they made as if to leave. "Wait," Will said, as an idea came to him. "Here. I have something for you." He fished the pebble that Gwydion had given him out of his pouch, and gave it to the maidservant. She stared at it in amazement, so that Will could not tell if she was happy at getting a shilling or bewildered at having been offered a pebble. But then the serving man said, "Thank you, sir." And the way he said it removed all doubt. The servants backed away, thanking him again and closing the door after themselves. Will laughed out loud. He saw a plate of food and a goblet of small beer. He fell on it with good appetite, then he climbed up onto the great bed, wiped his mouth on his sleeve and stared up at the ceiling. It seemed for a moment that 1,000 new sights and sounds whirled inside his head, dizzying him, then sleep whispered in his ear and he knew no more. He awoke in darkness. For a moment he wondered where he could be, but then a dozen memories came flooding back and his belly turned over. He got up and went to the tall, narrow window of lead and horn that opened onto the treetops of the forest. The night was balmy and dry. No moon lit the whispering trees, but there was glow enough from the castle to show ghostly beech trunks standing motionless in the still air. He could smell the stagnant water of the moat down below, and from somewhere far away there came a strange heartbeat, a low but insistent sound that echoed with a regular thump-thump-thump through the forest. Which would seem to be a solemn place, not at all what Will had imagined when the wizard had spoken of a place of safety. He ducked back inside the window and went to try the door. It was of thick oak and set with clever craftsmanship into stonework that was as solid as any outcrop of the earth. At first, the door would not open, and he wondered if he had been made a prisoner, but then he found the heavy iron latch ring, lifted it, and the door swung easily and noiselessly. Outside, a pillared gallery gave onto the great hall below. It was decorated with woven hangings that showed hunting scenes and a painted frieze of hounds and woodcutters. A huge stone-hooded fireplace was set in the far wall, its grate empty. The remains of a meal were scattered across a large table, set with many wooden trenchers and bowls which had yet to be cleared away. 24 candles, each as thick as a man's arm, burned brightly on a pair of iron stands and threw back the shadows. Gwydion sat in the Lord's own high-backed chair at the top of the table, while Lord Strange and his lady sat on each side and listened to him. "I have read the portents," Gwydion was saying. "And if I had in my pouch 1,000 silver crowns and if there was at my command a company of 9 men, still that would not be enough to avert the disaster that is surely coming." Lord Strange leaned forward in his chair, his moist snout twitching at the mention of silver. "If war is coming as you say, then all our hopes walk alongside you, Crowmaster." Gwydion put out his hand and said, "That is why I urge you to come with me to the court at Trinavant. So far, I have worked in secret, but the time of uncertainties is at an end, and the day is fast approaching when I must bring unwelcome tidings to those who surround the king. Alas for my affliction." Lord Strange looked away, so that the ring in his nose glittered and the candlelight danced on his blonde eyelashes. "For who will be persuaded by one who carries on him the head of a hog? The queen cannot stomach to stay in the same room as me. She calls me King Blatted of the Swine and mocks me. Therefore you would do better to seek the favor of the court without me." Gwydion let a long silence stretch out before he spoke again. "I feared you would answer me thus, friend John. Listen to me, I tell you there is nothing left to a man in your position save to attend to your duties as honestly and as generously as you may. I say to you that you must not look to others to find the remedy to your ailment, you must seek for it in diligence and prudent action. Give rather than take. You make much of your advice, Crowmaster, and yet you seem to me to speak in riddles. If I do, then perhaps it is because there is no straighter way to speak to you at present." Gwydion spread his hands. "Nor do I wish to trouble you with the detail of my own task, but I must make some explanation so you understand something of the import of this news that I bear. Just as water flows upon the earth in streams and in rivers, so there are also flows of power within the earth." Lord Strange grunted. "Power, you say? Just as some places are wetter and drier, so accordingly there are places where there is an abundance of earth power, and other places that suffer from a lack of it." The Lord's wife looked bored by this. "Crowmaster, we know this much for we have seen you scry the ground with your hazel wand. Oh, those patterns are wholly natural, and long have I studied them. The realm is tattooed from end to end with subtle flows that any willing person may learn to feel. They spiral and coil underfoot, always rising and falling as the moon and sun run their several ways. Farmers read the land by them, and use such knowledge to ensure their crops will thrive. A fast flow of power makes for a place of good aspect, whereas a sluggish flow diminishes the life force of all that grows in the ground or goes upon it. This is well known." The hogshead gave a great yawn. "We will take your word for it, Crowmaster. For we know nothing of such matters and care for them less." The wizard leaned forward and his manner became as wily as a conspirator's. "But, friend John, this is not the power of which I now speak. Consider this, just as there are natural rivers upon which men ride to trade their goods, yet also men will oftentimes cut artificial canals so they may reach places where no natural river runs. And so it once was with the great flows of earth power, for long ago, during the days of the first men and before the Fae retired into the realm below, a thing called the Lork was made." "Lork? We have never heard this word before." Lord Strange scratched at his chin. "What does it signify?" The wizard shook his head. "No one in these latter days has any knowledge of it. Even we wizards of the Ogdoad supposed it to have been broken by the slavers some 50 generations ago. Yet according to fragments of the Black Book of Terra which I have lately found in the Blessed Isle, there is reason to believe otherwise. Think of the Lork as channels, built by the Fae and set deep in the earth. These channels, or lines to give them their proper name, are 9 in number and cross the realm in different directions. They were made to draw and direct flows of earth power from one end of the isle to the other. And their purpose? The Lord's wife asked. Lady, your shrewdness brings me neatly to my point. Their purpose was, and is, to feed certain standing stones which are known as battle stones. Once primed, they are able to incite men to war. Lord Strange frowned at this. And you now wish to find these battle stones? Quite so. But whereas I can easily scry the natural flows that lie in the ground, I cannot feel the lines that were made by the Fae, for their artifice was ever beyond that of men to comprehend, and in this case has been well hidden from us. I do not know how many battle stones there may be, but since I have become aware of their purpose, my hope is to find at least some of them, if I can, by indirect means. The Lord and his lady exchanged a wordless glance, then Lord Strange said, It is your wish to render these battle stones harmless? It may yet be possible to lessen the slaughter that approaches. But time is already short, and I cannot accomplish my task alone. Men and horses and silver have I none. In short, I must beg for the king's permission and hope for the aid of his court. The silence grew heavy. Then Lord Strange said bluntly, As I have already explained, I cannot help you at court. I hope you have not come here to ask me for silver, Crowmaster, for I have little enough. The wizard held up his hand. Have no fear, I will not ask you for silver, friend John. But it will help me immeasurably if you would agree to look after the young apprentice lad. Will almost fell off his perch. The wizard went on. You see, I was obliged to save his life. It is a tiresome tale with which I will not burden you, save to say that for a while I had hopes of using him as my bag carrier, but so far he has proven himself to be more of an encumbrance. I dare not allow myself to be weighed down by him any longer. You would have us keep the boy for you? The Lord's wife said. He is a teasel-headed young churl, yet he may be turned to some use if he were to have some book learning knocked into him. Would you be so kind as to do that, my lady? She returned Gwydian's gaze frostily. The Lord growled, and it seemed to Will, who watched in speechless horror, that he would refuse, but then the wizard inclined his head persuasively and it seemed that an atmosphere of compliance came over the hall. I would remind you that all such favors come around full circle in time. So you never tire of repeating, Crowmaster. The great, piggy head tossed. However, I shall again do as you ask in the hope that one day. No! Will shouted. I won't stay here. Not in this dismal place. I'm coming with you, Master Gwydion, or else I'll go home. I'm not a teasel head and you're not giving me away. He bolted for the stair, but at a sign from the Lord one of the guards stepped forward and grabbed him so that he was carried struggling into the hall. You will be quiet. Gwydion commanded, and momentarily Will was robbed of his power of speech. Then the wizard bent close and whispered, Witchwood is a place of good aspect, Willand. You must stay here at least until Lamistide. A time of great danger follows your 13th birthday. It will last for 6 months. 6 months? Will squealed. Oh, take me with you, I beg you, Master Gwydion. Please. Gwydion leaned forward patiently once again and took his hands. Listen to me, Willand. You were eavesdropping long enough to know that powerful forces are growing in the realm, forces that will bring down a welter of blood upon the people unless they can be confounded. It is my duty to do what I can to prevent suffering. And it is your duty to do as I say. But I can't live here. Please, don't leave me. How soon your mind changes. Yesterday you were begging me not to take you away from home. Now, you are begging to come with me. What will you want tomorrow, I wonder? I will come for you at Lamistide. Some of the fire went out of him. But that's still all summer long, Master Gwydion. I can't. But the wizard turned about in a whirl of steps and called out subtle words so that all other motion in the hall ceased. He drew a deep breath and spoke very privately to Will. For 13 years you lived as a happy child. You had a loving home and not a care to trouble you. You must thank me for that, for your peace was of my devising. But now there is a threat against your life, a threat that mere keeping spells cannot hold at bay. He raised a finger to Will's lips. Be mindful of your situation. I know you are not a teasel head, that was said for Lord Strange's benefit. The Witchwood is the only safe place to spend this most critical season of your life. Do not go beyond its bounds. I will return for you before Lamistide, you have had my word on that. Now, will you promise to obey me in this matter, or am I to wash my hands of you? And the look on the wizard's face was so grave that Will found himself nodding and making a promise that he hated even before the spell had begun to pall. Chapter 4, A Little Learning. And so it was that Will was lodged in the Tower of John, Lord Strange, for the season of the year that ran from Beltane to Lamistide. It was not long before he got used to the long days he had to spend at the tower, and began to forget some of the horror he had felt on first seeing the hogshead. The lord's wife had agreed to set about Will's schooling, but it soon grew into a torture for him. First they made him wear a suit of lordly stuff, all stiff and not to be soiled, and a rule was laid on him never to go beyond clarion call of the tower. At first he obeyed. During the warmth of May and the heat of June he explored the nearer parts of the forest as far as the river, always looking out for unicorns, always mindful of Gwydine's pledge to return for him, and his own not to stray. But no clarion was ever blown to summon him back to the tower, and little by little the lord's strict rule was relaxed. In the mornings he suffered terrible, spirit-crushing labors, while not a word was mentioned about magic as he had hoped. Instead he was put to reading and writing and speaking out from his slate, and near half of every day was spent chalking marks over and over, and when the slate was full, rubbing them all out again. But at least there were always the afternoons when he could roam as he wished. Nor was he as lonely as he had feared he would be. On most nights a beautiful white cat came to visit him, and on some days a bent-backed old woman was accustomed to arrive at the tower to deliver firewood. Will felt sorry for her, for she would bring heavy loads on her back, fuel to cook the lord's mountainous dinners. She said that when her summer's toil was done there would be a further stock of wood laid in to keep Lord Strange and his wife warm throughout the winter, and she would have coin enough to pay her keep. So Will began helping her, and that was when he began to get back more than he gave, for without his knowing it the old woman had already begun to teach him the rudiments of magic. She was known about the witchwood as the wise woman of Wen, for she knew much about herbs and field remedies, and even something of the higher arts. She told Will many things as they walked the dusty path beside the river. First she told him about the great reed, then she spoke of the threefold way, and then, as they came close to the hamlet of Asart Finstock she taught him about the language of birds. Fools think that birds and animals are of lesser rank and wisdom than men, but it is not so. Do you know that all crows are left-handed? He grinned. Crows don't have hands, wise woman. Left-handedness has nothing to do with these. She held up her own hands, then pointed at her head. Like most other things it has to do with what's in here. Do you know that all birds dream? Truly? What do they dream about? Songs. Birds are most wise in their way. She crooked a finger at a green froglet hiding among the reeds. And see this little fellow here? A frog is wise in his own special way, for he is much better at being a frog than any man could ever be. What man could live without a stitch of clothing in a frozen pond all winter through? But he can. Likewise, a mole, a squirrel and a seagull can go where no man can go. Each creature of the wild has its own special knowledge of the world. If we scorn the wisdom of beasts we make fools of ourselves. The wise woman was a marvel. She said that folk who had patience could learn extraordinary tidings from birds and mice, and not only from watching their habits or having knowledge of their ways, but from listening directly to their little heart's concerns and heeding their warnings about the future. Don't you know that all animals have foreknowledge? She asked. Bees will swarm when they smell fire, ants know when thunderstorms are coming, and hornets can tell which tree lightning will strike. And when it comes to greatness of character, you will never find loyalty in any lordsman greater than that given by his hounds. Nor will you find elegance in any lady greater than that to be found in the cat who comes to sleep on your bed at night. You know him? Said Will, startled. Surely I do. His name is Pangorban. All the sisters of the wise have familiars, favored animals who attend us. I am told by my toad, Treacle, that Pangorban is the true lord of Witchwood and a great friend of Gwydion. Has the cat not told you this himself yet? Will grinned. But surely, wise woman, no creature can speak. They all speak. Though no man or woman, no matter how wise, can hear what words are spoken. A hedgehog or a vole or a wasp will not spy for a wizard on the counsels of the great as some say they do, but woodpeckers may always be relied upon to tell if outlaws are concealed in a wood, and starlings can tell you if a village tithe has been paid or not, and, if it has, how much grain still lies in the barns. She produced a piece of dry bread. Here. Take this and feed the ducks. Then perhaps you will learn how it is with ducks, and you will see how they thank you. No sooner had Will taken the bread than he turned to see a dozen mallards gliding over the water towards him. They had appeared out of nowhere and with such swiftness that he thought the wise woman must have summoned them by magic. Earlier he had seen her receive the bread from a tower guard whose injured hand she had healed the day before. He broke off small pieces and threw them out to the mallards, eager that each of the colorful drakes and each of the brown-speckled ducks should have its proper share. The birds dabbled their beaks and paddled back and forth and sported like children at play until all the bread was gone. Then, seeing there was no more, they swam away again, almost as fast as they had appeared, but never a one turned to thank Will for lunch as he now half expected. Do you understand yet? The wise woman asked as Will followed her away from the water's edge. But I didn't hear any thanks from them. Should I have? It seems to me that when I had bread they were my friends, but when I had none they were my friends no longer." The wise woman laughed. "Oh, not at all. You are not thinking in the way of magic yet." She patted his belly 3 times. "You feel things in there, a warm glow just below your heart. Concentrate. Do you feel it now? The spirit of life? It's a power that has come from those ducks, that's their gratitude that burns inside you. A gift as sure and real as any gift of bread that you made to them. Feel it, Will, and learn how to feel it again. Mark it well, for it is a power that can put a smile on a man's face and a spring in his step." And Will did smile, and he thought that perhaps he had grasped a little of what the wise woman had said after all. There must be in the world chains of good deeds, for had not the wise woman healed the hand of the guard who gave the bread that came to Will to give to the ducks who had made him smile? Now, he thought, if only there was someone I could pass the smile on to, then the chain would carry on. Most folk believe they know nothing of magic, but it is natural for folk to understand it more than they think. No doubt you have heard fragments of great wisdom and old sayings? Many come from magical reeds, or laws. One good turn deserveth another, you must have heard that? Why, yes. Many times. That is a reed of magic. So as all things come full circle. And a man must be mad to ride a dragon. And riches are like horsemuck. Riches are like horsemuck? That doesn't sound so wise to me. But riches are like horsemuck, for they stink when in a heap, but spread about they make everything fruitful. Will learned how the great reed and the threefold way were the taproots of magical law. He discovered how obedience to the great reed was the thing that set wizards apart from sorcerers, for it said simply, "Use magic as thou wilt, but harm no other." He saw how that fitted with what Master Gwydion had said about having to use magic sparingly and never without due forethought as to the balance between gain and loss. A great deal of a wizard's skill, he saw, must come in taking gain in such a way that the loss to others that arrived with it did as little harm as possible. A sorcerer, on the other hand, could ignore the great reed, for he abused magic, employing it just as he pleased. A sorcerer took to himself the gains but never cared about the losses. That, in its way, said the wise woman, was ever the truest meaning of the word evil, and why evil was, in the end, always the cause of its own downfall. No wonder Gwydion was displeased when I called him a sorcerer, Will thought. Compared to wizardry, sorcery must be a blundering and clumsy thing, full of force and brute magic instead of elegance and skill. He thought again of the law of the threefold way, which said, "Whatsoever is accomplished by magic returneth upon the world threefold." But doesn't a greedy and uncaring sorcerer soon find himself buried under a heap of evils of his own creating? But magic returns consequences upon the world, not always upon the head of the magic worker himself. That is why sorcerers can flourish. You will know them by the trail of destruction they leave behind for others to clear up. Will was indignant. Do they not see what they're doing to others? Don't they feel ashamed to behave that way? Ashamed? Never. A sorcerer has no shame. For, you see, no sorcerer truly believes himself to be a sorcerer. Will's head ached at that idea. I don't think I understand. Willand, there is no good and there is no evil. These are false ideas that greedy men have sought to misguide fools with. A sorcerer always believes himself to be special. He falls in love with himself. To him, means can always be justified by ends, and he has excuses for everything. This is because he always breaks the third law of magic, which says, "He whom magic encompasseth must be true unto his own heart." Sorcerers use dirty magic, Willand. They lie to themselves. They always claim the crimes they commit should be discounted for they are done in the service of a greater good. But that is never so, for real advantage is never brought forth from malice. You must be strong to work untainted magic. And strength is, in the end, much the same as selflessness. Now do you begin to see? Will's head was spinning. I don't know if I do. She sighed and pointed to where a pretty flower grew. Its stem was delicate and its head like that of a purple dragon. Greater butterwort. The biggest and handsomest one I've seen this summer. Pick it for me. He looked at her, surprised. But you said it was the work of knaves and fools to go around plucking up wild flowers for themselves when they can be so much better enjoyed alive. Do it. It will teach you a hard lesson. Or do you lack the strength to break such a slender neck without good reason? He picked the flower, half expecting some power to prevent him, but the stem snapped easily and he felt a small pang of protest in his heart. There, the wise woman said. By that action you've lost a day out of your life. Did you feel it go? Why, yes. Now crush that flower to pieces. Rub it angrily between your hands until it is all broken. A sudden fear bit at him. I don't want to. You might as well now. She took the flower from him and threw it away into the long grass. Then she said with great firmness, "Real strength never impairs harmony." That's a very clever old reed, Willand. So clever I'll say it for you again in its full form: real strength never impairs beauty or harmony, it bestows it. Real strength has much to do with magic. Do you see now? He looked at the flowerless plant. It looked bereft. No. But I can begin to see why the folk of Witchwood call you the wise woman. She took his hand. Cheer up, Willand. It's only one day you've dropped, and that'll be lost from the far end of your life where it'll do you far less good than a day like today. He thought about that for a while and decided she was right. He had better cheer himself up. Wise woman, perhaps you can tell me the answer to a question that's been troubling me. I will try. What's a child of destiny? That's a curious phrase. Where did you hear it? Master Gwydion used it once about me. He said something about a black book too. What does it mean? The wise woman smiled. Her leathery face wrinkled, but her bright eyes remained fast on his. That, Willand, I cannot tell you. The answer disappointed him, for it was no answer at all, and the wise woman's secret smile seemed to raise still more troublesome questions. At last he said, was it a sorcerer who made Lord Strange hog-headed? But the wise woman only cackled, as if she thought that was a very good joke. High summer came with the solstice, the day when the sun climbed to its loftiest place in the sky. It was the longest day of the year, but Will wished all of it away. Despite having spent so short a time in the wizard's company, and most of that reluctantly, he ached for Lamastide. Lammas was no more than what was called in the Vale Loaf Day, a day of ritual bread-making. And Gwydion had told him it was so with the other festivals. Solstices were just midsummer, the longest day, and Yuletide, the shortest. Equinoxes were likewise marked in the Vale as important days in spring and autumn when days and nights were the same length. Lammas was the first day of harvest-tide, the day that signified the first ripened corn, or the first day of the month of August. But June was not yet past, and the corn was still as green as grass. Lord Strange and his people counted time only in slaver months. Nor was any ceremony kept by them at midsummer. When he asked the Lord's wife, she told him in her stiff way, the churls, the simple folk, have many foolish beliefs. They will go out on Midsummer's Eve to stand beneath an elder tree, or sit within a ring of mushrooms. Perhaps they are hoping to dance with the Fae. May I go too? He asked, delighted at the idea. But she only drew herself up and said, you were sent to us to learn proper ways. We do not observe low customs here. Then Lord Strange came in and sat down at his great oak table, which was as usual spread with pies and pastries. He was looking more pig-like than ever, and as he ate he began to count the cost of Will's lodging at the tower, and to complain again that the wizard had laid an unlooked-for burden upon him. And in that moment Will pitied the greedy, miserly lord and his desolate lady, for she had a heart of ice, and dared not walk in the sun for fear that it would melt. It's time you had your hair cut. Lord Strange growled as he lifted up the nearest pie. What's wrong with my hair? Those pigtails you wear befit a girl-child. We shall cut them off. He banged the table with his fist. They're braids, not pigtails, and they're the sign of a man. A man? A man, he says. Not here. Here the sign of a man is a shaven head. Churls wear lousy locks, warriors have short hair. Like mine. See? Will looked at the ridge of grey bristles of which Lord Strange seemed so proud. He set himself defiantly. Your soldiers may do your bidding, but I'll not. What? Try and cut my hair if you dare. If you do that, Master Gwydion will never take the pig spell off you. Remember what he said, all things come full circle. Sudden rage burst from the hogshead and he threw down his pie. Is that what he told you? That it's his spell. I knew as much. I didn't say that. You only think that because you're stupid. Stupid as a pig. Come here. Will leapt out of the Lord's reach. Come back, you young louse. You shall be made a scullion for your insolence. A scullion, do you hear me? You shall wash pans and pie dishes until you've paid for your keep. Come here, I say. But Will escaped the bellowing voice. He dashed from the tower and dived into the forest. And there he ran, and after he had run all the breath and all the bile out of him, he lay down in a glade and stared up at the sky. Whatever came over me? He asked himself, unable to remember when he had endured such violent feelings of disobedience before. To calm himself he began to listen to the birdsong. He wondered what songs blackbirds dreamed about, and what was the true name of a wren he saw hiding in a holly bush. Perhaps the birds used true names when they sang to one another. He listened hard, trying to fathom their language, but he could not. At last he adjusted his ear to the other sound, the one he had once thought of as the malign heartbeat of the forest. It had become so familiar that he usually blanked it out, but now he became aware of it again. This time it sounded deeper and more sinister, and there seemed to be something insistent to it. He followed it, feeling out the direction as best he could, and came to a place where the forest began to thin. This was its margin, where dusty fields stretched out in hot, shimmering brightness to envelope the land beyond Witchwood. The insistent rhythm was strong here. He felt it in his feet, a low thump-thump-thump that was not a wholesome sound at all, but morbid and relentless. There was something else too, for the air here was no longer green and clean, but tainted by the smell of smoke. Then, quite suddenly, the sound stopped. The slope ahead of him fell steeply down to a sluggish stream. He followed it and saw it widen and slow into a broad, scum-covered reach. And there his eye halted. For a moment he thought he had glimpsed a figure, that of a woman floating just under the water. From the corner of his eye it seemed that white veils were rippling in a slow current, but when he looked again he saw that it had been no more than a trick of the light. At the other end of the reach a great dam of earth and timber blocked the stream's flow. The water was held back in a long, stagnant pool that had crept up the sides of the valley and drowned many fine trees on the lower slopes. But the level had once been much higher, as if the feeder stream had not been strong enough to keep the pool up through the dry summer months. Then he discovered the reason the dam had been built. There was a mill. It had a big undershot wheel, twice the height of a man, that sat in a race to the side of the dam, and there were men standing by the sluices. More were in the clearing beyond, tending smoldering mounds of earth or walking to and fro. He watched them for a while, fingering his fish talisman and lying low. He wondered who the men were, but decided not to make himself known to them just in case word got back to Lord Strange. Then 3 men started to walk towards him. One wore a blue robe cinched with a broad belt, a shorter man was dressed in gray, and a tall, silent man in a belted shirt brought up the rear. Caution made Will hide himself behind a tree as they came along the path that ran below him. He crouched down as they stopped. 1,000, the first man said. That's the order. We're to begin cutting tomorrow. And this time I'll choose them myself. The smaller man simpered. How many oaks in all, master? All the big trunks. Them's to be saved. One so wide 2 men can't hold hands around. I want them all, and the rest you can cut up as you like. The smaller man seemed satisfied with that, but the tall man looked sadly around at the greenery. There's to be a lot of changes round here, then? It's the times that are changing. Warships. That's what the realm needs now. Warships, not deer haunts and forgotten bramble patches. I want this lot cleared. What about the king's hunting? The tall man said. The other turned to him. Hunting? If we're to be rich it's trade we wants, not bloody deer chasing. And to have trade we must have ships, see? You said warships. Aye. The man in blue gave him an impatient glance and turned away. Trade, war, what does it matter? We'll grow rich on either one, or both together if you like. The man in blue continued to gesture broadly, showing off his plans for the Witchwood, while the others trotted after him. Will looked up at the threadbare leaf canopy. The forest already looked sad and shabby where it had been drowned and cut back. Still, it seemed an enormous crime to chop down the biggest oaks, he thought, trees that had taken many human lifetimes to grow and made any place what it was. The wise woman had said that more creeping things took food and shelter from oaks than from any other kind of tree. Beetles and butterflies make the oak their trysting place. Squirrels, jays and pigeons take his acorns, even badgers dig their sets among his roots. And after the rutting season, when stags eat little, the oak's autumn bounty of acorns arrives at just the right time for deer to fatten themselves against the coming cold. If there are to be no oaks here, he thought desolately, what will the deer have to eat? And what about the unicorns? Here. What's your game? Said a voice behind him. Will jumped up and almost knocked himself cold on an overhanging bough. Listening in on other people's business, I suppose? When he looked round he saw a girl was watching him. She was lithe and trim in a boyish garb of dark green, but she had a pretty, heart-shaped face framed by wisps of yellow hair. She seemed to be about his own age. Oh, poor thing. Did I startle you? Just a bit, Will said, frowning and rubbing his head. Good. I'm glad. It's your fault for being here in the first place. What's your name? Will. It's short for Willand. What's yours? Never you mind. Will scowled. Never you mind? That's a stupid sort of a name. And you're a stupid sort of a boy. What are you doing here? Looking for unicorns. Unicorns? She laughed. You won't see any unicorns around here. I suppose not. They don't often come this far south. He tried to sound knowledgeable. They wouldn't like it here much either. Not with that mill down there making such a thumping din half the time. She gave him a hard look. Where do you belong? I live at the tower. He wanted to point out his braids and tell her that he was not a boy anymore but a man, but her face had taken on a look of deep disgust. The tower? I didn't know the Hogshead had a son. You mean Lord Strange? That's what you call him. You're his kin, more's the pity for you. A proper warden would look after the forest, but this one brings men here to cut it down. You can tell your kinsman that he's a pig, his purveyor's a pig, and all the rest of them are pigs too. She jumped down and ran from him, but he ran after her. Hey! He called. I'm no lordling. I'm a churl like you. Don't be a fool. Wait for me. But the girl would not wait. She was as fleet as a fawn and knew the ground well, dodging along the deer runs where she thought he could not follow. But he did, until she came to a slender fallen tree that bridged a ditch of muddy water and, stepping lightly across, reached the far side. Will attempted it, but as soon as he stepped onto it she pulled over a side branch and turned the trunk under him so that he fell off. He landed flat in the mud below, while she stood 6 feet above him laughing like a drain. Who's the fool now? She cried. I'll spank you for that. He shouted back. No, you won't. You'll never catch me. Not here, Dot. He stood up, slopping the mud from him. He was soaked all down one side in black, foul-smelling slime. You know what? I think you're right. Give me a hand up out of here instead. She looked down at his outstretched hand, and shook her head. Think I'm a fool? I'm not, you know. Anyway, look at your hand. It's filthy. Listen, I'm not Lord Strange's kin. I'm not a lordling. I'm nothing to do with the folk at the tower. You said you lived there. Were you lying then, or now? Neither. What I meant was I'm only lodging there. And I agree with you, the Lord is a swine, and he's wrong to have his best trees cut down. It's just wickedness and greed, but he can't help being a pig because there's a spell of magic on his head. She looked at him afresh. You still haven't told me what you're doing here. The same as you, at a guess. Just walking about, listening to what the birds tell each other. He clasped his hand round a tree root and began to haul himself up. When he put his hand out to her again she stepped back and made ready to run. Oh, come on. You can trust me. I'll decide who I'm going to trust. And you look like trouble. I don't expect you understand anything worth knowing. My father says your sort never do. I told you, I'm not any sort. I'm just me. She sniffed. Why's your hair all done up like a girl's? It's a sign of manhood where I come from. Manhood? She laughed. That's girl hair. You look like a girl. Just as he began to think she was not going to help him she made a grab for his wrist. She would not let him clasp her hand. She braced her foot and, with one final effort, pulled him out of the hole. Thank you, he said. You see? I'm not going to throw you down, even though I could. Says who? Says me. Try it, then. If you think you can. Oh, this is baby talk, he said turning away. And on the midsummer of all days. She seemed taken aback. Do you respect the solstice, then, Dot? Doesn't everyone? The Hogshead doesn't. Lords don't. You should know that. Lady Strange thinks it'd ruin her dignity to have any fun. She says only churlish folk go out on Midsummer's Eve. I can't see her standing under elder trees or dancing at fey rings. We do all kinds of things. We sing songs mainly. What do you sing? Mostly the old songs. My favorite's the one about the prince who plants 3 apple trees that bear him gifts of silver, gold, and diamonds. You must know it. Maybe. Sing it for me. She hesitated, embarrassed, but then she relented. All right. Just one verse. But she sang all 4, and when she had finished, he clapped his hands. That was pretty. You have a sweet voice, you know. Then he backed away a pace. Where are you going? Nowhere. But I'll have to go back soon. I'm in trouble with the Hogshead for backchatting him. He glanced in the direction of the tower. But first, I'd like to know your name. She laughed. I bet you would, Dot. No, really. I would. We live down by the river, so folk call me Willow. She looked down at her feet. I know it's a stupid name. Don't be embarrassed. It's a lovely name. It's beautiful, just like the tree. And it suits you. They walked slowly back to the place where they had met, and sat down. She told him she lived in the village of Lee. Her father, Sten, was one of the verdeerers, men whose job it was to tend the forest. He was one of the men who were going to be made to fell the trees. But that kind of work isn't at all to his liking, she said. They crouched down together behind a fallen trunk and looked at the mill and the smoldering heaps nearby. A man can't look after a forest all his life as my father has and then be expected to lead a tree massacre. He says the law may say the forest belongs to the king, but there's more to forests than just owning them. And more to trees than just the using of them for timber. She looked at him and smiled. You do understand, after all. Those big oaks are my father's friends. He grew up with them and delights in each and every one of them. He says there's been an oak grove here since long before the slavers came. He doesn't like what's happening of late. He says it all stinks. There's certainly something nasty in the air around here. He looked down at the wreaths of smoke that laced the air around the mill and gave it an acrid tang. That's the charcoal burners, stinking the place up with their heaps. They need charcoal to heat the iron and melt it. They cut down all of Grendon Copse where that mill pond is now. My dad says there are 3 blacksmiths' hearths down there. Going all the time, they are, with big bellows and everything. And that thumping you can hear all over the forest, that's what you call trip hammers. He looked at her. What are they doing? I don't know. Making things. We aren't supposed to go near Grendon Mill, but I know it's where they work iron into shapes. Wagons come up from the old road most days and take stuff away. What kind of stuff? She shrugged. I don't know. Whenever I go down there they chase me off. I don't care. I don't want to be down there anyway. It's a dirty, stinky, smoky place now. Not at all the sort of place I like. That's not what I meant about there being something in the air. It's what that man said, the times are changing. She nodded. And far too quickly, I'd say. It all seems to fit in with what Master Gwydion told me. She sat up and looked at him with sudden interest. Who's Master Gwydion? Straight away Will regretted mentioning the wizard's name. So much was important and secretive about Gwydion that it seemed almost like a betrayal. And yet when he looked at Willow he felt he could have done nothing very wrong. He's the one who brought me into Witchwood. Can you keep a secret? She shrugged. I don't know, I've never tried. He looked at her and remembered the look on her face as she hauled him out of the ditch, then decided he could trust her. If you swear to keep it to yourself, I'll tell you about Master Gwydion. I swear. Hand on heart? Hand on heart. He took a deep breath. Master Gwydion is a wizard. Her mouth opened wide and then her nose wrinkled. No. It's true. And I'm his apprentice. And do they all tell such whopping lies where you come from? I'm not telling lies. It's true. I'll swear to it if you like. Hand on heart? Hand on heart. She looked at him sidelong, and Will could not be sure, but he thought she had decided to believe him. It must be very exciting being a wizard's apprentice. It's a little scary sometimes. You'd be amazed at the things I've seen. She smiled a doubting smile. Like what? Oh, all kinds of things. He makes owls fly so slowly that you can count their wing beats. He makes falling rain stop, right in midair. He can whistle up a storm just like that. He clicked his fingers and leaned towards her confidentially. And he even summons giants out of the earth. Giants as big as barns. They're terrifying. Go on, then, she said, her eyes sparkling now. Do a bit of magic for me. That stopped him dead, and he wondered what his boasting had led him to, but then he put on his most serious expression. I'd like to, but... But what? He shook his head and sucked in a breath. You must know that magic is dangerous? Surely not if you know what you're doing. He drew himself up. Oh, no. It's always dangerous. All magic is dangerous because, you see, it affects the harmony, the balance, the way things touch one another, and so on. Is that right? She watched him, waiting for more, while he desperately tried to remember all the things the wise woman had told him. It's quite hard to give magical knowledge to someone who hasn't had the proper grounding. So I see. But I don't want you to give me any magical knowledge. I just want you to do some for me. I'll think on that. He nodded his head gravely. Yes, I'll think on it. And maybe I'll show you some tomorrow. Her glance slid away from him. Oh, I see. And what makes you think you'll be seeing me tomorrow? Well, I mean, I'd like to. I really would. He felt his composure deserting him so that he couldn't meet her eye now. That is, if you're able to, if you want to come back here. They say all things come full circle, that's a reed, you know. Just then, Will heard two piercing whistles and he looked down the slope. There stood a bearded man with his head tilted back and a couple of fingers stuck in his mouth. That's my father. He's going back with the others to make ready for the celebrations. Can't stay. I'm late. She jumped up and without another word scampered down the slope. He was about to call after her, but her father was there and he thought better of it. Willow, he said to himself. But what about tomorrow? Chapter 5, The Marish Hag. For a while Will lay by himself on the fringe of the forest, knowing he ought to return to face Lord Strange's wrath, and that the longer he delayed the worse it would be. But something defiant inside him resisted. He looked out at the still waters of the pool. When the thump had ended for the day, it had been like the fading away of a toothache. Wisps of smoke still rose up from the charcoal burners' mounds, but there was no other movement. Everyone, it seemed, had gone down to the village to prepare for the midsummer. He sighed, feeling truly alone. At home in the Vale, folk would be dancing and feasting and playing festive games long into the evening, but all that seemed too far away now, and a chill touched him as he lay on his mat of mossy grass. He fell into a somber mood as he watched the pool and saw the doomed trees reflected there. After listening to the silence for a while, curiosity roused him and drew him down the slope into a forbidden place. He was mindful of his promise to Gwydion to remain within the witchwood, but a desire to know the truth pushed him just a few steps beyond its bounds. Around him stood heaps of rubbish, piles of sawdust and the axe-hacked stumps of large trees. Sheds and shelters clustered round Grendon Mill. Piles of small logs were stacked up ready for charring. Where the sluice leaked there was the sound of water spilling down behind the stationary wheel and tumbling through the race. He looked inside the mill and saw a great square oaken shaft, toothed wheels, trundles bound in iron and bearings set in stone. There were empty anvils at each of the 3 trip hammers and an idle bellows by the covered hearth. Long pincers and mallets hung on the walls. All around lay piles of metal that had been cut into different shapes. Most of it was rusty or fire-blackened, though some of it was burnished bright, but there was no mistaking what was being made here. War, he whispered, picking up a half-formed sword blade. Just like Master Gwydion said. Excitement thrilled through him as he looked at what had been fashioned. There were blades of different lengths, all as yet without point or edge. Grim-looking axe-heads and warhammers stood in rows. And thousands of sharpened arrowheads waited to be attached to shafts. In another shed were iron hats and helms, many roughly made pieces of armor for limb and body. And in the shelter of a thatched lean-to was a mailmaker's bench with boxes of rivets and pairs of pincers with rags tied round their handles. Thousands of close-linked rings had already been painstakingly fitted together to make hoods of mail like Lord Strange's guards wore. Every shed Will looked into was the same. There seemed to be enough iron to arm 500 soldiers, and if, as Willow had said, wagons came most days taking away what had been finished, who could say how much had already gone into store? Does Lord Strange know what's happening? He wondered. Of course he must know. The sound of those trip hammers carries far and wide. He felt suddenly cold inside. His fingers reached for the comfort of the leaping salmon talisman that hung about his neck. He wished Gwydion was here. This is a fine way to spend midsummer, he thought as he came away. He was picking his way past the mill race when he chanced to look down. The sight that met his eye made him exclaim. Where the water gushed under the sluice and splashed down like a waterfall behind the green paddles of the wheel there was a pale hand. Slender it was, like a girl-child's, and wax-pale in the darkness. He stared at it, shocked. Unable to turn away, he bent to get a better view. The hand seemed to wave to him and he watched it beckon for a moment. Then, he stood up and looked around in panic. Moments ago he had feared discovery in a forbidden place, now he yelled as loud as he could for help. But no help came. I have to do something, he thought, and leapt down into the race. The escaping flow was knee-deep under the wheel and cold enough to make him gasp. The water showering down on him gurgled past in a mass of bubbles. The wheel and stonework in which it was set were slimy and slippery. He reached out to touch the waxen hand, but it was dead and he pulled back from it. A groan of dismay escaped him. Here was a drowned thing, a body caught up horribly in a wheel. What had the beating and turning of it done to the flesh? He screwed up his face and reached into the narrow gap. There, revealed to this exploring fingers, was a lolling head and a slender arm, trapped and mangled by the tearing of the wheel. His feet kept slipping, but he ducked under the water again, braced his back against the paddles and forced himself up with all his strength against the current to lift the wheel a little and so free the arm from its grip. It fell away. There was no blood. The body was frail and light as it came free. He carried it in his arms, looking for a place to lay it down. There was dust and dirt everywhere in the clearing, so he carried the body back up into the forest and laid it on a bed of moss. He was drenched and shivering as he knelt beside the dead, pale thing, but all he could feel was an immense sadness. He blinked, wiped his face and allowed his eyes to dwell on the body. At first it seemed to be a trick of the light, but then he realized that the skin was as pale as could be, silvery, transparent almost. A tracery of greenish-blue veins showed through. The flesh of the arm was torn where it had been trapped in the wheel, and on the forehead and at the temples there were greenish marks rings, as if lampreys or suckerfish had attached themselves to draw blood. The hair was greenish too and child fine, yet the features of the face were adult, sharp and delicate, a pointed chin and wide mouth, and the eyes almost as if closed in sleep. Will knew the creature he was laying out had not been born of woman, but that did not matter. The poor thing must have died alone, he thought. Caught as it tried to swim in the pool. Dragged under the wheel. About a shivering overcame him and he shed a tear. But he arranged the creature's limbs with dignity and laid leafy branches over it to cover its nakedness until only the face showed. Then he gathered a posy of woodland flowers. Despite its ugly wounds, the creature was beautiful. He felt he must lean over and kiss its forehead in farewell. He did so, then fled back to the tower. As blazing June turned into an even hotter July, Will longed more and more for the return of the wizard. The wild words he had spoken to Lord Strange had brought punishment, work at the slate had been doubled and his long afternoons of freedom were taken away. He was put to do the chores of a kitchen servant to pay his way, which he did not mind. What did trouble him was that he had been stopped from going back to the mill to see if Willow had come to meet him, and now he was no longer allowed to go beyond the moat. What about Willow? He asked the white cat, appalled. Shall I ever see her again? The cat came and rubbed its head against him, looking up with unblinking eyes. He hated staying indoors when the sun was shining. The constant squeezing of the quill made his finger end sore, but he had begun to see the power of letters, and then the power of words, and beyond it all he had begun to grasp the blazing power of ideas too. Writing, he saw, was not, after all, about the tiresome business of scratching jots and tittles onto slate or parchment, it was about gaining the power to lodge ideas in other people's heads, people who were far away, people who might even be living in another age. The immensity of the discovery startled him, for no one had yet bothered to warn him what delights all the drudgery would lead to. All he needed now was a book to read, and so far as that was concerned he had already hatched a plan. Excitement beat through him as he followed Pangur Ban up the stair to the Lord's privy chamber. There, he knew, 3 books bound in old leather stood together on a limewood stand. He looked over his shoulder to make sure none of the servants had seen him, then he went in and pulled out the first of the books. It was a book of household accounts and he looked it over quickly and put it back. The second book looked the same as the first, but the third was quite different. It seemed to be much older than the others and its cover was not secured with an iron clasp and chain. There was something written on the front, and though Will could read the words, they made no sense. Ein Radhase Legwim Ichiam Nat Ainsajim. The rest had been destroyed by a deep scorch mark. It looked as if someone had once tried to throw the book onto a fire but had changed their mind. When he opened it, he saw that every other page showed a large picture. There were many lines of careful black writing, with some parts done in red, and lettering so even that Will wondered at the skill of the scribe. The pictures were of animals, all kinds of animals, and one especially caught his eye, a lion, which was the creature on the surcoats of Lord Strange's men, and which he had taken at first to be an odd-looking dog, for the only lion he had ever seen before was a dandelion. There was also a leopard, which the book said came of crossing a lion with another, even fiercer animal called a pard. Looking at the pictures it seemed that quite a few of the beasts were crossed with one another, some even with humankind. Will bent close over the book while Pangur Ban walked on the table and rubbed himself against Will's head. In the margins beside a few of the pictures someone had written several lines. The writing was thin, like beetle tracks, and looked as if it had been inked by a pen, but again it was writing of a kind he could not read. In the back of the book was more curious handwriting, and this time, as he tried in vain to read it, an idea came to him. He fetched the lady's looking-glass and then tried the writing again. Now he could read it. But not quite, because although he could spell out the words, still they did not make any more sense than the words written on the cover. He read them aloud, they sounded magical. And when he looked back through the pictures, beside the eagle there was added the word Fiorian, beside the bebedger, and beside the wyvern, which was a man-eating beast of the air, a 2-legged, winged dragon, was the word Natherfang. Will mouthed them aloud for a while, then turned to look in the back of the book where the same small writing was. To have the creature come, say. Ails, underscore Kamla. To have the creature do thy bidding, say. Ails, underscore Ekim marches and I. Tyresai. Taigu. They're spells. Will whispered fiercely to himself. And those gaps are where to put the true names. I shouldn't be looking at this, he thought, suddenly mindful of the wise woman's warnings about the respect that magic demanded. It seemed wrong to be stealing peeks at a book that was not his to look at, and even more wrong to be slyly acquiring spells, but now he had started reading it was hard to stop. He began to commit the words to memory, and he had made a fair job of it before a sound outside alerted him. He had been so engrossed that he only just managed to scramble back to his own chamber before the housekeeper's maid came past. After the noonday meal, Will took a piece of bread and honey away from the kitchen, and armed with his spells he set about catching a fly. As soon as one came in through the window to feed on the honey, he shut it in the room, and all afternoon, instead of practicing his writing, he called out the words he had learned. But it was not as easy as he imagined. There were many ways to pronounce what he had written down, and the fly took no notice of any of them. Also, the fly was not exactly like any of those pictured in the book. Was it a faulamon? Or could it be a glee, or a crevar? Lastly, he tried Kulon with no better success, but when he opened the door a big, fat bluebottle came in and began to buzz round his head. He let out a yell of triumph. Wherever he went in the room the Kulon followed, flying round his head with the same solid determination that a moth flies about a candle flame. When he walked back and forth, the fly followed. When he stood still, it flew round him in a perfect circle. "I've done it," he said, enormously pleased with himself. He lay down on his bed and watched the fly circling above his face. Then the fly landed on his nose. He tried to waft it away. But it dodged his hand. "That's enough. You can go away now," he said. But it would not go away. It had been called to him magically, and nothing he said would persuade it to leave. He quickly tired of it, but it did not tire of him. It kept landing on his lips and bothering him as he tried to write, until finally he dived under the bedclothes to rid himself of it. When he came out again, it was waiting for him. When he went down to supper it came too, and though 3 pieces of bread and honey were put before him, the fly took no notice of any of them. It wanted only to circle his head, and when it next landed on him he slapped himself hard on the mouth, threw a fit of temper and almost fell off his chair. The cook stared at him oddly. He shrugged back at her and scampered off, the fly in pursuit. Lady Strange, annoyed by the fly's attentions when she came near him, asked Will if he had forgotten to wash behind his ears. She set him an evening writing exercise and went away. Will hoped the fly would go too, but it did not. As darkness fell there was no hope of concentrating on his studies. All evening the fly plagued him, and when the moon rose and every kind of daytime fly might reasonably be expected to go to its rest, this one continued to buzz. It seemed to Will that the only way to catch it would be to let it go where it so obviously wanted to go, into his mouth, then to swallow it whole. He finally succeeded in killing it. He shot out a hand and slapped it against the wall, then trod on it. But his savage joy was tempered with guilt. It was only a bluebottle, but that was beside the point. Working with naming magic could lead to unexpected trouble. He would have to learn a lot more about magic if he was ever going to do it right. As Lamistide approached, Will planned his escape. It was an unsophisticated plan. 2 weeks of obedience had slackened the vigilance of those who might otherwise have watched him with greater care, and when the courtyard next emptied he made a dash for the gate. He went straight down to the river, and there he found the wise woman's hovel, pitched as it was in the shade of a spreading willow tree. "Hello, wise woman," he cried as he came up. She had a basket on her lap and was shelling peas into it, but she greeted him with a kind word and asked him in. He sat down on an upturned pail and said, "Wise woman, will you answer me a question?" "If I can." "Do you know a village called Lee?" "Surely. I pass by it every 3rd day." "Do you know a girl who lives there by the name of Willow?" The wise woman nodded thoughtfully. "That one is very pretty, is she not?" I'd like you to take a message to her. If you wouldn't mind, that is." "Oh." She broke open another pod. "And why don't you go yourself?" Will knew the wise woman well enough to have anticipated that. "Because Lee's beyond the bounds of the witchwood, and I don't want to break my word to Master Gwydion." But the wise woman's face was like cracked leather, but her eyes were pools. They seemed to see deep inside him. "That's a fine sentiment when you've already broken faith to come here." Will looked down. "That wasn't any promise made to Master Gwydion. It's only Lord Strange's rule." "Does it matter?" "It's your promise that loses its value when you break it." A powerful mixture of feelings welled up inside him. "But I must get a message to Willow." The wise woman watched him again in her quiet way. "What does your message say?" "I want to ask if she'll meet me in the place above Grendon Mill where we first saw one another at noonday tomorrow. Please tell her how much I want her to come, and say I've got something important to show her." The wise woman laid her basket aside and hobbled to the doorway. "What do you want to show her?" Let me see it. I can't. Then I can't take your message. He squirmed. I want to show her some feats. What sort of feats? Just some small magic. The sort you've told me about. She looked at him for a long while, then she shook her head. Willand, the secrets of magic are not to be vouchsafed lightly. Magic is not a toy. And it is not for everyone to play with as they will. I have told the secrets to you only because Master Gwydion says you are very special. But Willow's special too. If you've seen her, you'll know I know she's pretty. Will's cheeks colored. Please, wise woman. Oh, I'll take your message to her. Her eyes twinkled. But I'll do it for my own reasons, not yours. You may not think so, but in my time I've known what it's like to burn with youthful fires. I'll do as you ask, but first you must promise not to teach the girl any lessons in magic, for as a famous inscription says, to be curious about that which is not your concern while you are still in ignorance of your own self. That is ridiculous. I promise, wise woman. I won't teach her anything at all. I give you my word. Your word? She laughed. Oh, I shall treasure that, Willand. Truly I shall. The next day, he rose early and set about completing all the writing exercises the Lord's wife had set for him. Then he began to watch the courtyard and await his chance. By employing a little craftiness he had managed to get back from yesterday's meeting without being missed. Now, once again, he stole away at the changing of the guard. Excitement churned in him as he sped through the wood. All his worries had been stirred up. What if the wise woman had failed to find Willow? What if Willow had got the message but had been given some inescapable chore to do? And, worst of all, what if she had got the message but had decided not to come? He pushed that idea away. Then, even though he was a little late, he forced himself to stop and calm down. There's no point in worrying, he told an elm tree. I'll know what's what soon enough. But when he reached the heights above Grendon Mill, a terrible sight met him. The entire hillside above the pool had been cut and all the fallen trunks dragged down to the road. Where there had been deep forest, it was now a ruinous wasteland. It made his heart sink to realize that the special place in which he and Willow had met was now no more. All around were crudely axed stumps, broken twigs and chippings underfoot where tree limbs had been hacked off and stacked by the charcoal pits. He looked up suddenly, feeling his skin prickle in warning. Then, as if he was dreaming it, he imagined gangs of men chopping and sawing, and a pair of yoked oxen hauling the trunks away. There were shouts and the cracking of an ancient yew tree as it groaned and split suddenly in half. But then the moment burst open inside his head and the horrible vision was gone, leaving him alone and in silence. There was no thump thump thump. The continuing dry weather had, in the intervening weeks, lowered the water in the pool below the level needed to drive the wheel. The mill was deserted, and all the men sent away to other labors. He went down to the pool and called out Willow's name. His voice echoed, but no reply came, so he sat down on a log and waited, his chin in his hands. An emptiness was growing inside him, though at first he refused to call it disappointment. He got up and walked back and forth across the earth dam. He did not want to go near the sheds or kills that stood by the mill, so finally he wandered back to the edge of the pool and looked down at his own face in the water. 2 fair braids hung down by his left cheek. Without thinking more about it, he took out his knife and cut one of them off. Then he cut the other. There. I don't look like a girl now, he told the emptiness, and threw the braids as far as he could into the pool. They floated forlornly as circles widened around them on the surface. Willow! He called out again. If she had bothered to come at all, she would not have waited long. He remembered what she had said, it's a dirty, stinky, smoky place now. Not at all the sort of place I like. It was foolish to have tried to meet her here. But how could he have known it would be like this? And where else was there? They had not shared the name of any other place within Witchwood except the tower. As his hopes faded, he thought of the trick he had learned in the hope of impressing her. He had practiced long and hard with Cranafles after the blue bottle incident. Before making his promise to the wise woman, he had meant to do a piece of naming magic for Willow with dragonflies. He had found out the true name of the large kind that wore a dazzling pale blue stripe along its body. Well, he thought, if Willow's not coming, then there's no longer any harm in it. In an effort to cheer himself up, he stepped to the water's edge and called out grandly, like King Lear of old addressing his army. Ilsha, Ilsha, Safin Karenta Kamla Nadul. He commanded. No sooner had his words echoed out across the pool than a dragonfly swooped in and began to circle before him. He repeated the enchantment 5 times, and a moment later there were half a dozen of the wonderful insects dancing in the air before him. Sathan Karentag Kim Arches, Tyresai. Cruand. He told them, raising his arms, and they immediately began to fly in triangles. Yet another command, and they began to loop in figures of 8, darting in and out of each other's paths, their great double pairs of wings chattering in time with one another. "What marvelous skill you have!" Will turned at the voice. There was a girl standing behind him in the brightness, a girl just like Willow? He said, shading his eyes. She looked like Willow, but surely she was not, for she shimmered like pale gauze. He rubbed his eyes. She was tall and slender, and as like Willow as any sister, but her eyes were glowing with a faint, sad light and her voice was deeper and more dreamy. She wore a shining, white gown of such fineness that it might have been made of dragonfly wings. It reminded Will of the one the ghost had worn down by the bridge over the Evenlode, the one he had seen the day he had arrived at the Witchwood. "Come to me, Will," she said. "Give me your hands and I will show you wonderful things." "Willow? Is it you?" He shook his head, trying to clear it, but the whole world was swimming now. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" "I'm your friend, Will. I've been searching for you, and now I've found you. You've come to me at last, my own true love." He wiped at his face, striving against the weariness that was overpowering him, but there was a cloying sweetness on the air. It was as if his arms and legs had lost their strength. "Sit down. You're tired. Don't you want to sit down?" The girl's glowing eyes had lost their sadness. Now they assured him that sitting next to her would be the most wonderful thing there was. He remembered the look on Willow's face when she had reached down to help him out of the muddy hole. How could he not do as she asked? It was hot now and the still, quiet warmth of the afternoon closed in around him like a suffocating blanket. He drew breath, but the air did not seem to satisfy his lungs and he sighed for more. "Let me touch you," the girl said, soothing his struggles. He felt a cool hand stroke his knee, his arm, the side of his face. "Isn't that better? Isn't that so much better than waiting alone? Close your eyes, Will. Rest. Soon we will be together." A part of him resisted, knowing there was something wrong, something important, but when he tried to think what it might be, it vanished. His eyes felt dusty and sore, and it was getting too hard to keep them open. He fixed his gaze on the dragonflies still turning and circling above the water. The brilliant blue flashes of their bodies swept out the loops into which his spell had locked them. "I must release them before I go," he thought. But somehow he could not remember the releasing words, and it seemed not to matter any more if they flew on while he rested. The dragonflies' weaving patterns reflected in the dark waters of the pool like a mystic symbol. It seemed as if the surface of the water was a looking glass that had the power to change him. He would have smiled, but the tiredness was too great, and the soothing voice irresistible. "Close your eyes, Will. Come with me. Come with me into the beautiful, cool water. There is a wonderful world below. A wonderful realm bigger and more beautiful than anything you've ever dreamed. So much you never thought could be. You'll see many things, many wonderful things. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Come with me, then. Come, and we shall be together. Together forever." He felt the last shreds of resolve drain from him. The drowsy opal sky burned and seemed to press down on his head. He felt the warm mud seeping between his toes, making the ache in his feet go away, making the hurts of his long journey out of childhood fade. When he looked again, he was already knee-deep in the water and the girl was naked beside him. But it was all right. It was how it was meant to be. Velvet-smooth mud caressed his skin, inviting him deeper. He sank to his waist, then to his chest, and then he felt the water creeping up his neck and chin. The air above was filled with the lulling drone of dragonfly wings, repeating, endlessly repeating. And Willow, graceful beside him, walking a watery aisle, her cool hands on his face. Then she kissed him full on the mouth and led him down into the wonderful world that lay below the surface. Part 2: The Powers of the Earth. Chapter 6: A Nest of Secrets. When Will burst into wakefulness, he was choking and fighting for breath. A cage of bony fingers imprisoned his face and, as they were ripped away, they tore at his cheeks. "Be gone, foul hag!" A tremendous voice roared. He saw a vile creature draw back from him. Its mottled gray skin sagged and fell in slack folds, its hair hung like fronds of stinking pondweed, its mouth hissed and spat as it struggled against Gwydian's grip. "How dare you exact your revenges upon the innocent?" the wizard demanded. "This obligation I lay upon you. Get back into the slime where you belong and bother the sons of men no more." The creature's long fingers grasped for Gwydian's face. Their ends had suckers that tried to attach themselves to him, but the wizard held the hag away. For a moment it seemed that it would succeed in embracing him, but then he laid a mighty word on it, and it collapsed into the water and melted away. Will was on his hands and knees coughing and spluttering. Every time he tried to draw breath, water vomited from his lungs and he began retching. Gwydion pushed him down and squeezed the water out of him, and soon he was able to lie on his back and breathe freely again. "It was horrible," he said wildly. "Horrible. I thought it was a girl. I thought it was Willow. And what of your promise that you would not stray beyond the bounds of Witchwood?" Gwydion's voice was soft, but there was such a power of accusation contained there that Will shrank from it. "I didn't mean to disobey. The forest got cut down and I sent word for Willow to come to the place we knew, and then you fell neatly into a trap set for you by the marish hag. And I hoped you could be trusted." Will was shivering and could not stop. What was it?" "A hag. A creature that preys on fools." He put a hand to his throat. "I almost drowned." "Oh, you would not have drowned. You would have been kept happily alive for many days and weeks as part of the loathsome larder that all such water hags keep down below. And there all the juices would have been sucked from you one day at a time as you dreamed your death dream." Will wallowed in the mush of stinking, black ooze that had accompanied him out of the pond. "Master Gwydion, if you hadn't come. You are lucky indeed that I have returned." The wizard looked down on him as if from a great height. "Ugh! I cannot abide the stench of dirty magic. But how did you know where to find me? Do you remember your little friends the dragonflies? Your use of naming magic upon them drew me just as it drew the hag. You are fortunate it drew nothing worse, for you were lit up like a beacon." "I didn't mean to do wrong. You are no better than the child who delights in pulling the wings from butterflies. Cruelty is a grievous failing, Willand." Those words cut deep. "But I didn't harm them." "Of course you harmed them. And after all you were told. Who are you to entrap dragonflies and use them as you did? They are living creatures, with their own concerns and neither the time nor the strength to dance attendance on the will of a lad who merely wants to impress a pretty girl." "I never thought of it that way." "Indeed you did not." The wizard paced up and down the bank and Will looked away in shame. He saw his dragonflies lying exhausted on the surface, their tiny legs moving weakly. He had nearly killed them. Gwydion reached down and lifted them from the water one by one and whispered words that unbound them, so they revived and flew away whole from the glow that was in his hands. When he had done with them he looked around, his face still grey with anger. "I hope you now have the strength to walk, for we must be gone from here." His anger blazed up. "Nah, duel. Look at the desecration they have wrought. They have hewn down an ancient and sacred grove. This is a high crime, the like of which we have not seen since Nis and Conat burned the groves of Mona." He turned suddenly. "And you? Where are your braids?" "I cut them off." "Young savage." He was shivering, and now he began to babble. "When the hag came to me she was beautiful, Master Gwydion. She reminded me of the White Lady. The one who stood by the bridge over the even lode when we first came into the Witchwood. You know, the one I asked you about." "Why was she weeping?" Gwydion laid his hands on Will's shoulders, his expression hard to fathom. "That is the innocent form of her apparition. She weeps for a lost love, for she was driven to madness by a jilting." "Who was she? Do you not yet know? Did I not tell you that Lord Strange was once the handsomest of noblemen? Before he became a lord he was the younger son of a noble family that lived many leagues to the north, but being without title he greatly desired advancement. While traveling near Witchwood he met a beautiful girl called Rowan who lived close by. She was a churl's daughter, a commoner, but she loved John Lestrange with all her heart, and she was happy when he promised her they would marry." "Do you mean his wife? The lady who taught me to read and write?" On the day that everyone expected John Lestrange to marry Rowan, he announced that he would marry another. "That other is the Lady Strange whom you know." Rowan fell prey to despondency. She allowed herself to sink into madness and wandered the Witchwood, living in the wild for a year before committing herself to the even lode. Now she cannot bear to see others who are in love. It is her delight to lure hopeful young men down to their doom to make them pay for her suffering. And meanwhile Lord Strange's foul betrayal left him open to the spell that holds him in its power. Now do you understand?" Will nodded. He thought again of the figure in white weeds that he thought he had glimpsed floating in Grendon Pool. "Now I see why Lord Strange must wear his wedding ring through his nose. He is more cursed than ever I knew. Take this lesson from today: bitter grudges corrode the human spirit, while only forgiveness restores it. The same is true of painful memories." Will hurried after the wizard until they regained the forest. Had he been a dog, his tail would have been between his legs. He halted and saw how Gwydion drew apart and flushed the anger out of himself. The wizard became as still as stone before he gathered his powers. Then, holding out his hands in an attitude of appeal, he focused 1,000 brilliant points of light on himself and called forth a staggering thunderbolt. It was bluer than the flash of a dragonfly, brighter than the noonday sun. It flashed forth with a bang and burst the dam asunder. Out of the brilliance, a cloud of steam boiled up into the air, and the pent-up waters were suddenly relieved. They raged out for a few moments in a dark flood, then the water was gone and all that remained of the pool was a foetid acre of mud in which ooze-worms wriggled and thrashed. Will followed, both comforted and cowed by the wizard's overawing presence. He was unwilling to break the silence and was still shocked at what had happened. When he closed his eyes he could see crimson spots that the flash had made. A dozen men could not have dug a hole that big in half a day. It was easy to respect such power, and hard not to fear it. At the tower moat they were met by a guard of alert soldiers. Some of them started in surprise when they recognized Will's companion. They drew weapons, fearing what they called sorcery. No doubt they had heard the thunderbolt, but Gwydion offered only the same words of greeting he had spoken last time he arrived at their lord's tower. But there was no need for the guard to seek permission to admit them, for both Lord Strange and his lady came to the gate. Will felt wretched. What on earth had made him cut off his braids? He stood before the severe lord and his retinue, his clothes mud-soaked and his face blotched and bloodied. He had proved himself an oathbreaker and a fool, but at least no one was taking any interest in him. All eyes were upon Gwydion. "You are welcome, Crowmaster," Lord Strange said stiffly as he halted. "Welcome?" Gwydion laid aside all niceties. "I am unable to forgive you for what you have allowed here, John Lestrange. There is a madness abroad in the realm." "But what madness is it that allows the ruining of an ancient grove while the Lord Warden of Witchwood sits in his tower, turning a blind eye to all that passes?" Lord Strange's fearsome face was set, his small, pale eyes unblinking. "Madness, you say?" He grunted. "You may count the felling of Grendon Copse a grievous loss, Crowmaster, but it means little to me, for I am unlearned in the matter of trees. I was placed here merely for the sake of the king's convenience, and as you must know, I cannot tell a sacred grove from any other kind." "Have you learned so little from your misfortune? Even a fool would know that he had no business allowing the cutting of any of the oaks of Witchwood. You are making preparations for war." Will saw a sneer playing at the corners of Lord Strange's mouth. "Preparations for war I do not deny. But your memory fails you, Crowmaster, for it was you who brought warning of strife to me. Is it not prudent to stand ready for the blow which you say is coming?" Gwydion shook his staff and banged its haft into the ground. "John Lestrange, I have known you since you were a babe in arms. Once I had great hopes of you and your line, but you have failed me. That foul mill was stamping out swords long before any news of war was brought here by me. Why have you ignored your duty when the king himself set you to command watch and ward over this ancient wood?" "I did not ignore my duty," Lord Strange's snout jutted. He put his hand to his monstrous face as if some part of him wanted to preserve the secret still. Then he wiped the foam from his lips, then said in a voice that was barely audible, for it was the king himself who ordered Grendon Mill to be built. It seemed to Will that, behind his solemnity, Lord Strange was laughing. He looked to Gwydion with alarm. The wizard was barely in control of his displeasure as he said, "I thank you for that morsel of courage at least, but it would have been better for you had you found your tongue sooner, for now you have presided over the murder of the living heart of Witchwood. This forest is doomed to fail and never again to be as it was. But know this, John Lestrange, the circle of fate turns ever upon itself. By your cowardice and negligence you have tainted yourself. Because of this your blood shall fail as the forest green fails. Your firstborn shall be a girl child, and all who follow shall be girl children likewise. Unless you purify your heart of greed and ambition, you will have no son, and your title and worldly wealth will pass to the son of another. I bid you think on that in my absence." Gwydion turned away. He was going from a lord's presence without dismissal, which was a great slight, but the curse had stunned everyone, and there was not a soldier in the realm who dared lay hands upon a wizard. The guards fell back as Gwydion swept from the scene. Will followed, hoping that the wizard's power would see them safely away from the tower. Whatever happened, it seemed that a dismal shadow had been cast over the future of John, Lord Strange, and that he would not let it go. But, despite the unbearable tension Will felt between his shoulder blades, no call to arms was made, and no order to loose an arrow was given. "This is bad, very bad," Gwydion muttered as they passed from view. "What is?" Will asked, looking over his shoulder again. "Lord Strange is the gauge that shows the prevailing temper of the nobility. He has grown worse these last few months, I think. And that worries me." And now that Will thought about it, perhaps Lord Strange had indeed become more pig-like of late. Seeing him every day might have masked slow changes that were stealing over him. "If the spell's getting worse, why don't you take it off him?" "How little you know," the wizard said, and walked on in silence for a while, but then he added, "John Lestrange was once the handsomest of men. Both his vanity and his ambition laid him open to magical attack. The spell he labors under was not put on him by me, but by Maskell. My ingenious enemy wished to make of Lord Strange a gauge with which he might test the governance of the realm. I don't understand. Friend John does not know it, but his appearance follows, and depends upon, the state of corruption of his peers. Is that simple enough for you? Will scratched his head. Do you mean, the worse his fellow lords behave the uglier Lord Strange becomes? Gwydion nodded. Exactly. Well, you could have said that in the first place. That's nasty. It is a cruel and clever spell, is it not? And all the more cruel for the hogshead himself already has the means to set it aside, if he did but realize it. Will blinked. Do you mean that? All he has to do is attend to his own duties selflessly and in good conscience. That would break Maskell's spell hold over him. You mean, if he started being a little less greedy, then he'd start looking less ugly again? Will blew out a breath. But, why didn't you tell him that? Because Maskell's spells are rarely simple. There is a stubborn protection that binds this curse. It makes all assistance deadly to the victim. Did I not say that the spell was constructed by an ingenious enemy? John Lestrange must release himself, and I have gone as far as I dare in pointing him in the right direction. If I, or anyone else, were to tell him what to do, then he would die. The wizard looked back. Friend John was sent here to keep him out of sight, sent by one who could not stand to see their own failings portrayed in his features. Unfortunately, ambition convinced him that the only way back from exile is to help the king's weapon maker. The idea that had been forming in Will's mind sought release. Is the king a bad man, then? The king himself is a gentle spirit. It is those who surround him who we must worry about. They went on in silence as Will digested the wizard's words, and soon they had passed fully into the forest's green embrace. Then Gwydion produced a bag from the folds of his robes which he gave Will to carry. What's this? It is my crane bag, made long ago from the skin of a large wading bird that once lived in the west. The bag is of small size, but you will find it is of surprising capacity. It contains all needful things for the wayfarer. And whatever you put inside, it will always weigh the same. Will took it. Then I suppose it must be magical. There is a very considerable spell upon it. He hefted it dubiously. You don't carry much else that's made of leather. I do not like to kill my friends for the use of their hides. What would you say if you knew that a book had been bound in skin cut from a dead person's back? Would you read it? Ugh. No. You may make a face, but that is so with some manuals of sorcery and star lore. However, the hide of this bag is quite different. It was sloughed and shed long ago, when the crane, whose name was Aoife, returned to human form. The wizard said no more about that, and Will lapsed into silence too. He began thinking about Willow, appalled now at the way he had endangered her. What if she had been taken by the hag? What if he had seen her body, white and bloodless, at the bottom of the pool when the waters had drained away? It was too horrible. Magic, as the wise woman had said, was mostly about consequences. Harnessing the power was the easy part, what was difficult was managing what happened as a result. The more he thought about Willow, the more heartsick he felt. He had so wanted her to come, but now he would never even know if she had agreed. He wanted to have the chance to explain. He wanted it so much that it hurt to think about it. He tried to put her out of his mind, but there was something that the wizard had said that would not let his thoughts rest. He had said that the hag could not bear to see others who were in love. Might that mean he was in love with Willow? And might it mean Willow was in love with him too? The idea excited him mightily. He was considering whether he could ask Gwydion about it when the wizard halted and thrust out a hand. Did you feel that? Feel what? He felt only a breeze that shivered the birch leaves. The wizard braced himself and looked around, as if he expected some great beast to leap from the forest and try to tear him to pieces. Feel what, Master Gwydion? A passing danger, but we are not its target. But what was it? Will asked suspiciously. I saw nothing. I felt nothing. I never do. That is merely your inexperience. But one day soon, I think, you will begin to feel the warning of such threats. Will touched the other's sleeve. Master Gwydion, why do you say I'm a child of destiny? The wizard decided it was safe to go on, then for once he deigned to answer directly. Because, if I am correct about you, according to prophecy one day you will stand at the crossroads, at the place where the future of the world will be decided. What prophecy? He said, fully alert now. Tell me. The wizard's half-smile faded. Have you ever heard the name Arthur? You mean like great Arthur? The king of olden days? Olden days. Well, perhaps those days seem olden to you. What do you know about him? Only what the stories say. Will tried to recall what he had been told, but realized his knowledge was scant. Arthur lived long ago, just a little time after the slavers left the realm. It was a time of war, and so he found a sword in a stone, and when he pulled it out, that made him king. And then he had a big, round table made out of a dozen different trees in Waincaster, and his knights came and ate their dinners at it, and well, he fought battles and always won, except for the last one, because he got shot in the eye with an arrow. But before he died, he had to give his sword back to a lady who lived in the pond. And the wizard seemed amused. Oh, is that what happened? Will shrugged. So the stories that I've heard say. I'm sure there's more, but I can't remember it all. Valesmen add their own parts to a tale every time they tell it, so the stories about Arthur the King, which were always our favorites, got more mixed up than most. I've heard them told all ways around and can't rightly say what's true. Then I shall have to tell you how it was. Great Arthur was the 101st king of the line of Brea. He succeeded his father when he was but 13 years of age, and he lived a most extraordinary life. But you know, his strange fate was hardly that of a mortal king, for he was in truth nothing of the sort. You once said there was no such thing as immortals. Oh, Arthur was not immortal. He was the second coming of a king of old, one who reigned in the time of the first men, the same who swore to protect these isles in time of peril. What you were told about in Valesmen's stories was Arthur's second coming, which was prophesied and watched over by one who then called himself Master Merlin. But you are right about the manner in which Arthur's kingship was confirmed. When he was just 13, he drew the hallowed sword Branstock from a stone, which is one of the signs that were to be watched for at it. Caliber. Will said. I remember King Arthur's sword was called Caliber. But Gwydion, who had been watching him carefully, shook his head. No, that was much later. The Lady of the Lake granted Arthur a sword called Caliber. But the sword he drew from the stone was quite different. That was called Branstock. And it was one of the 4 hallows of the realm. Will put a hand to his mouth thoughtfully. He had the feeling that something was dimly familiar. The 4 hallows, he whispered. Wand, sword, cup, and pentacle. Now, how could you know that, I wonder? The wizard asked, very satisfied. I don't know. Will shook his head as if trying to clear it. Tilwyn. Of course. He brought cards to the Vale and taught me to play. And have you heard of the scepter, the sword of state, the ampulla, and the crown? No. They are 4 items of regalia that represent the hallows when a king is crowned. These 4 objects must be present at each royal coronation. Unless they are, no man may call himself king. But they are not the real hallows. Those were once lodged deep underground. In ancient times they resided together in a vault in the realm below. The first is the sword of might, called Branstock. The second is the staff of justice. The third is the cauldron of plenty, and the last is a star. The last is the star of Annuin. Tell me, how did you know that? He shook his head. His fears suddenly overflowed. He swallowed hard and looked up. Master Gwydion, has this got something to do with me being a child of destiny? Because if it has, then a big mistake has been. The wizard held up a hand. In the same way that King Arthur's second coming was prophesied in the Black Book, so also was another's. Will felt another current of fear run through him. Whose? The wizard looked away. It may be that it was yours. What do you think of that? Will tried to laugh. Mine? But that's silly, Dot. Is it? Why do you think I saw to it that you were saved from harm and cared for by loving parents? Why do you think I made sure you were brought to adulthood in the carefree bosom of the Vale? That place has long been under my magical cloak, for if you were the child of destiny, then you had to be preserved from Maskell. Now do you see? You must be properly prepared to fulfill your destiny. The idea was vast, terrible. He wanted to hide from it. But what if I don't want to be prepared? It does not much matter what you want. You must be. That is one of my tasks. And it seems to me there is still plenty to be made of you. What does the prophecy say? He asked, dazed. As with all prophecies, the wording is far from clear. It speaks mistily of one being made two and other notions that are hard to fathom. Will felt heartsick. But it can't be anything to do with me. A further proof. What? The prophecy says you would deny yourself thrice. That is the second time you have done so. But I'm not denying myself. And that sounds like a third denial to me. Gwydion glanced at him critically. Still, Lord Strange and his lady have not accomplished as much as I had hoped with you. You have yet the bare means to gain knowledge which is needful, for no man can truly call himself a man until he has stocked his head with a goodly measure of knowledge. You are still far from being sufficiently taught. I think perhaps you need. He halted suddenly again and threw out a staying hand. Will froze, then they crouched down together behind a stand of saplings. But nothing showed itself, and the afternoon sun filtered through the leaves until all was still and sleepy again. What was it? Will whispered at last. Something evil? Gwydion turned, frowning, light upon his feet. I have asked you not to use that word. It makes for loose thinking. Then tell me what you felt. A danger. A shadow, some piece of malice in hiding. Or so it seemed for a moment. Do you mean Maskell? It felt somewhat like his dirty magic. But perhaps I was mistaken. Ah, look there. The wizard drew the split hazel wand from his sleeve and began to test the ground ahead. He went on a few paces and pointed his staff at a partly overgrown track that drove through the forest like a green tunnel. It was too wide to jump across, and paved with stones so that its way was clear, for no trees grew along the line where the close-set slabs had been laid. It looked as if it had not been used in a great many years, but still it was a better-made road than any that Will had ever seen. If you would know a little of what you call evil, Willand, then mark this scar upon the land. It's a fine path made of stones, Master Gwydion, Will said, staring up and down it. He wondered where it came from and where it went. Do not admire it. It is the Akeman, a slaver road. Slave-built, laid here long ages ago by a sorcerer's empire. Its main purpose was to take armies of foot soldiers across the land as fast as could be. It was built to aid in the work of murder and the holding down of the people. Sorry. He scuffed at the grass with his toes. Where does it go? It runs 50 leagues and more east to west. And there are many other such slave roads that defile the land in like manner. See how it goes straight and takes no heed of hill or dale? Mark that arrogance well, Willand. For the stones of this long street and others like it have ever been an insult to the earth and are the present bane of our realm. How so? Asked Will, stepping into the middle of it. It's just an old stone road. You will learn soon enough what it truly means. Come. Do not stand upon it. As he hurried on, the ancient road faded quickly from his mind, and little more passed between them until at last they came to the southern edge of the witchwood. It was a hot and close afternoon, but a change came into the air as the sun reddened and the evening became golden. They were once more among open fields. Gwydion avoided the places where folk might be found, meandering instead through woods and along overgrown paths, and as they crossed over a small stream the wizard asked about the lessons the wise woman had told him, and what manner of magic he thought he had learned from her. Will repeated the first of the wise woman's lessons, but then he could not help but admit to having read the book of beasts in which the spells had been written. I know I shouldn't have, he said lamely. I know that now. And doubtless you did at the time too. Tell me, were there any words written on the front cover of the book? Will nodded. A few. But I couldn't read them in the ordinary way. The words were most probably, Ein radhas elegwe machiama ein sagem deo tuixum. That is the true tongue. Will marveled. The sound of it rings pleasantly in my ears. It is a very ancient way of speech, the words the first men learned from the Fae. They cause a mighty hunger in the head, do they not? That is why you must take care when speaking the true tongue, for it is the language of stones and it has great power. Now tell me what else the wise woman taught you. While Will recalled all he could, the wizard nodded or stroked his beard, but he asked no more questions and gave no rebukes, for which Will was grateful. At last Gwydion said, Say after me, Fielin Mail Arhan Mailer Treasurer. Will tried. Then he tried again. And then he tried a third time to get the sound just right, and at last Gwydion smiled. There. What does it mean? You have spoken the reed of the threefold way in the true tongue. Will smiled back, pleased. That was easy. Easy enough for some. But heed me well, magic must always be requested and never summoned. Always respect it, and never treat it with disdain. And when you ask openly and honestly, for the honest man alone has the right to speak the words of power. By now they had come to a river bank, and Will saw a small standing stone sticking up out of the grassy bank. Gwydion said, Come here and put down the crane bag. Once more, Will did as he was told, and the wizard made him jump up and sit on the stone. Do not be afraid. This little stone is called Tainton Sarson. It is as benign as your own tarry stone. It marks an important ancient crossing point over the stream. He took from his pouch a piece of flint so sharp at the edge that it could have been used to shave with. What are you going to do with that? Will asked, eyeing the flint uncertainly. Give you a beggar's head. What? The wizard tested the edge of the flint, then began to cut off locks of Will's hair. Hold still. The place where your braids used to hang looks like a half-harvested wheat field and we can't have that in it. Will screwed up his face but endured the indignity, and when at last he put a hand to his head he found his hair was no more than half a finger's length all over, and tussocky. He ruffled it and followed the wizard, picking up a stick on the way. Why did you cut my hair? It is a disguise. It's not much of one. It will serve to confound those who have been sent to make report on you. Will felt renewed anxiety cramp his stomach. People sent by Maskell, do you mean? It is not unusual for him to have me watched when he can get news of my whereabouts. It is likely we are being watched now, for he certainly knows my bag carrier was lodged in the witchwood. Will's anxiety turned to alarm. He found out about me? Gwydion smiled. I made sure of it. You mean, you told him? I made sure Maskell found out that I had brought an unsatisfactory apprentice lad to Lord Strange's tower for a summer of correction. Wasn't that dangerous? Of course. But far less dangerous than if I had not done so. You see, Maskell does not know who you are. He will dismiss the detail from his thoughts, and once dismissed it will stay dismissed. I hope so. He believes I am a coward. He cannot bring himself to believe that I would dare bring the one spoken of in prophecy into plain view, for were he in my place he would certainly have kept you locked away in a fortress of spells. Be warned, Maskell wants very much to find the prophesied one, and if ever he decided that you were he, then, the wizard's words petered out and he made a lethal gesture. Will passed a hand over his throat and looked around uncomfortably. Fresh fears bubbled up inside him. It was terrifying to think that his survival now depended on his being mistaken for his own decoy. Where are we going? You'll know that when we get there. Well, how far is it? About as far as it is to Nempnet Thrubwell. Will gave a hard, frustrated sigh. Oh, Master Gwydion, why will you never tell me where I came from and what is to become of me? As to the first, I do not know. And I have already told you the second, you are going to be taught. Taught what? What the world is truly like. Will snorted. Who can know what the world is truly like? Gwydion tapped his nose with a forefinger. Ah. The world is the sum of what men believe it to be. Now, that is deep wisdom, if you did but know it. He liked the idea. Do you mean that if most men thought the sky was green and the grass was blue then they would be? The wizard smiled. Willand, I mean precisely that. Is that why magic is leaving the world? Because people are stopping believing in it? Gwydion's eyebrows lifted. Why, Willand, you surprise me. That is a very interesting question. Indeed, there is an important reed that says, magic alters, and another that says, magic to him who magic thinks. Will swished at the dust with the stick. But what I really want to know is why did Maskell put that spell on Lord Strange if he's not an evil sorcerer? Gwydion picked his way towards a mass of brambles. 3 steps forward, 2 steps back. How easily you use the word evil, Willand. Where did the idea come from in the first place? I don't know. He shrugged and pushed the spiky briars aside with his stick. Isn't it right? To use the word evil, sometimes. I mean, surely Maskell is evil, even though he may not know it. Evil is a dangerous idea to have in your head if you wish to understand magic properly. Each of us carries tremendous power for the doing of what you unthinkingly call good and evil. He drew a deep breath. I suppose you ought to be given instruction about this, though you hardly seem ripe for it. Will wrinkled his nose at that. I don't want to know. Gwydion stopped dead and turned so that the charms which hung inside his shirt clattered together. Is that truly so? Make no mistake, people are forestalled or led on by knowledge, and by the lack of it. I must be careful what I reveal to you, and what I hide. You must be taught. You must be prepared. But I must not fill your head with so much that your essential nature is altered. Do you see? Will thought about that as they followed the banks of the river. The sky deepened and the brighter stars began to appear. Before night fell fully, they camped. Gwydion picked a place close to running water and in the lee of a hill. He danced earth magic around his chosen spot, then produced a cooking pot that was heavier when taken from the crane bag than the bag was with the pot and all its other contents put together. What's this pot made from? Will said, feeling the weight. Some kind of stone? Correct. That is Kleberg, or Lumlot as some say, a kind of stone found in the Isles of the Sword, a place that lies beyond even the Orcus in the far north. At first the stone is soft enough to shape, but the more you cook with it the harder it gets. Gwydion took out a patched brown traveling cloak much like his own. And this is for you. It will help you to sleep. He took out a slate blade and cut a yard square in the grass, made 9 turfs of it and stacked them up. Then he gathered twigs into the hole and whispered a merry fire into being. In the pot he made a thick, savory broth in which pieces of roasted vegetable floated. Will could not tell if it was done by magic or the brown powder the wizard spilled into the mix, but the soup tasted wonderfully flavorsome. As the flames of the fire died down, Gwydion lay back and searched the sky. "What are you looking for?" Will asked. "A sign? I am simply marveling." Gwydion told him how the dome of the sky was very far away, and how tiny windows in the dome let through the light of the great furnace that was the beyond. "Those windows," he said, "are the stars." "And shooting stars?" Will asked. "What are they?" "The beyond is a place of unimaginable brightness. There are fireballs with hearts of iron that perpetually crash against the outer dome of the sky. Sometimes one of them falls down through a star window. That is what we call a shooting star." "A shooting star?" Will echoed. He stretched out his hand in wonder. "Can a person ever touch the sky?" He continued to stare at the vast, eerie dome, but soon his eyelids grew heavy and moments later he was asleep. Chapter 7, Lamistide. They rose early, just before dawn. Gwydion turned about on his heels, tasting the air warily until he was sure that no danger had been laid for them. Then he danced and paced and danced a little more. He spoke words to himself until it seemed to Will that a billowing net of blue gossamer came into being around their sleeping place. As Gwydion spoke, the light was drawn down to his hands and vanished inside him. Then, as if nothing had happened, he raked the ashes out of the fire and scattered them about, while seeming to thank the grass for having made them welcome. Will watched with raised eyebrows. "And now we must remake the ground," Gwydion told him. "Do you want to do it?" He shrugged, feeling a little foolish. "What should I do?" He was told to replace the turfs just as they had been before, and ritually water them. This he did, not really knowing how ritual watering differed from pouring the jug out over the ground, but Gwydion seemed to approve his actions, and when all was done and the ground looked almost as if they had never come this way, they set off. "What were you doing before?" Will asked. "I was dancing back the magic that I laid forth last night as our protection." "Against Maskell?" "Against all harm." Will's heart felt suddenly leaden. Why does Maskell want to kill the one spoken about in their black book? Because he was born of strife, born of calamity, born at Beltane in the 20th year, when the beams of Eluned are strongest. Will tried to be withering. "I suppose that's meant to tell me everything. Perhaps it does not make much sense to you, but Maskell knows that the prophesied one will eventually stand between him and that which he most desires." "And what's that?" "To be the one who chooses the direction of the future." "Well, I'll not stand in his way. He can do what he likes with the future for all I care." The wizard smiled knowingly. "If you are the one, then you will eventually confound him. This he knows, and knowing it he cannot rest. And because Maskell's is your enemy too, you become my friend." "Is that it?" he said gloomily. It felt like he had been caught between gigantic forces, and that they were fast closing on him. But the wizard smiled another wistful smile and shook his head. "I see that you doubt my sincerity, Willand. But I was a friend to you long before I suspected whom you might be." They continued south, skirting villages and avoiding the most well-traveled roads. They kept off the fields where golden grain awaited harvest, and Will enjoyed the walking. After weeks of homesickness and stifling study in the tower, he felt truly free at last. Still, the wizard's words had unsettled him more than a little. He took his knife, went to the hedge and cut a bough from the blackthorn. It was an arm's length from end to end and 2 fingers around. As Gwydion looked on, he began stripping it of twigs and bark, shaping the torn end into a handle, the other into a point. But he felt ever more uncomfortable as he worked, for Gwydion's eyes rested upon him and at length he stopped and looked up. "Is there anything amiss, Master Gwydion? What is it you are at, lad?" "Just carving a new stick for walking." "Blackthorn is a good choice. Like ash, fine wood for tool handles, a wood that is strong and dense." Will smiled back, encouraged. "But you neglected to ask first if the blackthorn minded. Should I have done that?" "It would have been the polite thing to do." Will looked at his stick, confused. "It was just a stick." "Do you mean I should have asked forgiveness of a bush?" "Not forgiveness, Will." Gwydion's voice grew mellow. "Permission." "But surely a bush couldn't hear what I said to it." "That is quite true. But also quite beside the point. One day you will understand. Meanwhile, tell me, are you versed in any weapon?" "Only the quarterstaff, Master Gwydion." "In the wider world it is important you know how to protect yourself. When next you cut yourself a quarterstaff, make it as long as you are." And remember that you will double its strength if you give thanks for it beforehand. Will narrowed his eyes at the wizard. They say a quarterstaff is always to be preferred to a sword, but I can't see how that can be true. But can't you? Gwydion opened his crane bag and drew out an impossibly long staff. No swordsman, no matter how fine his weapon, can hurt you if he cannot reach you. You need only learn how a suitable distance may be kept. Suddenly Gwydion rose up and danced, stroking the staff about him in eye-fooling twists and thrusts. Then, equally suddenly, he halted, pushed the staff back into the crane bag and motioned him to follow on. That was amazing. Will said. You moved the staff so fast I could hardly see it. Practice, as the reed says, maketh perfect. They pressed on across a river, the broadest yet, which they crossed easily by walking ankle-deep across an eel weir. Will dogged Gwydion's steps 3 paces behind until, as night fell, they came near to a barn. Gwydion made it safe by crumbling bread crusts in the corners and dancing out an eerie-sounding protection. But for half the night Will lay awake in the straw, listening to every sound. He curled himself tighter in his nest and did not have the courage even to wake the wizard, but in the morning he made his admission. Master Gwydion, I heard noises last night. I thought they must be Maskull's spies. I heard them too. You did? His eyes widened. Then I was right? Oh, indeed. They were spies. 3 of them, in fact. All in brown velvet coats. All about this long. He placed his hands a little way apart. Will tooted. Rats? Rats. Exceptional creatures. They were looking out for our safety as I asked them. With the dawning of the day they went down into the village above, and Will saw the blowing stone. It turned out to be only a great block with 3 holes in it that stood in the yard of the village alehouse. It is played like a stone flute every 2nd year, Gwydion said. It calls men to the scouring. Do not hang back from it, it is not a battlestone, nor anything to be afraid of. Scouring? What's that? You will know all about that by the end of Lammas. All that morning while the wizard talked with the villagers, Will waited and waited. The wizard was well liked enough, and well used to tarrying there, for it was horse country and he seemed greatly fond of horses. Word soon got about that a famous horse leech had come into the village. Food and cider were brought out for him, but he gave both to Will to offset his fears and forestall his impatience. And after so much cheese and bread and a quart of best apple dash to wash it down, Will lay in a corner and did not get up again until a goodly while had passed. When are we going to leave? He asked Gwydion, feeling more than a little wretched and dry in the throat. I thought you wanted to get along, yet you've nearly wasted the whole day. And lying dead drunk on your back all day is wasting nothing at all, I suppose? The wizard said, ruffling the mane of a fine, white horse. Come on, Master Gwydion. You know what I mean. He rubbed his arms and looked around unhappily. Maskull. But first things first. You must learn patience, and understand that old debts must always be paid. Anyway, we cannot go on more urgently if we are to spend Lammas night on the Dragon's Mound. Behold this mare, Willand. Is she not the very image of Arundel? Who? Have you not heard tales of Arundel, the steed of Epona? When the villagers overheard Gwydion's remark they began to grin and clap their hands as if the wizard had conferred some deep and secret honor upon them. Will had never been told who Arundel was, nor Epona, though for some reason he had the unshakable idea in his mind that the latter was a great lady who had lived hereabouts long ago. He did not know why, but her name made him think of white horses and a queen of old who delighted to feed her favorite Mount apples. He started. Hey! Master Gwydion! What's that about a dragon's mound? You can't trick me like that, . But the wizard was too busy appreciating horseflesh to pay him much heed. There is no cause to worry, Willand, he said lightly. It's just the name of a little hill near here. You will like the place, I think. When Gwydion finally took his leave and called Will onward, he said, they are faithful folk hereabouts who know their horses. There is a bond between us that I would not deny, for they have kept to the old ways more than most. They pressed on southward through what remained of the day, and soon came to the foot of a ridge that rose up green and round out of the haze. It took longer than Will expected to reach, so that just as the sun was beginning to sink into the west they came to a halt under a great swell of sheep-cropped land. Gwydion was delighted. This is a very special place, he said. But are we going to be safe here? We can do no better than to camp here tonight. He led Will up a curious little conical hill and showed him how the flattened top gave a fine view to the north of the plain across which they had walked. The hill stood below a fold of the ridge which blotted out the prospect to the south. Directly below them an arm of flat land swept interestingly halfway around the hill and into a dead end, while on the other side a well-worn path meandered up into a fold of the scarp as if it was taking the easiest way up to higher ground. It seemed a most ancient place. Will breathed deep and decided that anyone with both a heart and a head would know that this place was very special, but as he looked up to the southeast he saw a shape cut high on the ridge which put its uniqueness beyond all doubt. Above the path was a strange set of curves, shapes cut out of the turf so that the white chalk underneath showed through. The slope of the land foreshortened the figure somewhat, but the white lines flowed around one another in the unmistakable shape of a horse. "Behold, a rondel!" Gwydion exclaimed. "Is she not most beautiful to your eye?" Will was awed by the figure. "She's wonderful. Look upon her with respect, for she is the oldest form made by the hand of man that you have yet seen in the land. On yonder plains there once grew great orchards where a powerful queen once reigned. She rode yearly to this place upon a white mare. Men have been coming up from the village above every second year for thousands of years to keep Arundel alive. This is the scouring of which I spoke. Were it not for that effort of care, Arundel would have vanished under the encroaching grass long ago, and we would all be the worse for that. But what is she?" he asked, staring at the figure like one who finds himself suddenly unable to remember something important. "She is both a sign to read and a spirit guardian. Some see in her form the idea horse." "What do you see?" "She looks like a horse to me too," Will agreed. "But maybe," he shaded his eyes and studied the figure a moment longer. "I think that if she's a word she isn't horse, but rather gallop, or maybe speed." Gwydion beamed. "Ah, Willand. How easily you prove yourself again." "What do you mean?" "I mean you are more in tune with the spirit of this sacred place than I had dared to hope. You will be very safe here tonight." "Speed. Her name means speed. And such a form as hers cannot be cut in these latter times, for though this is a land of many horses, there are no longer men who know how to draw lines like this upon the land." The gift that Gwydion had taken when they left the village was a loaf of new baked bread. For this was Lamastide, also called in the Vale the Festival of Loaves, the day when the first ripe grain was cut and threshed, ground and baked into bread, all in the space of a day. This was ritual bread-making, a solemn and sacred duty, and done to mark the bounty of the earth. A time to give thanks to the land, and for folk to count their blessings. They climbed the flat-topped hill and munched their bread, and it seemed to Will that the taste of it was as good as any food he had ever eaten. Festive bonfires burned red across the plains of the old kingdom of Westset to the north. As darkness deepened, folk would be attending each of those fires, toasting bread on long forks. There would be butter and honey for the children, and much ale drunk and many songs sung. They sat together and talked far into the night, and Will felt himself to be closer to Gwydion than ever before. Tonight the wizard seemed joyous and wonderfully wise and very pleased to be here. He spoke much about history, showing Will to the spot where, almost 1,000 years before, great Arthur had stood to address his assembled troops. The wizard said quietly, "Shall I tell you the name of this hill in the true tongue? It is Dumacan Nadir. Will repeated the words as if he half recognized them. Dumacan Nadir, the dragon's mound. You have not slept upon a dragon's mound before, I think. Nor shall you again for a very long time." Will patted the ground under him and wondered. There was something too regular about this mound for it to be a natural hill, and nearby was an odd bare patch of chalk, a part where the grass would not grow. Flanir was the greatest of the great dragons of old, the most famous in the land. Huge and fierce was he, the winged beast with breath of flame of which many tales were told and many songs sung in a time long before the establishment of the realm. For long years did Flanir misuse this land, preying upon sheep and cattle across the domain of Ongnor. Any man unwary enough to be caught in the open at his approach would be torn to pieces like a mouse caught in the talons of an eagle. Flanir would breakfast in a place near here, it is still called Wormhill Bottom, and when he had rent enough flesh from bone he would return to his lair to lie. The top of his mound is flat because Flanir was accustomed to rest here, rubbing his great red belly free of the lice that clung to it. All dragons had lice, Willand, and dragon lice were as big as a man's hand. In daylight you can see the groove where Flanir wrapped his tail around the mound, and if you look carefully down there you might discover the entrance he used, though it has long since been sealed. It is said that one day, while flying over Ongnor, Flanir saw the figure of Arundel and became enamored of it. That is why he made his mound here. Though other tales say the site was chosen only out of jealousy. Will look down into the darkness below. I think a dragon would have found this a perfect place to launch himself into the air. That much is certain. Will scuffed at the turf with his toes. So was there once a great treasure buried under here? There was, for as you know the great dragons were like magpies. They would collect any trinket that glittered. They coveted bright metal for its own sake and would always try to make a hoard of it. But in the end Flanir did not much like the bright bronze blade that was forged up on yonder ridge, for that was his bane. Will thought of those brilliant, ancient days, all long gone now and impossibly heroic. But what kind of heroes did the world have now? Men who wore the heads of pigs, and lords whose own increasing greed showed in the hogshead. A shiver passed through him as he sat there, and thoughts of home began to crowd in on him. His fingers went to the greenstone talisman that hung at his neck, and he remembered the song that Valesman used to sing every year called the Wyrm charm. Last year it had been Eldmer's turn to sing it. The moment had come when they had all raised their hot, steaming dragon soup together and supped off the flavorsome liquor. Then Eldmer had raised his voice and led the others through the verses. Will felt a tear come to the corner of his eye. He sniffed, fighting the sadness away, knowing very well that it was no use pining for home now. He stood up and went to stand alone, and a feeling of such strangeness came over him then that his eyes rolled up into his head and his hands went deathly cold, and it was as if all the world was melting away before him. And when he opened his eyes he saw a ghostly army of 10,000 filling the space below, and he knew they were gathering here before starting their hero's march to Badon Hill, where great deeds of war would soon be accomplished. He saw them clear as day, saw their burnished war gear, watched them shake the charms on their spearheads and clash their spears hafts against shields that bore the device of the hawk. He saw their faces, and heard them raise such a shout that it echoed across a forsaken land like rolling thunder. And he stared back, enthralled, standing at the edge, lifting up his arms, to shout in reply, on far Buaden. And Gur Buadhain. Then Gwydion's arms were instantly around him, and the echoes were rolling around the hill as he shook himself out of the vision, and when he came to himself he was cold as death and he could still hear the horns of Elfland faintly blowing. Where am I? He said, falling. The wizard drew him back from the edge. Do not sit here. Do you see how it is bare of grass? That is where dragon's blood once was spilt. Nothing has grown here since. He staggered in the wizard's arms as vague fears flashed through him. For a moment he wondered if he had unleashed some unnamed peril upon them, but when he looked up at the sky, only the cold stars shone down, pitiless as the glint in a dragon's eye. His words came all in a rush. Master Gwydion, let me go home. I can't be this child of destiny you've been looking for, really I. Easy, lad. The rede of foolishness says, talk not about things whereof you know nothing. You are what you are. Stop fighting yourself. For a moment Gwydion's answer put a stone in his heart, but then he saw a shooting star flare and its beauty so moved him that he wept. The wizard laid a comforting arm across his shoulders and leaned against him, and soon he began to drowse. It seemed he had been sleeping half the night when he woke up with a start to find that all was still and silent. Gwydion was nowhere to be seen, so he got up and began to look around. This time he was careful to respect the bare patch as if it was a gravestone. He walked around the top of the hill, telling himself not to worry, then he stumbled over something hard and sharp that was half buried in the grass. When he knelt down to try to discover what it was, it felt cold to his fingers, like metal, and as he scraped the hard earth from around it he saw that it was curved, a metal rim, like the edge of a goblet, sticking out of the ground. The more he scraped the freer the goblet became, until he was able to pull it out. Then he saw it was no goblet at all, but a horn, clogged with earth, the silverwork upon it battered and tarnished black, but a horn all the same. It was not the sort that shepherds blew, but the kind warriors winded to send a warning clear across a valley. Even in the starlight he could see it was there were words cut in the metal. He knocked the dirt out of it and tucked it into his bundle. Then, with a heavy sigh, he lay down to sleep. The next day they traveled onward, following the meandering path that climbed up the ridge. They passed a great bank of bracken that was overgrown with bindweed. It parted before Gwydion's steps, and the many pale pink flowers closed up and seemed to nod respectfully as he climbed up between them. Will saw revealed another ancient earth enclosure much like the one in which they had rested on their way to the Witchwood. This ruin was round in form, and Gwydion said it was the remains of a burg, a dwelling camp, built in a time when all men raised their homes in timber and thatch and did not arrogantly root out the bones of the earth for the sake of vanity. They used only those stones which the earth itself offered up. A great gate once stood here. How wondrously worked were the timbers of that camp, how great the magic knotted into its carven beams. But great though the ancient camps were, all of them fell easily to the iron-girt invader. Gwydion's eyes flashed. There was no defense against slaver steel and slaver sorcery once the isles were betrayed. The slavers were the beginning of the darkness that has ever since shadowed this land. I do not say such a thing easily, but I would that Gruch had never lived. Gruch? Who's he? A foul traitor. One whose bones lie in a dusty cave far away. Gwydion grunted. Let me tell you how it was. King Heli reigned 44 years, longer than any king of the line of Brea since Dunval the Great, and his first son was called Lud. When Lud became king, he rebuilt Trinavant, the city that Brea had founded near 1,000 years before. So great were King Lud's works that the city was renamed Caer Lud, in his honor, but on his death the name Trinavant was taken up again. Lud's body was interred in one of the great gates of the city that bears his name, Lud's Gate. It was I who gave his funeral oration, and at that time I made known certain truths that disqualified Lud's son, Androg, from the kingship. This was well done, for Androg was possessed of a weak spirit, and 4 years after Lud's death, during the reign of his brother Caswillan, there turned out to be much work for a strong leader. The mighty power from the east that we called the Slavers first invaded the Isles. They claimed they had come on the Day of Auspices, 1,000 years to the day since the landing in the Isles of the hero Brea. By this boast they sought to terrify the people, for Iulio, the captain general of the slaver army, was a famous seer, and he had said that the line of Breen kings could stand only so long. But our bards sang well their histories in reply. They countered that the true Day of Auspices must already have passed unmarked during the reign of King Heli, and Iulio's prediction was therefore false. Thus were our warriors heartened, and afterwards they scorned the claims of the enemy, even when what they said was true. Now as the first slaver foot stepped upon Shingle Shore, the Lork awakened. It happened exactly as the Fae had always intended it should. Soon a great battle was fought, and one of Lud's younger brothers, Nani, who was a master of many arts, fought bravely against the slaver armies that day, though in the end he paid dearly for his enterprise. The slavers were setting camp on the banks of the river Iasus when the great clash came. Nani's men rushed upon them and he himself captured the slaver sorcerer's sword, but it cut him and the poison entered his body, so that he died of his wounds 15 days later and was interred in another of the northern gates of Trinavant. The sorcerer's gilded blade which he took as spoil, and which he named Famebide, or Yellow Death, was buried with him.
And that's how the slavers won the realm? Will said, frowning.
Oh, not so. The slavers' ill-fated first invasion was ended by their captain general, Iulio the Seer. Ever since landing on the Shingle Shore, he had been troubled. He suffered falling fits and terrible night visions, both of which were conjured in his mind by the Lork. So affected was he that after the great battle fought against Caswillan and Nani, he chose to withdraw his dread army back across the narrow seas. He returned with it to his great capital of Tibor, where he vowed never to trouble the Isles again. Iulio the Seer became a despot upon his own people and was murdered by his friends.
Will scratched his head. Then how did the realm pass to the slavers? 100 years later we were betrayed by one of our own.
Will nodded.
And that must have been Gritcha's doing?
Indeed it was. And all the worse, for he was one of the Druida, and a bard. There could have been no greater betrayal than his. Gwydion strode onward in silence then, and a little while later they passed by some ancient stones and the wizard explained that this was the place where Welland son of Wada had forged the exquisite bronze sword called Bamung, the same that had shaved the scales from the dragon's ribs. These stones marked the place where Wada was laid to rest by his grateful people. The wizard's lips pursed wryly. Had Welland but known how, he might have charmed Flanir to his will, and then there would have been no need to forge a sword. There is no need to dig earth iron from holes when you have skill in your hands and in your head. The earth gives up freely all that a wise man needs. She holds fast to that which should not be had by fools. Alas! The earth can never give all that men desire, for men's desire is limitless. But Will's mind was already bounding along another path.
Could the great dragons be tamed by words alone, then? Tamed? Never.
But charmed certainly. At least in some measure, for the greatest of the dragons were vain and greedy beasts, and those are failings against which compliment and flattery most easily succeeds.
In that, dragons were much like kings.
Will looked back the way they had come. In the bright summer sun he could see for many leagues, and the view served to make him wonder at the vastness of the realm and how small was the world that he had hitherto known.
Where are we going, Master Gwydion? That question again?
Over hill and down dale to sup with the king. Will sucked his teeth, hating to be so casually talked down to. There and back to see how far it is, he muttered.
Gwydion poked him good-naturedly with the foot of his staff.
We go to the king to offer him consolation in his time of trouble.
But traveling is not simply an attempt to arrive somewhere by the shortest possible route.
A destination must be arrived at properly, for there is much more in the going than there is in the getting there. But
you're not making much sense.
Then let me put it plainly, there may be those whom we might wish to meet with on the way, or those who might wish to meet with us. Will sighed. The crane bag seemed to be heavier, though he knew it could not be. Then he realized that it was weighed down with a secret. He had not yet told Gwydion about the silver-bound horn. I'll tell him about it when he tells me where we're going, he thought, and swapped the bag from hand to hand.
Fair trade is no robbery, and that's a valesman's rede.
At Latendon Hill they came upon ancient, wind-bitten towers and a lake of mist below. The ridge turned south again and they walked on along high ground, coming down at last, late and after dark, into a looming wood that lay across their path. On the way, Gwydion told him about some of the different sorts of magic. There was seeming, which was making things appear to be what they were not. Then there were the persuasive arts of talking people into a state of sleep or enthusiastic agreement. Then came the power of perceiving deceit in men's hearts. No motive is hidden from a wizard, Gwydion said. He hears truth in people's voices as others hear joy and laughter or sadness and sobs. Much that folk suppose is powerful magic is really only illusion weaving. Most people cannot tell the difference, but it is the difference between a person believing he sees a mouse change into an apple and the change actually taking place. True transformations are much more difficult, they are very tiring, and they tend to return to their original state in a short space of time. Which is especially upsetting if you have just eaten an apple that once was a mouse. Will laughed. Yes, and more upsetting still if you're the mouse, but. As they entered the gloom of the woods, Gwydion sang a song of an ambush of shadows that he had met with in the far darker forests of the west, in the land of Cambrai, where hidden strings were often plucked and deadly arrows flew, biting deep into the flesh of those who came uninvited into what was the most mystical of lands. The song wrung the blood from Will's heart. And when it was done he thrilled to hear cries in the dark, though they were only owls answering the moon. They camped and ate the last of their lammas bread along with some wonderful mushrooms called pig's ears that Gwydion hunted out. Tonight he cut no cooking pit nor did he whisper up any fire, but went to stand in a clearing for a while to ask strength from the earth and fill himself with its potent power. Afterwards he told Will to wrap himself tight in his cloak and take his night's rest under a bush where the moss was thickest. But if the wizard's aim was Will's peace of mind, his words failed, for he also said that this place was shunned by the local folk. It was known by the name of Severed Neck Woods, Gwydion told him, and lay under the hereditary wardenship of the House of Sturm. From olden times, it had always been stalked by wasses and wood ogres. Perhaps that was why Will was restless and still only half asleep when he saw figures moving among the trees. At first he thought they were animals, deer probably. Then he thought they were men, then he knew they were neither. They came to him in a ghostly light, pale yet growing to a strange lambency like the shine cast by a slim crescent moon. They came like a tribe gathering from all directions, and he heard a sound on the edge of hearing, like the low hum that rises in a man's head just before he faints. Will felt the back of his neck tingling. He had listened to Gwydion's warnings of pursuit long enough to believe there was a danger shadowing them, and if Gwydion was afraid of it then it must be considerable. Then he remembered the wasses and wood ogres and fear jolted him. Gwydion! He hissed. He tried to shake the wizard awake, but he could not. Gwydion slept on, unmoving as a log. The mushrooms! He thought. He must have made a mistake and poisoned himself. For a moment he sat there in the dark dern, frozen-hearted and alone, wondering what he should do. Panic began to envelop him, but then he took a deep breath and looked inside himself. To his surprise, he found a calm strength there that he little expected. Whoever they are, they'll not take us without a fight, he muttered, taking up his stout blackthorn stick. If only Gwydion had not made an uncooked supper, he thought, but then he realized he was feeling well enough himself, and he had eaten far more pig's ears than Gwydion. The glowing figures swayed as they approached. He watched as the wraith-like gathering came towards him steadily. This was no wood ogre's band. He did not feel threatened. Rather there was a sense that this was their place, and it was his fault for having walked into it uninvited. He heard the tread of their feet on the forest floor, the sound of branches moving aside as they came. He rose up and shook off his cloak and stood as a man stands to meet a stranger, half warily, yet half in greeting, and as the glowing ones came to him at last he began to see their true form. Astonishingly, they looked like the creature he had pulled from the wheel at Grendon Mill. They had the same silvery pale skin, the same wispy hair and the same delicate faces. Some came mounted and some on foot, and those who rode sat upon the bare backs of unicorns. It seemed that a light came from within them, as if from their hearts. He dropped his stick, all thought of violence vanishing from his mind, and a feeling came over him that this was a moment more beautiful than any he had known. No words were spoken. None were needed. The shining folk gathered around him, droning softly, and soon there appeared their king, for king he must be judging by his great size. Fearless now, Will was amazed to find that he recognized him, his likeness was painted on the board that hung above Baldgood's alehouse. This was none other than the Green Man. His stout body was twined about with ivy leaves, fronds clothed his limbs, and a crown of holly sat upon his head. Briars issued from his nostrils and from the corners of his mouth, but they could not disguise his wild eyes, nor his smiling strength, nor hide the fulsome power of his nature. As Will watched in delight and reverence, the Green Man came to him, clasped him hard about the body and squeezed him like a great bear so that the breath was forced from him. Green smells like the earth and spring filled Will's nostrils and the humming drone rose louder in his ears as he felt his feet being uprooted from the ground in welcome. He did not struggle, only closed his eyes against the crushing grip, and when he opened them again he found that the Green Man had let him go. Everyone had gone. All was now silent in the dern. He looked around, his heart beating fast, his mouth dry, but his thoughts were vivid and he was filled with an overpowering sense of oneness with all around him. There below was the dark form of Gwydion, slumbering still, but the Green Man and his shining host had departed. Will breathed deep, taking in the keen night odors and watching starlight rain silver through the branches of the wildwood. Then he lay down on the moss, pulled his cloak tighter about him and rolled back into slumber.
Chapter 8, Clarendon.
The next morning Will awoke covered in diamonds of dew.
Silver mists lay over the land, until golden sunbeams put them to flight.
He said nothing to Gwydion about what had happened during the night. He found it hard to believe it had not all been a dream, though his heart told him that the meeting had been real enough. But as he packed up and readied himself once more for the road, he noted the glint of bright metal that shone in the top of the bag. He pulled out the battered horn he had taken from the dragon's mound and stared at it in disbelief. It was now as perfect as the day it had been made, bound at rim and tip in finely worked silver and inscribed with unknown words. As he polished it with his sleeve a shiver passed through him, and he knew he had been thanked and also, in some peculiar way, accepted. Gwydion was already dancing out mysterious signs in the air, appearing to cast spells on the trees. When he had finished he collected leaves and threaded them into wreath which he left by the roadside, then he said, "Did you sleep well? I hoped you would." As they moved off, an encouraging thought struck Will. Although Gwydion had seemed to be speaking in riddles the day before, what he had said about walking up hill and down dale and supping with the king had, after a fashion, come to pass. Because the green man was surely the king of this place. "There is a saying that goes, 'You cannot make a silken purse from a pig's ear,'" Gwydion told him, then added knowingly, "But sometimes you can." As they cleared the bounds of the severed neckwoods Will became aware of larks singing above the cornfields. There were summer snowflakes on the road verge, downy woundwort and meadow cranesbill and the brilliant yellow of ragwort. There were so many pretty flowers growing that Gwydion whispered his regrets over them, pulled up a few and saved them in his pouch. He said out of the blue, "Something has put a spring in your step today. Have you been feeding ducks again?" Will smiled. "No, Master Gwydion. I would say you look like someone who has lately passed an important test." Will looked askance. "Do you think so?" "I do indeed. Returning respect has settled upon you, I would say." Will shrugged. "Maybe I'd been given the freedom of the wildwood." Gwydion nodded thoughtfully. "Maybe. It would be a great honor to be given that. What could you have done to deserve it, I wonder?" Will felt proud and humble and a little uneasy all at the same time. "Don't you know?" he asked. "I know many things. Many more than most, but not quite everything." Will smiled again, pleased to find that one so powerful as Gwydion also had the capacity to laugh at himself. "In that case, I'll tell you why I was given the freedom of the wildwood when I judge it right for you to know." Gwydion's eyebrows lifted. "Are you mocking me, young man? Fair trade is no robbery, as we say in the Vale, Master Gwydion. And they say every man must have his secrets." The wizard suppressed a smile. "Spoken like a wizard, lad. Now let me see what it was that you took from the earth upon Dummock and Nadir." Will reddened, then bent to undo the bag. "It was just an old horn, all battered and tarnished when I found it." Gwydion took the horn. "It does not look so battered and tarnished to me." Will passed it across. "Whoever visited us last night must have polished it while we slept. Great is the power of that embrace, for all the world is renewed by it each and every spring. Keep this horn with you always, for it is a rare gift. Now put it away from prying eyes, and be more careful with your secrets. Now that you have passed your test and been accepted, I must inform you regarding important matters. How much do you know about your king and those who surround him?" Will gave an empty shrug. "My king? Not a lot. Then hearken to me closely, for the time has come when you must know. The king sits the throne which is in the palace of the White Hall. He does so with the approval of the Stone of Scions and without demur from either Magog or Gogmagog, who are, all three, the throne's guardians. Now, if—" "Whoa, Master Gwydion." Will's eyes had begun to glaze at this sudden rush of strange names. They meant nothing to him. Well, do you know what a usurper is?" Will brightened. "Is that not a lord who tries to take the crown away from a king? And then becomes king in his stead?" "Correct. Though you would not know it to look at him, your mild King Hal is the grandson of a most fierce usurper. He had a fearsome warrior father too, also in his time called King Hal, who won lands in conquest across the narrow seas from Bergen to Breise. That the fool died of the bloody flux before he had any chance to enjoy what he had won, or even to clap eyes upon the son he had fathered, is down to what his own father did." "So Hal the warrior's father was Hal the usurper?" Will said, tiring to keep up. "Correct. The first Hal seized the crown unlawfully, which was a very great crime. He starved the true king to death in a castle dungeon. No matter that the true king was arrogant and willful and trustless. No matter either that the usurper was clever and able and acclaimed by all as the best leader of men. Still it was a crime, for the true king must be appointed by sovereignty, and must be approved by the Stone of Scions. He is only allowed to sit the throne if there is no word of complaint from Magog and Gogmagog, which are the names of two beady-eyed statues that stand in niches behind the throne.
Now do you see?
Not really, Will said.
It is no matter.
All you have to understand is that King Hal is a usurper's grandson, and that he knows very well how the curse of his blighted ancestor has followed him.
Is it a magical curse?
Judge for yourself. There was once a common saying, "Woe betide the land that hath a child for a king," and, though that saying may no longer be uttered upon pain of death, it nevertheless remains true. The crown came to King Hal in the first year of his life, and though he remains king in name, he has always been the pawn of powerful men.
He was purposely grown into a weakling by contending barons.
Their aim was always to keep him pliable to their will, and so he has proved, for he never grew much of a spine. If the curse that settled on King Hal's father brought that king's untimely death, then that which afflicts the present Hal is worse, for he lives on in helplessness and sees the realm plunged ever deeper into the direst distress. That sounds like a curse indeed, thought. The crown that was placed on the child king's brow 30 years ago was a disputed one. Nevertheless, in the minds of many lords so long an elapse of time has served to make Hal the legitimate king. He is, they argue, the third generation of his line to hear their oaths of fealty. They say the true majesty flows in his blood now. But equally, in the opinion of others, Hal is, and always will be, no more than the grandson of a murdering usurper. Will could only just follow Gwydian's explanation, but he was disturbed by it. He had never thought there could be so much to consider about kingship. Suddenly, his childhood notions of what it would be like to be the king seemed simple-minded.
But what about the true king?
He asked suddenly, the one that was usurped and starved.
Didn't he have any children?
The wizard looked sideways at Will, as if he had chanced to raise an important point. The dispossessed king left no child. But there remains a living bloodline whose claim, according to the strict laws of kingship, is stronger than Hal's, and that bloodline has continued all the while and is presently into the 4th generation.
Who is it? A great lord? A duke, no less.
The royal blood flows now in the veins of Duke Richard of Eber, he who was sent by the King's Council not long ago to rule over the Blessed Isle as Lord Lieutenant there, though what right he has to such a title as that may well be debated. Still, he is a man in all his power, and a most capable governor. In truth, he is most like a king, and kingly in his thoughts. When last I spoke with him, I saw that it was in his mind to return into the realm and press his claim to rule.
But I don't understand.
Surely everyone would be best served by the crowning of the rightful king according to the laws of kingship. And surely, if he's the better leader of men into the bargain.
Think again.
What did I just say about friend Hal?
Oh, I see, Will nodded.
You mean there are many lords who prefer to keep King Hal because he's easily handled, while the true king is shunned for he'd be strong with them.
Now you see clear to the bottom of the pail.
But that is a truth best not spoken aloud, for the man who does so puts his life in jeopardy. All that day they walked along through a mellow land that rolled gently across their southerly path. For a league or so it rose up to broad chalky tops, then fell away for the same distance into rolling clay valleys. As they climbed higher there were stretches where dense clumps of spiky firs showed off their yellow flowers. Gwydian led Will on sheep tracks that ran among the bushes. For much of the way the sky was hazy and threaded with the warbling of larks, but as the sun declined across the south a chill wind blew and across the high plain. Gwydian looked into the western sky to where clouds were boiling up. Thousands of years ago there were great temples to the moon and sun over there. All are now in ruin and forgotten, and the moon and the sun are both the less for it. One day, if you would know the essential nature of magic, I will take you to the Great Henge. It was once called in the true tongue, Seluina Senkasim, which is to say, the meadows of the storytellers. It was built on a node in the earth where 3 great oaks once stood, and a tower was raised upon them. Later, when the woods around were cleared, a henge of wood was built, then 2 of stone, one within the other. Many of the tunes of the kings of the first men are said about it. Will listened, hoping to hear more about the battlestones, but Gwydian called him onward, saying, "Look down there."
"What do you see?"
Will shaded his eyes and looked into the south. In the distance the land was all a-shimmer with light.
"What is it?"
he asked, awed. It seemed like a vast plain, part land, part sky, yet brilliant as a bank of fog. That, Willand, is called the sea.
The sea, Will echoed, still staring at the ribbon of light. I had no idea it would be like that.
To the south of us lies the valley of the Bourne.
Do you see that grey spire that sits on yonder skyline like a crack in the sky?
That is a chapter house, a cloister of the sightless ones.
Will stared at the sharp, soaring point. Who are they?
They come up every year to the bogs near Middle Norton to take the tithe. I know they come to impoverish honest folk, but it's said their eyes have been plucked out.
And do they really have hands that are red?
As red as a rooster's comb, some of them.
and yellow fingernails like claws. Do you know the saying, to be caught red-handed? Horror thrilled down Will's spine. He knew that to use the name Red Hands in their hearing risked the cutting off of a man's lips. But are they truly blind? As blind as love and justice. Though they deal in neither of those fine goods. Nor do they believe that all things come full circle. They are mind slaves, you see. Will shivered, and the wind that whipped among the furze bushes seemed suddenly cold. Who are they? Clever bloodsuckers who have found a way to interpose themselves between Lord and churl and so grow fat at the expense of both. Why don't the lords and the churlish folk fight back against them? The churls can do nothing because the work of the fellowship is under the protection of lordly arms. And that is so because the fellows relieve the lords of the trouble of collecting tithes and taxes. The chapter house which you see down there is one of many thousands that have been built across the realm to store their ill-gotten booty in. That spire is second only in height to the great black spire of Trinavant, which place you will also see one day. In such places are kept all the tithes taken from the districts round about. Half they keep for themselves, and half they pass on to the lords who rule. What if a village can't pay? Will asked, thinking of some of the thin years they had had in the Vale. What if there's a poor crop or a failed harvest? Or damp rots the grain after threshing? Or pests come and spoil it? What do the sightless ones do then? In that case the iron rule is invoked. Gwydion looked out darkly from under his eyebrows. When famine comes, the only way the sightless ones can be appeased is by making an offering of youth to the elders. Youth? Children. They call it having too many mouths to feed. Did I not tell you that the fellowship is always on the lookout for new recruits? Are we going down there now? Will asked, putting a hand to his throat. The grey spire yonder lies close by the city of Sarum. But we are going a little way beyond, to the Royal Lodge of Clarendon, and there, as I have already told you, our host is to be the king himself. They came off the high downs, passing on the way an ancient earth circle. Gwydion waved his hazel wand at it and said that these overgrown banks were all that remained of the once great Figsburg calendar. In times past it had held a huge mirror of polished bronze that had sent beams of sunlight down into the ancient palaces of Sarum on the most sacred of days. And on sacred nights the ancient astronomers had used their great mirror to interrogate the stars. Will delighted in the feel of the place and tried to imagine the observatory that Gwydion described, but so little of it remained now that even Gwydion's words could not easily bring it back to life. They descended by a wooded valley and reached the limits of Clarendon Forest just as the sun was setting, but tonight there was no beautiful display of pink and gold in the sky to bid the day farewell. Grey clouds that looked as heavy as anvils had gathered, and there was the sound of distant thunder as they entered the forest. Will soon saw that this was no forgotten forest like Witchwood. This was a much-visited royal park, and within it stood a magnificent hunting lodge that had become over the years a palace in its own right. Gwydion said that the king's court came often to Clarendon to hunt, and that 100 foresters kept his herds and managed his chases. But the king never liked hunting. He is not a man of blood. It is his nobles who enjoy the killing, lesser men, cruel and brutish, and loud, as you will soon see. Will looked up at the leaves of the great oaks. They were in the dark green of late summer, but many had become covered in a white bloom they called in the Vale oak mildew, and he knew that meant the trees hereabouts were unhappy. The lodge itself could be seen at the end of a long processional avenue, a green maybe 2,000 paces long by 100 wide. Gwydion saw him looking at it and whispered, it was made so to prevent an ambush of the royal party. But who would want to ambush the king? He asked, shocked. Politicking is a deadly and self-serving game. The aim is for one lord to make himself richer than all the rest, and so more powerful. If he owns more land, then he can lord it over more men. If he is rich enough he will have the final say in all things, for he may keep the king himself in his purse. Will shrugged, thinking of Lord Strange. But what use is all the gold in all the world if a man cannot sleep easy at night and be at peace with himself and his neighbors? Ah, lad! I would that your country wisdom was better understood among the company we are soon to meet. But it is not. Will recalled what Gwydion had said about the usurper's curse that lay upon the king, and a pang of fear ran through him. Gwydion shook his head, chivalry gutters low in these latter days. There is ever the stink of greed and ambition rising over the king's court. Violence must soon follow, as night succeeds day. Now they were nearing the lodge, many people were to be seen. The poor and the sick, hearing of the king's presence, had come, as was their right, to petition him to receive his healing hand. But they had been allowed to approach the lodge only as far as a line of hurdles. Behind these stood a wall and a gate, and beside the gateposts half a dozen soldiers lounged at their ease. Gwydion moved unnoticed to the front of the crowd. He murmured and moved his arms, slowly, as if casting a stone towards the group of soldiers. Then, with Will following in his wake, he unhooked one of the hurdles and walked through the gap. Hoy! One of the soldiers shouted. 3 of them got up, pushed forward their iron hats and moved towards Gwydion. Their chief carried with him an axe with a long handle. He said, "And where do you think you're going?" "To see the king, of course," Gwydion told him. "Get back there." 2 of the 3 soldiers made to lay hands on what appeared to them to be an old man too bewildered to obey instructions. "Stay back behind the her." Then their chief came forward. He pulled the others away and bowed in abject apology. "I'm sorry, Your Grace. They didn't recognize you. Let Duke Edgar and his kin pass." "Come along, Henry," Gwydion muttered. "Henry?" Will repeated, looking around, but then he darted after the wizard as he went through the gates. "Who's Henry?" "You are. How does it feel to be taken for the young Earl of Mortain and Dessart?" Will looked at himself but could see no change. The soldiers looked at one another. One of them shook his head while the other tried to argue with his chief. Will glanced round. There rose a hooting and jeering from the crowd of petitioners. "But that's not his grace." The soldier insisted. "That's a beggar." His chief turned away angrily, saying from the corner of his mouth, "Can't you see, it's meant to be a disguise?" A second set of guards came into view by the inner doors, 2 mailed and helmeted men, wearing royal tabards of quartered red and blue and embroidered with golden lions and silver flowers. A third man was seated at a high desk. He wore black hose and jerkin and had sharp, watchful eyes and hair cut and shaped like a black mushroom. Will disliked him on sight. Gwydion began to twist and turn along the passageway, like a man beginning a dance or preparing to throw a heavy weight ahead of him. Though nothing was thrown that Will could see, something appeared to hit the man square in the face, so that he almost fell off his stool, but then straightened. "Good evening, Your Grace," he said smoothly. "The gathering awaits." "Thank you, Chamberlain," Gwydion said, in a voice that was not his own. He whispered words to the guards and made signs above their foreheads so they swept their helm axes aside and opened the doors for him. Will stumbled as he went past them, but they just looked straight through him. He snapped his fingers under the nose of one of them, but the man did not notice. As Will entered, what he saw made him gasp. The hall was 50 paces long by at least half that in width, and lit by 1,000 blazing candles. It was the biggest room he had ever seen, and by far the brightest. The roof above was supported by ornate beams between which many flags hung, all in bright colors and all bearing lordly devices. The floor was made of squares of pure black and pure white stone, and the painted walls had been plastered to a smooth flatness and pierced by tall, dark windows. Between the windows were arrays of trophies, mostly deer skulls, complete with antlers or huge boars' heads that made Will think of Lord Strange. But this hall outdid the Tower of Witchwood in every way. 2 long, finely wrought elmwood tables set with all manner of mouth-watering foods ran the length of it, each of them seating more than 100 well-dressed folk, and capping those tables was a third high table, more ornate than the others and raised above them. The high table was set with 8 seats, whose backs grew taller towards the middle, where Will supposed the King and Queen Saturday. And there was a deal of noise too. Everyone was talking and a band of minstrels was playing music, while a man in sparkling robes of many colors juggled fire in his hands. Will watched him making great boasts and amazing the watchers with the shapes he made in the air. "Careful you do not catch fire, Jared," Gwydion told him. "They say illusionists burn very well." The moment the juggler saw who had entered, he let out a yelp and his leaping flames all dropped to the ground in a smoky heap. Then the music ceased. Gwydion's arrival hushed the echoing din, and when the guarded doors banged shut, a profound silence fell. Will felt his palms dampen, and everything that Gwydion had told him about self-serving lords came together. All eyes were now on the wizard. On the top table a man sitting on one of the 2 tallest chairs, a big man in blue and white robes, got to his feet. "Who dares enter the royal presence uninvited?" he demanded, angrily. At first Will took the man for the king, but then he realized that he could not be, for here was a thick-set man with short, graying hair, a fighter's neck and heavy, black eyebrows. He had limbs that a lifetime of sword practice and riding at the hunt had kept powerful. His hawk nose and hooded eyes gave him a cruel and self-possessed air that was at odds with all that Will had been told about the king. And this man was aged 40 handsome years, which was 10 years older than King Hel should be, for the present year was the 31st of King Hel's reign, and he had become king while still a babe in arms. "You know me well enough, Edgar de Beaufort," Gwydion cried, throwing up his arms, "though it is not my part to answer to you, nor any of your people. Even so, I will tell you, and all who dare to ask, that I am come here at your king's command, for he did bid me appear before him whenever I deemed an appearance necessary." All the while as Gwydion's fiery words rang in the rafters, Will's gaze ran between Duke Edgar and the incredible woman who sat beside him in the other of the 2 tallest chairs. Will saw right away that she must be Queen Mag. She was slim and gowned in brilliant crimson, and her headdress was elaborate with what looked to Will like horns sweeping up from the sides of her head and overdraped with the finest of crimson veils. Her hands were ringed and covered in jewels, and her death-white face was set off by a pair of blood-red lips and eyes that were as black as night. If she was beautiful, then it was the kind of beauty that made women proud and caused men to obey. When she spoke, her voice was honeyed with amusement. "Then come in, if you please, old crow, and eat with us." Edgar gnashed his teeth at that, but then the queen picked up a chicken leg and tossed it down onto the floor. "No doubt, you're here again to beg at my husband's table." There was uproarious laughter all around, but it faded somewhat as Gwydion bent down to pick up the morsel. He called a greyhound out from under one of the tables, and began to feed it flakes of flesh while stroking its head. "Listen to me carefully, Mag, for I shall speak neither loud nor long to you. You should know that, whether you like it or not, whether you believe it or not, privilege always brings with it responsibility. We shall soon see what it has brought to you and your friends." Will saw a dangerous-looking youth sit up beside Duke Edgar. He knew this must be Henry, the Earl of Mortain and Dessart, of whom Gwydion had spoken earlier. Henry also wore blue and white, and the badge of a golden portcullis glittered on the breasts of both father and son. Henry was about 17, and the way he played with his long-pointed knife sent a shiver down Will's spine. But the wizard had by now turned to one who sat on the far side of the queen. "The last time I appeared before you, friend Hal, I warned that your realm was in jeopardy. It is still so." The vacant-faced man to whom Gwydion spoke would not meet the wizard's eye. This is a weakling indeed, Will thought. Narrow of face he was, tall and thin as a sapling, pale and beardless, and plainer of dress than any in the hall. Grey and bloodless he seemed, frightened and wishing he was elsewhere. Gwydion turned this way and that, pointing with his staff to where lords whispered behind their hands. "I see you, Thomas, Lord Clifton. And Dudlea. And Scales. And you, Lord Ordlea. So many worthy peers of the realm. So many that you cannot be gathered merely for the pleasures of the hunt. What are you plotting, I wonder? And I ask you fairly, what have you done to ensure the king's peace since last I came among you?" Will's eyes were stuck fast on Queen Mag. She was beautiful, but she was fearsome also. Whether it was through terror of her or a loathing for the place he could not tell, but a sickness began to well up in the pit of his stomach. The smell of the banquet became repulsive to him, and now the hall started to shimmer and ripple like the surface of a pond into which a pebble had been dropped. It seemed to him that the hall must be webbed about by tense forces, magics and counter-magics, static and invisible, contending in the air all around. If ever there was a dangerous place, he thought, this is it. Master Gwydion surely cannot have it in his mind to leave me with such folk as these. He felt the hairs on his neck rising and a peculiar drone started in his ears as if in warning. He looked about himself warily, and strange words came into his mind like a minstrel song. A ravening wolf. A greedy hog. A crafty fox. And a shameless dog. What it meant he could not say, nor where it had come from, unless it was his own ideas concerning those gathered at the tables. His senses seemed somehow to be magnified, his thoughts jerky and disjointed. He felt he could see and hear everything with great clarity, and yet Gwydion's voice seemed to echo far away. It was, he supposed, the onset of great magic, and a special dread stole over him. He fought down the panic, but the faces of the revelers had already begun to take on a gross and beastly appearance. Their mouths became like the muzzles of wolves as they laughed aloud or ripped at the flesh of the banquet. They would not listen to the exalted visitor who had come before them. Instead, they tried to sport with him. Their jeers became snarls, and their faces warty and horrible. Their manners were gross, they brayed like beasts, and their glee was cruel. And above it all sat poor, pale King Hal, remote within himself, a defenseless white hart at bay among so many terrors of flesh. And there, at his back a strange shimmering, like the wind rippling across summer waters, only these ripples were in the air. Suddenly the disturbance settled and Will saw a figure hooded in black appear. The figure was suddenly standing there where no one had been before, at the shoulder of the king and queen. Will wanted to call out, to warn Gwydion, but he dared do nothing. A bead of sweat started to run at his temple that he tore his eyes away and awoke suddenly to the terrible stillness in the hall. Gwydion stood with his arms cast wide, his staff glowing with a pale blue light. "Friend Hal, your subjects are forgetting their manners," the wizard warned the king softly. "I deserve better than this, for I have come urgently to lay before you a weighty matter which touches you all. May I not speak of it and be decently heard?" The king gave no answer, but managed a feeble sign with his hand. "I thank you." Gwydion bowed with great dignity in acknowledgement, then he began. "I have come concerning certain signs that speak of approaching war. There will be a slaughter of innocents such as this land has never before seen. The stars above do speak of it. Blood shall flow in torrents until the very rivers of the realm shall run red. Brother shall do murder unto brother, father shall war against son. All men shall wish themselves dead and freed from the bondage that suffering brings. All this will come to pass unless a remedy can be found.
As Gwydion's calamitous portents rang out, Will's eyes remained fast on the figure that stood between the king and queen. It was a ghastly form, dressed and hooded in a black habit, its face, if face there was, hidden in deepest shadow. Will shook in terror, wondering if this could be one of the sightless ones. He looked away and back, trying to dispel his fear. The figure's power to haunt him was stubborn. But suddenly, Gwydion's voice recaptured Will's attention. There is a deadly canker in the land. I say to you that unless men of conscience stand up for what is right, there will be a terrible price to pay in blood. The realm is sliding, and by degrees this slide will become a rush. Only the true king of this realm has the power to give me what I need if I am to protect his people. Ha! It is as your queen has told you, sire. Duke Edgar shouted out. This crow who calls himself wizard is not but a beggar come to have what he can of us. Begone, old crow. His grace knows your tricks. He will no longer be gulled by your ghost tales and fairy stories. Gwydion stood straighter. A most useful read of magic I have for you, friend Edgar. If you would one day be a greater man than you presently are, you should make this your watchword: I shall lack before the poor man lacks. Naked greed is but one reason why you are a lesser man, lesser even than the poor folk who wait patiently at your king's gate. If you do not change your ways, you will be struck down and die a violent death, but I would rather that you made your peace with this world. Fearmongering carries the penalty of death, old crow, though your words have lost the power they once had to terrify. I did not come here to bandy words with you, Edgar. But I do most diligently desire to save your king and his people from a conflict that will in the end cut the bloodline of every nobleman here. Seize the doomsayer. But Gwydion gathered himself dangerously and no man dared make a move toward him. Pity the one who lays angry hands upon an Ogdoad wizard. Tread softly, Edgar de Beaufort, for I call you to silence. It seemed to Will then that the blue light which still glowed in the head of Gwydion's staff flared up and strove to reach out like a pale ray towards the duke, but the hooded figure who stood by the queen sent forth some contrary power to surround the light and keep it at bay. I will not be silent. The duke roared. You see? He has no magical power against those who stand up to him. He dares tell me to tread softly, but he is nothing more than an old conjurer. An interfering busybody from a forgotten age. A madman, yet one with enough wit to try to wheedle silver from any fool prepared to indulge him. Get you home to your cave in the west, old crow. Tend your herbs and mix up your potions there, for we'll have none of your witchcraft. Braying laughter thundered through the hall, but Gwydion paid no heed and instead fixed his eyes fast upon the king. Friend Hal, how is it that I bring you this timely warning, yet you have nothing to say to me? How is it that you are called king of this realm? Have you no shame? Look how your nobles sit at table gorging on roast swan and haunches of venison, swilling down your finest wines. Do you not hear how they are laughing at you? Where is their respect for the ancient ways? Why, if you are king, do you allow these insults from worthless men? And why do you fear to admit the sick who cluster at your gate? Is it that you are so far corrupted that you care not even for justice? Or is it that those close to you fear to admit such persons into your presence lest they test the healing power of kingly touch? Enough! Duke Edgar bellowed. He leapt to his feet in fury, threw his flagon of wine at Gwydion's head. The jug missed its mark, but the ruby liquid flew through the air and spattered the shoulder of the wizard's cloak. Where are your charms and protections now, old crow? Have a care, friend Edgar, for I am no motley conjurer like Jared. I care not what you are. Go from here before I take my dagger and slit your scrawny gizzard. Will flinched as the blade was drawn. He willed Gwydion to cast a thunderbolt at the duke before it was too late, but no thunderbolt came. Instead Gwydion's wrath flared out. Edgar de Beaufort. I lay this prophecy upon your head, beware castles on pain of death. A gasp of rage escaped the duke, for he thought it a curse aimed squarely at his ambitions. He leapt up onto the table and jumped down before Gwydion, menacing him. Your time is past. Your magic will not work here. The druid world you come from has long since failed, and the powers you once kept have faded from the world. You are the last of your kind, and soon we shall be troubled no more. And now you have tried our patience enough. Get out, old Father Time, and take the beggar child with you. The air shook with cruel laughter and shouts of, out, crow, out. 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 Old Father Time. Jared jumped up onto a table and blazed up a swaggering show of juggled fire to mock the wizard's powers. Gwydion gathered his dignity, clenched his staff and prepared to leave the hall. The guards flung the doors wide and were about to drive the unwanted visitors out at spearpoint when a piercing shriek split the air. It came from the high table. Even the duke turned, and every eye went to the queen. She had risen from her seat and was staring down with horror at her husband. All triumph ceased among the onlookers as the king's head lolled against his shoulder.
His face had turned ash-gray, his eyes bulged and a single trickle of blood rolled down from nostril to lip. Suddenly, as they watched, his mouth began to twitch. "Help me!" And then his limbs began to jerk. Queen Mag, her eyes wide, screamed again. "Do something! For mercy's sake, somebody do something!" "Upon whom do you call?" Gwydion demanded. "For I alone can help him here." "Do not let him back!" Duke Edgar shouted. "This is one of his own enchantments, a spell he has set upon the king." Gwydion's voice remained soft. "The harm at work here is none of my doing. This is a cup of deception, spiced and tempered to King Hal's bane." The Duke raised his dagger to strike. Will was about to spring forward when he felt a grip close on his arm and an irresistible force wrenched him away. The Duke's son had come up behind, seized him and now held his throat at dagger point. "Stay your hand from murder, Edgar!" Gwydion cried. "And you, Henry! Or your king will die, that much is a certainty." The Duke hesitated, knowing where all his hopes rested. "Hear what treacherous threats he uses!" "You fool!" The Queen shouted and her eyes flashed fire. "Don't you understand? It doesn't matter what the old crow says. We need his leechcraft." Reluctantly, Duke Edgar let his dagger arm fall. He ordered his son to stand off. Will was released, then kicked down so that he went sprawling. Gwydion ignored him and moved instead to the king's aid. He cleared the banquet from the board and asked for Hal to be laid flat on the table. Then he bent to listen for a heartbeat. He muttered words in the true tongue, then said to those who crowded anxiously around, "Fetch me hot water. And give your liege lord air." But still the knights and nobles pushed in close with apprehensive faces, though Will saw they were more concerned for their privileges and positions than for the life of their king. Gwydion swept them angrily back to their benches and cleared a space for himself. "Come here, bag carrier," he called out, and cast about for Will. "Where's my apprentice boy?" But as Will got up beside him he saw how Duke Edgar whispered furiously with his son, then sent a servant away on an errand. The Queen stood close by, her hands white and wringing one another. "He must not die yet," she repeated over and again, as if saying it would make it so. Will noticed how her tight red gown bulged in the middle, and suddenly it dawned on him that she was with child. Gwydion worked purposefully on the unconscious king, whispering spells and making signs and sigils above the royal brow. He dissolved the pink powder into a bowl of water that was brought to him. It smelled of strawberries, and Will could almost feel the wholesomeness of it rising through the air. The king's shirt was opened and his throat, chest, and belly washed. At last Gwydion raised his head and drew Will towards him as he addressed the hall. "I have completed my work here. There is nothing else that can be done for him save to make him comfortable, which I am sure the Queen will see to after her fashion. His recovery will begin as soon as he leaves this place. But it will be slow, for his body has been poisoned and his willpower is even now being sapped away by." His words were drowned by the gasps that came from those who thought they had heard an accusation. "Poisoned?" The Duke, whose page had secretly brought his broadsword, exploded in wrath. He had made his calculation. He had decided that, now the king's life was no longer in danger, there should be a reckoning. He launched out his sword and sprang at the wizard all in one movement. But Gwydion was ready. He pulled out a small white object that hung at his neck, and mouthed a powerful word, enfolding Will in his mouse-brown cloak at the same time. The heavy hand-and-a-half blade tore through the air. "Oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh!" Will howled in horror as the sword sliced down through his own body from shoulder to hip, and rang sparking on the checkered stone floor. Then everything went black. Chapter 9: A Barrow on the Blessed Isle. When Gwydion swept his cloak away, Will saw he was clinging to a jagged ledge in what seemed to be a blasting gale. The wind was cool and fresh and full of moisture, and there was bright sunshine all around him. A wall of grey rock pressed hard against his cheek, but he knew without looking down that he was poised over a long and precipitous drop. That knowledge alone almost made him fall, for he had more than a little terror of heights. All round he heard echoing screams and he tried to turn. "Easy, there!" Gwydion gripped his shoulder hard and drew him in a little from the edge. "Step towards me, Willand. Now the other foot. That's good. Tread softly now." The ledge was narrow and the fall deadly. But there was soft turf close by his hand, and the hope of safety. The wizard guided him upward and shoved him over the lip of grass, where he lay exhausted among the sun-warmed blades, tingling with gratitude and astonishment. The wind ruffled him. "What happened to us?" he said after a moment. "Where are we? The edge of this hill is the edge of the world. But, how?" He stood up and stared around. A few paces away there was a grassy rise, and below it a path, and woods beyond. But to windward there was nothing.
Nothing except sky and a grassy brink where the land fell straight down into, what? They are the rocks where the song of the drowned breaks forever upon the shore, Gwydion said, breathing deep. This is the sea, Willand. The same glittering silver band that you saw from the heights above Sarum. We are at the uttermost end of the land here. We'll continue to stare out into the emptiness, until suddenly a great grey-on-white stormbird with a yellow bill sliced up from below the cliff like a sword stroke. It screamed at him and he flinched. She will not hurt you. She is the Fallen, Gwydion said, laughing. The bird of joy and hospitality. She makes her home here and comes only to see who approaches her nest. Have you never seen a seagull before? But of course you will not have done. Yet you should thank her, for one of her kind has just saved your life. But it was not the bird that had made Will start, so much as the memory of the Duke's blade. He was so certain that Duke Edgar's sword had passed through him that he dared not move in case he fell into two parts. To drain away the fear, he looked out at the purifying sea. Far below, a crawling carpet of dark blue stretched away as far as his eyes could see into the distance. A swell, born somewhere in the great sea, rose and fell, crashing wave upon the adamant shore. With the sun on his face and the wind's freshness carrying tears from the corners of his eyes, he felt lifted up. The sea. There was just so much of it. Behold the western deeps. Gwydion said. This is what was called in the true tongue the Ferga. The word is still used in the north to mean the ocean in storm. It is a marvelous sight indeed. Do not fall down there, now. For there will be no getting you up from the rocks if you go over. I am quite spent for the moment. At last Will sat down, and asked, how did we get here? This is the reason. Gwydion kissed the bird's skull that hung at his breast. Come sit with me upon the barrow while I receive that which the earth would offer me, and I will tell you how this bird's skull has kept us whole. They went to sit on the small hill, where the turf was fine and green and the remains of pink flowers stood browning on their stalks. Back from the edge there was not quite so much wind, and Will listened with amazement at what the wizard told him about how he had prepared a vanishing spell upon the bird's skull some seasons ago in this very place. But how has it become daytime? He asked suddenly. At the royal lodge a moment ago, night was falling, yet by the sun. If you change place, then you must also change time. It works that way, for the one is connected to the other, and contrariwise, if you see what I mean. Will's eyes opened wide at the idea that time had jumped. I don't think I do. Well, worry about it when you have a quiet moment to yourself, and perhaps you will see how it goes. It is now the equinox, or as you would say, the 21st day of September. Will blinked. But that means you've robbed us of 6 weeks. Are we ever to get them back? You will, Gwydion said. But not until the end of your life. Master Gwydion, I meant the war? What about that? Can we afford to lose so much time? We would have lost a great deal more had it not been for the vanishing spell. Nor was it so small an undertaking. Such a spell is never used casually, for its outcome is never quite sure. And only one may be prepared at a time. We have traveled a long way, for this is the westernmost point of land in the world. In the whole world? Will repeated, thinking over what must have been the result if the range of the spell had been just a fraction longer. Then we must have come to the Blessed Isle. Who would have thought I would ever come here, and in such a fashion? And how do you like it here? Tilwyn told me it was very green. And so it is. Gwydion looked to him sharply. But do you feel anything? Feel anything? How do you like the taste of a sea breeze? Do you feel it filling you with the stuff of life? Will breathed deep until he was quite dizzy, then he said, how did that spell bring us here? Gwydion lifted up the bird's skull he wore. I wove the spell's trigger upon this. You are right to think that a vanishing spell must have a destination. They are usually woven upon a spell of possession, therefore I designed it to bring me back from where I invoked it to the place where the hand of man first touched the trigger upon which it was woven. A vanishing spell, once woven, waits to be sprung at time of need. Once a single subtle word is landed upon the trigger, the spell vanishes everything alive within its compass. Will blinked as Gwydion snapped fingers in his face. Vanishing spells are useful for they are paid for ahead of time, so to speak. They are a power stored and set. Such has been the danger of this summer's mission that I have been ready to fly here like a bolt from a crossbow for over a year now. Yet at Clarendon Lodge even this stalwart piece of magic almost failed to save us, for we were standing in a finely wrought trap. So fine that I did not at first perceive it, yet in the end it was all I could do to pull the trigger that released us. Will stretched himself. It's a pity you didn't pull the trigger a bit sooner. That sword scared me half to death and back. It is the back that matters most. But I had little choice. That hall was wrapped tight and thick with spells. All those antlers, and every point of them glowing with dirty magic.
Could you feel anything in your feet?
I could not.
There was nothing crackling in the floor.
Dead marble is the worst kind of hewn stone, Willand.
It is not like having live rock underfoot.
There was precious little for me to draw upon.
No wonder they meet in that place to plot their schemes.
And no wonder King Hell fell into a swoon under the pressures stored up there.
Have I not said before that the king has a sensitive spirit? Is that why King Hal's nose bled?
Will asked, thinking suddenly of the hooded figure that had shimmered into being behind the royal chair.
Dirty magic? You mean like Mascal's magic? Gwydion looked to him suddenly. Why do you speak that name, I wonder? Mascal was certainly at Clarendon some little time before us.
I am troubled to think that our moves might have been so closely anticipated by him.
And perhaps your deceptions too?
Will said, watching the slender thread of his own safety fraying to almost nothing.
The wizard got up and planted his feet firmly in the turf.
Willand, I'm going to explain to you what I did not have the chance to explain to the king.
Pay attention to me, for it is important you understand it well. You have already heard me speak of the Fey folk, have you not? Will nodded.
Yes, Master Gwydion. Then you will know that the Fey were an ancient race who once had the stewardship of the world. They matured their worldly wisdom over many hundreds of centuries, and so came to understand much that was true. They were the keepers of the wild, the ones who planted the first forests of birch and pine in the Isles, seeding trees ever further north as the ice melted before the power of their earth magic. After their victory over the cold and at the ending of the long night, they began to plant groves of oak and lime, hazel and alder, but by the time the first men came, their stewardship was already coming to a close. By then their knowledge was at its peak, and their greatest achievement was the 9 lines of the Lork that channeled enriching earth power to all parts of the Isles. But there was a darker side to the skills of the Fey. They found that all things in the world might be thought of as vessels that contain 2 contrary kinds of spirit, bliss and bale as we call them in dealings magical, though you may wish to think of them as kindness and harm. Everything that exists in the world, every rock, every blade of grass, even the air, contains nearly equal measures of each kind of spirit, churning and boiling constantly together. But in the end, the Fey found a way to part these spirits one from the other and use them separately.
How did they do that? Will asked, awed by the idea. By their magic.
The wizard stopped walking up and down, and spread his hands. The arts of the Fey were so profound in the end that they could stand 2 stones beside one another and shift all the bliss into one, and all the bale into the other. And in this way, one stone became a vessel of refined, unblemished kindness, and the other one of pure, unrestrained harm.
Will chewed his lip. I think I begin to see.
You're speaking of the battle stones.
Indeed I am, Willand.
And it's the harm in the stones that would make all the suffering happen.
Correct again.
Will thought about that in the light of what he already knew. Can't it be brought out a bit at a time and set to the 4 winds?
Not without cost.
Think of the harm that resides in a cup of poison.
If someone drank that cup, then he would die.
And if the cup were passed between 2 people, then perhaps neither would die, but both would suffer serious illness. But if the cup were to be passed from mouth to mouth around a whole feast, 5 dozen folk might suffer the bellyache. So if the harm that was inside a battlestone were let out all in a rush, there would be a battle. And should a battlestone's harm be got out and dispersed into the world today, then tomorrow there would be many breakages and falls, lost coins and spilled milk.
Do you see?
All the men in the realm would wake up a little bit weaker, and all the women of the realm would turn a shade uglier. Yet that seems a cheap price to pay when set against a war.
Perhaps it may come to that in the end. But do you see the vastness of the idea? Huge powers of destruction and preservation were brought into being when these stones were wrought.
At first the harmful stones were kept closely paired with their sisters and housed together, each pair within a roof chamber. How many pairs there were, I do not know, but their barrows were said to lie scattered throughout the north and west. Some are known to me, for 3 great ones have survived almost whole. One is at Maris Howell on the Isle of Orksay, which lies beyond the northernmost coast of Albany. Another is within the Grange of Bayan, here in the Blessed Isle.
And the other? The other? Gwydion looked him over. You cannot guess? Should I be able to? The moment grew awkward. Should I know, Master Gwydion?
Perhaps you should, for you are sitting upon it.
Will marveled. You mean this little hill? Do you feel nothing at all?
The wizard advanced on him, his exasperation showing now. The Black Book says that the barrows were chosen most carefully. They stand at important places, where powerful earth streams come together.
Stand up. Can you feel no tingling in your toes? Will got up.
He rubbed his feet back and forth across the turf, then shrugged.
It feels to me like grass, But these barrows were given to the first men. They have been known in later times only to the Druida, the wisest of the men of a later age. There can be no mistake. Try again. Will looked down at his feet uneasily. He hardly knew what was being asked of him. I don't know what else to do, Master Gwydion. The wizard sat down heavily. Oh, never mind, he said, waving away Will's concern. Perhaps I have been wrong about you, after all. Will lingered, anxious now. Master Gwydion, have I displeased you? Oh, Willand, sit down. The fault is not yours. There is no fool like an old fool, and of all the old fools the worst is the one who wants to believe. Gwydion's gloom had settled in for the rest of the afternoon. He sat in silence on the barrow and will let him be, thinking that the dirty magic of Clarendon Lodge had perhaps sapped more of the wizard's strength than he had imagined. Yet it seemed to Will that Gwydion was also wrestling with some great disappointment and trying to adjust his plans to take account of it. But he decided not to ask, for he thought that the disappointment might concern him, and if it did, there was no sense in stirring it up. After a while the wizard gave up his brooding and returned. He seemed to have cheered up, and he began to speak of the ages that had passed since the time of the ice, how when the ice had withdrawn the drownlands had become ocean and the Isle of Albion had been left. Then he began to tell of the age of trees, and the time of the first men, since when a dozen times 7 dozen years had passed. And this time Will found that his mind did not wander from the wizard's words, and it seemed that there truly was something special in the air of the blessed isle, for when the stories of elder days were told they were made more real. And so Will learned about the departure of the Fae, and of the 300 generations of first men who dwelt peaceably in the isles and lived according to the ways of the Fae. But then, 3,500 years ago the world changed, Gwydion said, his eyes now filled with fading light. The age of trees came to an end, and there began the age of giants, when there were no men in the isles. And that age, which was a time of desolation, lasted for 1,000 years. Then began the third age, which was called the Age of Iron, when the hero King Brea came and defeated the giants and proclaimed the realm, and there were men in the isles once more. Ah, those were high days, Willand, but by then the sorcery that had arisen in the east was driving westward vast migrations of folk, and the Fae's gift to the first men began to stir. The battle stones? Will asked. But why? Thousands of years before, while the Fae were still living in the world of light and air, the barrows of the north and west were opened, and every stone, harmful in kind, was brought forth. Each pair was sent over to its own special place of strong flow along the Lork. No battlestone could be sent alone, for without its sister in attendance it would have been a most dangerous cargo. On its own each harmful stone would have attracted strife like a lodestone attracts flecks of iron. Turmoil would have been summoned, for the stones have the power to affect the minds of those who are drawn to them. But the Fae said that once these harmful stones were set like coffins into their graves in the Lork, and the array tuned and shaped by the power that flows there, then they would become a powerful guardian force. And the sister stones that came with them? What happened to them? The word for them in the true tongue is Amrena, which means wonderful. Once the battle stones were set in place, the sister stones could be returned. And they were. To these, their barrows, in the blessed isle and the Isles of Albany and elsewhere. Here they have remained as a source of comfort and wonder for all the world. But I don't see, Will said. Surely harm was spread all over the realm when the battle stones were left here. How could that have worked as a protection? It is true that each battle stone contains purest harm, but in the same way that a killing edge may be set into a handle and becomes a tool or a protection, so a battlestone, when directed by the Lork, serves in the same fashion. Remember that the places where the battlestones were buried were chosen with great care. They were always special places. For many dozens of centuries the stones protected themselves by repaying malice with malice. Malice to him who malice thinks. Have you never heard that saying? Will shrugged. No. It is today the motto of a certain order of knights, but it is a sentiment more ancient than any of them knows. The battlestones drove anyone who came maliciously into these isles towards insanity and self-destruction. Those who came in a spirit of honest friendship were not troubled by these terrible sentinels. Brea established the realm unopposed by them. And later, when the children of Namath came fleeing persecution and sorcery in the east, they came to these shores and found succor also without rousing the battlestones. But Lord Strange told me the Nemethians were chased out of the realm by one of the kings of the old days. John Lestrange's view of history is shallow and serves his own view of the world. In truth, the Nemethians were received unscathed by the battlestones. They lived peaceably in the land of the lakes for many years until they fell out with the tyrant, Memprax, after which they wisely decided to depart for the Blessed Isle. I know, for I conducted them there myself. But whatever befell the Nemethians, there was many another peaceable folk welcomed here, folk who set down roots and fully mixed their blood and so helped to invigorate the realm in the best way. So long as the newcomers did not try to keep themselves haughtily apart, they were welcomed, and never once was the Lork inflamed by their coming. Never once in all the reigns of the Breen kings down to the time of Caswellan was there an awakening of the Lork, for there was no threat to the land. And so in 1,000 years and more since King Brea reigned, the battlestones were all but forgotten. There grew up among the people a legend about certain stones hewn by the Fae from the pillars of the earth and brought out from a place now deep under the sea. But that was an idea believed in only by those given to fancies, for in those days only the Druida knew the truth about the Lork, and only the highest of the Druida were vouchsafed the full secret. Will gazed out at the endless sea and at the glory of sunlight that played through a cloud, turning the waters silver. He asked, how was it that King Brea was able to come and proclaim the realm? Did the battlestones not try to destroy him too? Why should they? When Brea came to the Isle of Albion there were no men there. The first men had long since vanished and the land had fallen under the sway of monsters. But then Brea and his people came, and since giants are hugely strong but not especially clever, Brea inherited the land of Albion and the Lork made no demur at that. Gwydion spoke then of King Brea and the warriors aboard his 7 ships who landed at Darkness and declared the realm. He told how Canutax, a bold captain in Brea's host, had brought down the giant, Godmer, whose chin was 17 feet above the ground, how Debon slew Coulin, and Coronax bore down the mighty Albion. At last, the giants were scattered and their line failed. In the end, Magog and Gogmagog were all that remained of them. These chieftains were taken captive and brought to Brea's oaken palace, the White Hall in Trinavant, there to do service as porters. That was many reigns ago, 1,000 years and more before the coming of the slavers. Well, what about them? Will said, rapt. Surely the Lork should have thrown the slavers back into the sea. It happened like this, that one of the contending sorcerers in the distant east grew greater than all the rest. He began to put out searching fingers westward, to grasp and to conquer, one by one, the lands of the Gaedel, and to bring them all into slavery. This, Iuliu, by them the mightiest and most ambitious general of the slaver empire. Ah! Iuliu the seer. Will interrupted. Iuliu the seer, who was troubled by terrible night visions. Quite so. Iuliu ordered to the isles a fleet of many oared ships. On board was an army that landed in great force and marched inland. They fought a fierce battle on the banks of the Iasus against an army led by Caswellan and his brother, but soon afterwards, prompted by the now come the terrible night visions. Gwydion raised an eyebrow. Are you going to tell the story, or should I? Sorry. Soon afterwards, prompted by the power of the Lork, a dismal spectre came to disturb the slaver general's dreams. Mightily did it convince him that the invulnerability of his army was but a clever illusion, and the next day he took his steel-clad troops out of the isles again. No slavers came here after Iulia left. Not for nigh on 100 years, for none dared try to face down the protection they knew was buried in these isles. But then it happened that the foulest renegade who ever lived, a man named Gruch, brought calamity upon the isles. Gruch was one of the Druida. He had taken the vows and had read much that was in the Black Book, but he fell into weak and desperate ways. He sailed his coracle across the narrow seas into Gal, which was the old name for Nestriat and Breis, and so carried a great secret out of the isles to be sold for a pittance of silver. Thus it was that the sorcerers and slavers of the east found out how to disrupt the Lork by laying out roads of stone across the land. When their steel-clad army came again they knew what magic of their own to employ that they might quickly subdue the realm and make it their own. Straightway they went about their unwise work, attacking and burning down the great fortified hill towns, pinching off the power of the earth streams, breaking the bones of the land, tearing out her beating heart. Risings there were, of course, and rebellions aplenty. War flared, the brave queen of the east fought the invader back as fiercely as only a woman can. I can see her now, tall and terrible to look upon and gifted with a leader's voice and mien. Her 2 grown daughters stood to left and right of her the day she roused her army to march upon Caer Melidian. Her bright red hair flew like a cloak about her shoulders and she wore the golden torque of sovereignty, and when she raised her spear aloft such spirit was kindled in the hearts of all who set eyes on her. Gwydion fell silent and it seemed to Will that a tear was bedewing the wizard's eye. What happened to the brave queen of the east? In the end, the slavers killed her with poison. They had brought the secret of how to grip these isles, and grip them they did, ever tighter in a fist of steel. Every season that passed their eagle claws would sink a little deeper into the land, tearing up rib and knuckle, tearing away chalk and flint, until they had built stone fortresses for themselves, and connected together every quarter of the land. They told lies and made maggots of the people, Willand. Killed the honorable, drove out the strong, enslaved whoever they caught. They burned the sacred groves in acts of barbarous cruelty. They dwelt not in homes of living wood, but as dead men dwell, in tombs of quarried stone. Soon, high-walled city began to talk with high-walled city. Stone roads were sent like knives, cutting straight across the land, severing the pathways of the Lork, polluting and weakening its flow. Those roads are as looking glasses, or as dams, turning back the earth power that runs up against them.
they fractured the spirit of the land into tiny pieces. They even raised a great wall across the isle from coast to coast, that was done to hold back the mighty magic that dwells in Albany. These roads, these walls and other works of naked stone, they made the battlestones rage in lonely impotence, isolated and forlorn, each stone no longer part of the knitted web of power that was able to keep watch and ward over the sacred land, but now a tainted flow stored up in so many solitary kernels of malevolent fury. And so you see, Willand, the realm that had once been protected by the battlestones came wholly under the sway of a sorcerer's empire, until the old ways were at length practiced only in the west and the places where the sister stones lay buried in their barrows, and cast a kindness over the land that the slaver sorcerers could not penetrate. And trapped under the sway of the slavers, the folk of the line of Brea were beaten down unless they took themselves away to hidden places. Thus was the wisdom of the Druida talked of eventually as half-truths and then let to rot away. What happened to the slavers in the end? Will asked, spreading his fingers in the thriving turf. He had sat on one buttock too long and his leg had gone numb. Like all things built upon sorcery, the slaver empire was devoured by its own child. Will narrowed his eyes. Who was that? The slavery of the body was in the end conquered by the slavery of the mind. When the slavers brought their armies here, they had not yet been bedazzled by the blinding light that overcame them in later times. It was a blinding they were powerless to resist for all their soldierly might. Will thought about that as he tried to rub the life back into his left leg. You mean the fellowship, don't you? The sightless ones. Gwydion closed his eyes, remembering. It may surprise you to know that the fellowship began as a small group of well-meaning spirits gathered about a single far-seeing man. A rebel he was, a fighter against slaver tyranny, and his people infected by a terrible belief that would in the end make them the most hated of races. But, as with so many rebellions, this leader was ruined by the weaknesses of others. Jealousy, hatred, and fear, Willand. Those are the three great enemies of men. Do not forget their names, for they are within us all and they are what confound our best intentions. The original fellowship was a fragile flower. It did not long survive its contact with slaver sorcery in the tortured lands. Its leader was hanged upon a tree and his following dispersed. Some fell silent out of fear. Others out of hatred took his name in vain. But the worst of them were driven mad by jealousy. They twisted all that their leader had taught them, until it was the very opposite of what he had intended. This new fellowship became a secret society, one that dwelt in the shadows and gloried in its own persecution, for the surest way to enlist fools is to make them believe they are threatened, and every now and then to send one of them out to die a glorious death. Yet all the while the elders of the fellowship were gaining a taste for slaver wealth and slaver luxury and slaver power. In place of the charity and poverty their first leader had espoused, they preferred gold. And so the fellowship began to attract to itself exactly the wrong kind of man, and in time these full-fed princes bloated fat. They grew as parasites grow, inside the slaver's great city. And by the time they burst out of their host, they had found a new way to own the world. It is called the Great Lie. It works, not by shackling bodies in iron, but by forging invisible chains that grip the minds of men. Will shuddered. How do they do that? Gwydion lifted his hand and tightened it into a fist. The Great Lie uses the victim's own natural hopes and fears to enslave him. Now you see why the tide of slaver power ebbed just as the sightless ones were gaining their stranglehold over the empire. When the sightless ones devised their improved method of slavery, it was bound to supplant the old. Here in the realm, the regime of slaver days was broken, their towers tottered, their cities crumbled, their palace roofs fell. The new invaders who came from across the seas lived in the old way, and in time, all that the slavers had done returned broken into the damp earth. Except the roads. Except the roads. Those have outlasted all the rest, but even the work of giants decays, Willand. Gwydion shifted, drew in a great breath and fell silent. By now the sun had slipped lower, sculpting the wizard's face as if it was stone. At length he stirred. Since the slavers left, the realm has been invaded many times. Dozens of armies landed, year upon year, until the greatest conqueror of all made the realm his own and began a fresh wave of stone building. But Gilland the conqueror built castles, not roads. And now the slaver roads are 1,000 years old and are fast being broken up. Will suddenly saw the point at last. So the land is no longer quartered and the battlestones are no longer alone in their malice. That's why the Lork is awakening. The wizard nodded gravely. I believe that sparks have begun to pass along the limbs of the sleeping giant once more. He is twitching. Whispers are traveling anew along the Lork, and for the first time in 1,000 years one battlestone has begun to sense another and thereby to rediscover its purpose. But what does that mean? Will said, turning over. Surely only that the realm will become safe from invasion again? It is as I have already told you. Gwydion sighed deeply. The Lork is now tainted. The flow has been fatally warped.
It has been turned brackish and is malign with poisons.
We cannot dismantle every castle that stands in the realm. We cannot return every stone to its quarry.
Think of the many years in which invaders have been mingling in these isles.
Witch folk now have hearts warmed purely by native blood. Now everyone is descended from an invader. And so everyone will be touched by the insanity that will be inspired by the battle stones.
Will felt a spot of rain on his face. There were grey clouds above now, though the sun was shining gold far over the sea.
Is that really going to happen? Are we all going to be driven mad when the Lork wakes up? It has already started. Do you not yet see how foolish decisions plague us?
How lords flap their mouths endlessly, yet do nothing to solve the real problems that beset the realm. No one knows what to do for the best, and worse, no one seems to care.
Oh, the battle stones are certainly talking one to another. And to stop them now seems an impossible task.
Gwydion got up and walked slowly down the slope of the barrow.
Will watched him gaze into the west.
For the first time he saw how great was the problem, and how high the price of failure.
But what has any of it got to do with me? He thought unhappily. I'm not a lord. I can't do anything. I'm just a wizard's lad, apprentice and bag carrier.
As Gwydion himself said, the fault's not yours.
He left the wizard to his dismal contemplation of the sunset, and rubbed at his leg until the pins and needles went away. Then he took himself off, making a half-turn around the barrow.
To his surprise he found that it had an entrance. There were stone walls and stone posts and a stone lintel making a low doorway. There seemed no harm in going inside, and so he ducked under the lintel and shuffled forward into the darkness within. At first it was hard to see anything. There was a dank smell and he could feel hard-packed earth underfoot. Slowly his eyes grew accustomed to the gloom and he saw he was in a round chamber with walls made of stacked, unmortared stone. There in the center stood a great rough-hewn plinth. It was squarish, though a lot taller than it was broad and a little broader than it was deep. He reached out to touch it and felt something pleasant pass through his fingers. He wanted to hug the stone tight, for it seemed as if it could heal hurts and give a mighty comfort to anyone of troubled mind. Then Will found himself shading his eyes because a narrow beam of light had somehow found its way into the barrow and was now falling square on the stone. His eyes were drawn to the stone and he saw something that made him shout out loud.
Master Gwydion! Master Gwydion, come quick!
A moment later the wizard entered the chamber, staff in hand, ready to face whatever peril Will had found.
I am here. It's the stone, Master Gwydion. Look at it.
And there, revealed by the light of an equinox sunset, were dozens of markings. They ran along the edges, and the stone itself was glowing with a dull light that seemed to rise and fall, as if it was breathing, or perhaps drinking in the sunlight.
Gwydion's eyes opened wide with delight. It has drawn you here after all. Or you have found it.
Then, this is a sister stone and maybe all is not yet lost. But those ridges and furrows.
What are they?
They just came up in the stone's edges while I watched, like whipwheels, but. The wizard examined the marks.
They are called Ogham. It is an inscription. I should have known. You mean a kind of writing? Can you read it?
Will touched the stone again and felt a power coiling and uncoiling within. He drew away his hand again quickly, then he felt something rubbing itself against the back of his legs and he turned. There was a beautiful white cat looking up at him with big golden eyes. Its tail was up as it wound itself about Will's shins.
Pangor Ban! He called out. He picked the cat up and held him. How did you get here all the way across the sea from Witchwood?
He cradled the cat, then let him ride his shoulder.
Look, Master Gwydion.
He's called Pangor Ban. Gwydion tore himself away from his study of the stone, enough to say distractedly, "Oh, I know him well enough. He travels much and always seeks good company, though the blessed isle is much more to his taste than the Witchwood ever was."
But look at the stone. The inscription seems to be in the form of a question, CNIACH menfa ainluff? It means loosely, but whose light am I? Or perhaps, am I the brilliance of the Lord of Light?
He moved round the stone and examined the next side, pronouncing one word at a time, Te Brathir I Mer Na. Which might mean something like, the name of my brother is home. Will wrinkled his nose at that.
It doesn't make much sense, does it?
It is written in a very old Ogham, not the later Oghams of the revival. This inscription was wrought by one who knew well the language of stones.
Tilla Angid Kariak Na Duna. Here in the morbid stone city. Gwydion moved further round. Atrib Muan Nadir Siabuan.
Has my dragon returned to dwell?
But we do not know the order of the lines.
Or for certain where the verse begins or ends.
Does it matter? Of course it matters.
Let us suppose it begins with the sunlit side, then proceeds sunwise around the stone as it should. An agam, I might say, is always read from bottom to top. Gwydion stroked his beard and spoke the whole verse. Cniach men fa einluf? Te brathir ein mer na. Tilla enged kariak na duna. A trib muan nadir s I abuan. But whose light am I? The name of my brother is home. Here in the morbid stone city. Has my dragon returned to dwell? He mused. Perhaps not morbid, perhaps it is malicious. I told you it didn't make any sense. Look. Gwydion growled. The sunlight is now almost halfway across the face of the stone. If I do not find the key to it soon, the chance will be lost for at least another year, and that almost certainly means forever. Will stepped back from the stone, chastened. He watched as the wizard's long fingers played over the pillar, checking the translation again. Then he watched the square of light track across the carved face as the sunbeam moved. When it reached the edge of the stone, it slid slowly but irresistibly onto the far wall. Gwydion moved round the stone as the light faded from it. When the last tiny glimmer left the stone, the agam vanished. Gwydion stood up straight and said, "Come here." Will moved in closer, awed. "What?" "Look at the stone, Willand." "Tell me what you see?" "I don't see anything, Master Gwydion." "But you will. In time, you will see such a thing again, and you will read it, for you are he, and I mean to teach you the language of stones." Something about the wizard's fierce triumph scared him, though Gwydion's mood now was the mirror of his earlier despair. "Are you all right, Master Gwydion?" "Oh, this is an art I have learned and forgotten and learned again." "Did you see how the marks were set along every upright edge?" "They were like that because they carry two meanings. The first was there to be read plainly, he who stands opposite each corner in turn may read the meaning and be satisfied. But there is a second meaning which is not to be read so easily. It may only be followed by one who walks sunwise around the stone. It jumps from edge to edge, then up to the next row. That is an old druid trick, and one they may have learned from such stones as these." "Then this truly is a sister stone?" "What do you think?" "How would I know?" Will tried to take a turn about the stone, but Gwydion put out an arm and stopped him. "Sunwise, Willand. The way you are going is called widdershins. It is disrespectful. You must always walk sunwise about a standing stone, you must always turn to your right hand." Will looked at the stone wonderingly as the last of the sunlight died in the chamber. "So, what does the other reading say?" In the gloomy confines Gwydion's voice was deep and resonant, yet the true tongue sounded in Will's ears like harp strings. "Cni te tilla atreb. Ach men brathir anged muan. Fa ein mer kariak na nadir si. Einluf na duna abuan." In the plain speech of today we have, "I am here returned home, but my wicked brother, whose name is Dragonstone, dwells yet beneath the city of light." They left the barrow and stood under a sky that had turned to the color of embers. Gwydion planted his feet in the grass and tasted the air again to test the weather. "City of light," he cried. "I know that name. The wind is backing somewhat. Maybe fortune favors us, after all, for it will soon be set fair for a crossing. Come, my excellent young friend, we have a ship to find." And with that he went striding away. "Wait!" Will cried. "What about Pangur Ban?" But the cat was nowhere to be seen. Will was suddenly unsure if he had dreamed him. By now Gwydion was almost gone from sight too. "Hey!" he shouted. "Wait for me." Chapter 10, Lear's Treasure. Their ship turned out to be no more than a cockleshell. They found her in the port of Cov, and she was given to Gwydion for a song by one of the masters who suspected a sinking spell had been cast over his vessel. Unlike the big trader ships that were tied up at the mole, Gwydion's boat was no more than a narrow basket with two benches set across an oiled hide stretched under and over. There was a sapling tied like a whipstaff, and pulled back taut for a mast, and a bellying sail of canvas. At first Will was afraid to go in her. He found it hard to believe that such a vessel could succeed without magical aid. Sometimes water slopped over the low sides and into the bottom, and it became Will's job to bail. Gwydion said little and did nothing but stare ahead and work the steering oar from time to time. Nor was it the most comfortable way to go upon the sea, yet it skimmed along, and Will was astonished to find how the little boat conquered the great grey waves with ease. He had thought that it would be in the nature of large stretches of water to lie flat like the pool at Grendon Mill, or like the sea he had seen from the clifftops, but it turned out that when seen close to the sea was anything but flat. It was made of great hills of water that in a moment became valleys. The rolling of the waves made his stomach turn at first, but he soon got over that, and found that so long as he was able to fix his eyes on the distant skyline his belly would be stopped from complaining. Once he cupped his hand like a dipper and lifted a handful to quench his thirst, but quickly spat it out again. Ugh! It tastes of salt.
Indeed it does, Gwydion chuckled. Did I not warn you of that? You will not see me drinking of it, for I have sailed with Manannan, son of the sea. The wizard drew the boat first close into the rocky coast, then he steered far out across the ocean's deep, so they almost, but not quite, lost sight of land. Out there in the watery wastes there were sometimes dark shapes down below, a giant fish as big as a man, a monster perhaps. And there were other wonders that made Will smile, things almost as transparent as the water they lived in, round they were, with bodies of jelly that pulsed and throbbed upon the waves and trailed long ribbons beneath. Will drowsed at times, but Gwydion's head never dropped. They had bread, cheese and fruit with them for their journey, and on the first day even a piece of smoked fish that Gwydion would not eat, and a skin of fresh milk. Will saw 2 sunsets behind and 2 sunrises ahead before the last of the land disappeared into the final sunset and they found themselves alone on a black sea overspread by a sky of jewels. Will pointed out the star pattern he knew as the plough low in the northern sky. Gwydion called it Liag, and said that was a fey name because to them it had looked like a water ladle. He showed Will how to steer by the pole star, which was a star that lay near the plough, and how to keep a steady course as the boat bucked and splashed under them and the stars wheeled serenely overhead. No sooner had the sun gone down in the west than a bright star rose up in the east ahead of them. Gwydion said it was a good omen, for the star was king of the sky wanderers, known in the true tongue as Rhiannon Luff, or Luffa's star. When Will asked about the song the wizard had sung to gain the boat, Gwydion sang it in full, an ancient song of the sea, but his words were not of summer's joy, rather he sang of the hard watches that the ocean rovers of old endured at winter's night upon the deeps, of places in the far north that were hard and grey and ever as cold as ice. Hearken to this truth I tell you. Lost, we sailed the stark salt wave. Dealing days of bitter hardship. Steering straight, our lives to save. Strange the seas and mischance many. So far the fathoms, so deep the swell. Of frosty, fearsome waters travelled. No landsman, haven safe, can tell. And so it went on, and Will's mind's eye saw a great wave sweep a warrior from his ship, saw men in the bleak watches of the night chipping frozen spume from the planks, from rigging ropes grown thicker than a man's leg, chipping with unfeeling fingers until the dawn came, chipping without cease so the weight of ice would not turn the ship under. On and on the wizardly words rolled, like the wind, like the sea. They made a song of deeds done in a far place, in a time that long ago had passed out of mortal ken, but deeds that should ever be remembered by those who came after. You will go there one day, I think, Willand, Gwydion said when the song was done. One day, a long time from now, you will travel into the far north, to the place where stands the icy mountain that is called the Bearberg, but... Are you making another prophecy? Will asked, unsure if he was happy to be the subject of such a forecast. Some might see it as such, though I would not, for this has not the strength of definite promise about it. It is but a fair likelihood in my estimation. On the morning of the 5th day, Will noticed that the sea had changed color. He was pleased to see a green coast coming up to the north. There were cliffs and pale strands and purple hills behind, the magical land of Cambrai, Gwydion said. And in the other direction lay an island far distant and soon past, and all the wizard said was named Inish Lugnasad. There was a misty coast beyond it. Why is the sea brown now? He asked. Because the water we are in is not so much a sea as the mouth a huge river, the great river of the west. Cambrai lies to the west of it. That is a most favored land. Soon the coast began to enclose them from both sides, and an inrushing brown tide picked them up. It bore them headlong into the estuary, and they rode a magical wave that Gwydion said was no magic of his but a natural memorial to Severine, granddaughter of King Brea, who was drowned nearby. They beached the boat at high tide, and as soon as Will stepped ashore he knew for certain that he was back in the realm. There was something about the way the air tasted, something about the way the ground felt under his feet. They breakfasted on blackberries that grew above the mudflats. Will boiled a pail of mussels too. Then he took a long needed sleep until the waters turned again and they were able to ride another surge of water up along the broad reaches of the muddy river, which Gwydion now called Severine's flood. When he asked about Severine and how she had drowned, Gwydion said it was a sad tale. I told you how King Brea conquered the giants and how Magog and Gogmagog were brought to Trinavon to serve as porters. After that, Brea took to him Imogen, daughter of Pendrax. She bore him 3 sons, Logrin, Alban, and Cambur. When the realm passed to Logrin, he took to him Gwendolen, daughter of Coronax, yet King Logrin lay with the Lady Estral, and this was his undoing for Gwendolen wore jealously upon him and killed him. And in this very place, below the city of Cairgloucester, Gwendolen drowned both Estral and her daughter Severine, so that, even to this day, the men of Cambrai call the great river Severine's flood and give good respect to the swans, which you may know are the creatures that guard the mysteries of all rivers. Swans? Why? They are the mystic guardians of all rivers. I didn't know, Will said. Then you do not know much. Will looked down the track ahead. I suppose that now we're back in the realm we'll have to be careful and start watching out for trouble again.
Gwydion cast him a sharp glance. I expect you are right.
Your enemy will be on the lookout for us, won't he?
From now on we must take even greater care not to attract his attention. What does he look like, Master Gwydion?
It would help if I knew how to recognize him. The wizard shook his head, his manner once more grim. In truth, these days he has the look of a death's head about him. But you would not be able to recognize him if you looked for that, for he goes abroad most often in handsome disguise.
Handsome?
Will undid the crane bag and drew out his silver horn. He polished it again with his sleeve.
If he comes, shall I blow upon this?
I think you should not blow upon that without reading it first. Will looked closely at the words carved around the rim.
But I can't read what it says.
These letters are not in any shape that I was taught.
Gwydion took it and looked closely at the inscription. This is written in the true tongue. Ca-Ialia Nar Oin Bagelran. Ar Ciatemni Miwar Narlan. Aln Tabir Aaron Deal Gone.
I'm none the wiser for that, Master Gwydion, but.
Let me show you, here, I'll, a moment of time.
And here, by guller, which is not quite a verb, might mean to imperil, or a need. Then we have Ciatium, a gust of wind, and morn, me, myself, but only when talking of the me which is to come. And this word tabir means to carry upon your own shoulders, or ownership in coming time, or perhaps the color of a possession or the way in which you carry something you like.
Will sighed and took the horn back. If that's the true tongue, then I'll never begin to understand it. An ideal is haste, of which you have too much. Gwydion raised his eyebrows.
We say fa na erendil for make haste or go speedily.
But if you want the meaning plainly, then.
Should you stand in time of need?
Blow me, and you shall have speed. We'll put the horn away, satisfied.
Well, why didn't you say so in the first place?
That's easy enough, whenever we've need of haste, I'll blow the horn.
The next day the wizard surrendered the boat to a merchant he met along the river bank. Though a piece of silver was offered for it, Gwydion would take nothing more than half a dozen crab apples from under the merchant's tree in the promise of a future favor. He engaged the man in lengthy conversation which Will did not overhear, then they set off across country on foot, traveling always south by east.
Where are we going now, Master Gwydion? Not back to Clarendon, I hope. The bee knows, lad. And what's that supposed to mean? If the bee knows, he's not telling. The virtue of wayfaring is not always just to get somewhere.
It is to gather enough nectar for a man's thoughts to feed upon.
That is how the best honey is made.
But if it will satisfy you better to know, we are going to find the City of Light. But the answer did not satisfy Will, and perhaps it was not meant to. He was prickled enough by it to ask another question, this time about something that had been bothering him.
Would it not have helped us to have taken what that merchant offered for the boat? Do you mean silver coin?
I do not carry smelted earth about with me.
What harm can a little silver do? And anyway, I could carry it for you. Could you, now? What is the harm in silver?
The wizard tossed him a crab apple.
Here. I was given leave to gather these. Eat if you are hungry.
Will looked at the wizened apple, bit into it and made a face.
It's sour. I don't want it. Gwydion grunted. Nothing is sour but that which we take to be so.
And do not confuse wants with desires.
A song given to a friend paid for that boat. It was given away on a friendly promise likewise. The man who has friends is always richer than the one who has silver.
Tell me why you don't carry metal with you.
What's wrong with smelting it from the earth?
No birds or animals die to make silver or iron, but it is not true that I carry no metal at all, for I always wear this.
Gwydion drew a short-bladed knife from inside his gown.
He pulled off the canvas sheath and Will saw how the polished iron gleamed with an unusual pattern like straw scattered across a threshing-room floor.
It is most precious, for it is true star-born iron. It comes from the days when iron was rarer than gold, stronger than anything that was known, prized, handed down from father to son, and always named. In those days men had not yet been taught the sorcerer's secret of how to squeeze the liquid essence of iron out of stones. The only iron was that which fell to earth from the skies inside shooting stars. All the greatest tools of wizardry were once made of star iron like this. It's a nice knife.
It is not a knife, Willand.
It is a ritual blade. There is a great deal of difference.
I still think you should have taken some coin for the boat.
Are you suffering? No. Then be content, and let your feet take you where they will.
It was not long before they entered a pleasant wood, and soon happened upon a glade, and in it lay a sinister pond in which it seemed that nothing lived.
The sight of it sent a murmur of fear through Will and he stepped back from its edge. Gwydion seemed to sense what was amiss also. The water was perfectly clear but the bottom was as black as charcoal. A shaft of sunlight penetrated into its depths, and in a far corner, where the breeze had blown across its surface, a fine web of scum floated. Will thought he saw the silvery white bellies of fish dead among it. Instead of pond water alive with many green twitching things, this water was barren. Moreover, it seemed that everything had been killed at a stroke. Gwydion prodded the mud at the edge of the water and examined the scorch marks on the trunks of a stand of sad-looking pine trees. Maskell, he muttered at last, his grip tightening on his staff. This is certainly his work. Will looked around, half expecting Gwydion's enemy to appear, but no movement broke the stillness. Death and destruction has lately been wrought here. Even so, Willand, let me show you a reason for hope. Gwydion tossed a tiny pebble into the water and Will watched it plop and saw the rings spread out from it. Do you see how those ripples reach out to touch all parts of the surface? And do you see how, in a very short time, the ripples die away? Fate is like that. The wizard rooted up a much bigger stone. It was as big as Will's head. With a whisper he launched it into an arc high over the water. Will stared as the stone lurched up to the top of its path, then miraculously slowed and stopped. How do you do that? Will said, in awe. It takes a great deal of effort. But it is worth it. Watch. Will saw the rock falling slowly towards the water now, turning as it fell. He watched it fall as few others before him had ever watched a rock fall. He saw it push its way down into the clear water and throw the surface up in a great glistening crown. Then the crown broke up into shimmering drops that also fell back. Now, where the rock had fallen there was a great hole in the water and Will could still see the top of the rock until it sank and the water gradually closed over it. For a moment everything stopped again, but then it quickened until all was as it should be. The surface of the pond was covered in little waves and water swirled in the black mud at its edge, but eventually, just as Gwydion said, the waves died away and stillness returned, so the pond was much as it had always been. Do you see how the water heals itself? Gwydion said. In the same way the fate of the world closes up after a violent blow. It finds its own level again in time. Things return to the true path, to what was always meant to be, so that everything that men do, be they selfless acts of charity or repugnant crimes, all is eventually swallowed up by time and forgotten. Will stared at the water. But I thought you were going to tell me a reason for hope. Gwydion smiled and leaned on his staff. Now you see how Maskell can say, what does anything matter that men do? Men live and men die, and all they do becomes in time dust before the wind. But perhaps you also see that he is wrong, for who would say that flowers do not last and therefore do not matter? And who would say that since the end be known, the journey does not matter? In great wisdom there may lie great sorrow, and in the end, for some, there must be madness. Will gasped, for a huge thought had struck him. What if Maskell in his madness could find a stone so large that the pond couldn't heal itself? Oh, you are wise beyond your years, Willand. Gwydion turned to him and his eyes flashed. The boulder that Maskell wishes to throw into the pond of the world is so big that we will be thrown forever from the true path. If Maskell wins, the world will never be the same again. As Will contemplated the dark surface of the pond, the waters began to foam and boil and he drew back in fear, thinking that Gwydion's rock had awakened some writhing thing that lurked in the blackness under the waters. It's a marish hag! He shouted, fear crawling over him. But Gwydion merely spread his arms and whispered subtle words. His eyes closed and a weird light came from him. The water in the pond began to cloud. Reeds sprang up and green weed appeared. A shoal of tiny fish turned as one in the shallows and damselflies fluttered above, chased now by a wagtail. Then Will saw a smiling frog at his feet. It was as green as grass with two fine black stripes along its sides and big yellow eyes that closed and opened again as it swallowed. The frog leapt into the water and swam away, and when it had gone Gwydion stepped back from the water's edge and bowed long and low to the pond which he had restored to life. Will felt a great bubble of joy well up inside him and lodge in his throat. Oh, that's beautiful, he whispered. So it is. Gwydion put his hand on Will's shoulder. Come along, bag carrier. It is time you tried to forget about the marish hag. Remember what I said about doing away with painful memories. What's done and cannot be undone must not become heavy baggage for tomorrow. They tracked eastward, walking up hill and down dale, and will learn much about the earth as he watched the leaves begin to yellow on the trees. All was fine and the season was just as an autumn in the realm should be, yet Gwydion paused at every crossroads they came to and sniffed about like an old dog. Whenever they topped a hill or emerged from a wooded break, Will felt threats simmering in the air. And when next he caught Gwydion peering narrow-eyed into a clear blue sky, he said, "What is it you're searching for?" But the wizard said only, "Eyes of a hawk, ears of a hare." And after a moment he added, "Did you know that hawks have no liking for the autumn?"
It is their least favorite season and makes them bad-tempered.
Hawks, Master Gwydion? Think about it.
Hawks earn their meat not so much by the sharpness of their beaks and talons, but by the sharpness of their eyes. And a bird who spends his time watching for small movements in the grass, now what would annoy him more than countless brown leaves blowing across the land? Will ignored the wizard's whimsy, knowing it was aimed at forestalling his fears and his endless questions.
If we're not going to Clarendon again, are you taking me to another secret place like the Witchwood? Somewhere to be put for my own protection?
If you are, can I go to a place where there are many people? We say in the Vale that the best place to hide a tree is in a forest.
You may have something there.
But I believe it may be best to hide you by not hiding you at all.
Will sighed. When will we get there? I have told you once that we are going to find the City of Light. Be patient, for there is much for you to learn on the way.
Gwydion put hands on his shoulders and turned him about to look northward.
See that? We say that land has good aspect. Good aspect, isn't that what you told the hogshead about once? Indeed I did. I had forgotten that you were eavesdropping. So, good aspect, plain to see.
Will looked at the cabbage field and nodded.
Good aspect, Master Gwydion.
Then the wizard directed him to face east. Whereas that meadow over there has bad aspect.
Can you feel it? Can you feel the sluggishness in the earth?
No, Master Gwydion, he said in a monotone.
But it's as plain as a pikestaff, lad.
That field has cabbages in it, and that one has rabbits, he said helpfully.
Is that it?
The wizard sighed heavily.
Sometimes, Willand, I am driven to doubt that you could possibly be the one I have taken you to be. I'm sorry, Master Gwydion. But I am trying. I know. And that is what worries me.
The wizard pointed out a furrowed field.
There is a reason why the crops do not do well down there.
All farmers know that plants grow by the moon.
Always so on a waxing moon, they say, for plants of all kinds love the moon.
I'm hungry, he said flatly.
Do you think we could pull up a few of those moon plants and make a salad of them? Hungry again? Gwydion gave him a hard look. Very well, we shall rest in a little while. Choose a spot you like.
But it was not until they had passed by Lairbur that Will said he wanted to sit down.
Here?
The wizard asked, looking carefully at him.
No. Over there.
It looks like a nicer place to eat.
Then let your feet lead us to it.
Will steered them towards a small knoll by the side of the track. It was not far from a crossroads, and Gwydion hunted about there and found a string of leaves. It was just that, a string onto which 100 twigs and leaves had been threaded. Beside it was a feathery wreath twisted together expertly from the heads and stems of wild barley.
Gwydion examined both objects carefully, then broke them up and scattered them. What were they?
Will asked, recalling an earlier time when he had seen Gwydion make a similar wreath and leave it by the roadside. The wizard sounded unusually thoughtful. One was a letter, the other a signature.
Eat your fill quickly. We must go on. But I want to rest here on this little knoll. Gwydion's eyes narrowed.
Why have you brought us to the tump, I wonder? The wizard seemed to sink into melancholy, as if he was wrestling with difficult news. Will picked a hatful of blackberries and took out a little of the cheese he still had in his bundle. Then he chewed the last of the small, wrinkled apples that Gwydion had got for the boat. They had been getting sweeter each time he ate one, and he had been saving the last. It was so deliciously sour that it made his mouth go dry, but as he sat back on the grassy rise he fondly remembered the surprise visit of Pan Gorban in the Blessed Isle, and he lay back to enjoy the sudden blaze of late sunshine. He thought of Willow then, and brought to mind the midsummer song she had sung for him about the prince and his 3 apple trees. He wished she was here now, and wondered how long it would be before he returned to the Witchwood.
One day I'll go back there and find her, he thought. One day. Whether Gwydion likes it or not, and that's a promise.
The wizard was still nosing around anxiously. He could not settle, and all the while his hawk eyes were scouring the far hills, looking for signs of danger. Will tried to ignore the prickling he felt in his own skin. He spat out 3 pips and planted them each a finger's depth in the soil of the knoll. When Gwydion saw him do it he danced down from the barrow and began to grovel on hands and knees until the earth itself trembled.
What are you doing?
Will called to him in alarm.
Quickly! Get down off the tump.
Will needed no second telling. He dashed down off the little knoll and panic fear flooded him as he saw Gwydion raise his staff and begin to shriek out in the true tongue. But though the ground had trembled, no great upheaval followed.
Master Gwydion, what's amiss? Did I do wrong? For a moment Gwydion gave no answer, then he cried, Maskell! Are you here? Show yourself! Will stared around, bristling, but again seeing nothing.
Then Gwydion went down on his knees again. Ag! What's wrong? Wrong?
Gwydion's eyes were swimming in rimmed red. A rapture seemed to be upon him, but then he steadied.
Nothing is wrong. That was a fine gift you made to a great king. To have made it in kindness, an offering made upon a tomb. You are the one. You must be, else how could you have known what to do?
Will pulled at his arm.
Master Gwydion, get up.
The wizard jumped to his feet.
How did you unlock the tomb? Tell me. I didn't do anything. I was just putting apple seeds into the ground and then. Apple seeds. The fruit of Avalon. And behold the consequence.
Will spun round. His mouth opened as he saw the little knoll begin to shimmer like heat over a dusty summer road. He looked to where his feet had stood just moments before. The knoll seemed suddenly to turn to vapor so that now he could see to its very center.
It was a tomb.
Inside there was a chamber, but it seemed to be empty. As Will approached, the shimmering began again and a glitter of brightness flashed through the empty chamber.
Gwydion I d'honor, Esmé. Gwydion shouted.
He danced aggressively forward as if in challenge to death himself. But then the wizard gave out a great yell of triumph.
This is no sorcery.
The tomb is truly undisturbed.
Can it be that there is no more than one simple spell upon it? The one cast by Esmé so long ago? What have we come to? Will asked, following uncertainly.
Oh, gaze in awe, Willand, for this surely is the tomb of King Lear of old.
A king? Great Lear. Do you really know nothing of that illustrious name?
He was 11th king of the realm.
Lear, who reigned for 60 years.
So great a warrior was he that he lived to be an old man, and few warriors do that.
Come with me, Willand.
See old Lear, who at the leaving of his life was so much troubled in his mind by his 3 daughters. They went deep into the barrow, which was now filled with an eerie blue-white glow that came from a point that hung in thin air. Gwydion reached out to it and threw back a shroud of white feathers. It was a mantle that had been laid upon the king, and the moment it was taken away his skeleton was revealed. He was dressed in battle gear, and surrounded by an array of weapons the like of which Will had never seen before. He thought he heard warrior shouts, the gigging of shields, the gnash and gnaw of horses all fleet and frisk for battle. When he looked again he saw the chamber was filled with similar treasures, glittering darkly and in an unearthly manner. Terrified, he bent over the skull that lay grey and loose within a helm of bronze.
Its toothless grin accused him and he recoiled. Show respect, Willand.
Your clever feet have brought us to a place that has long been hidden from the world, though many have wanted to find it. Will stared at the great shield with its boss of bronze, at the spears and swords that surrounded the bones, at gold and jewels that were enough to bemuse the eye.
I
wouldn't bring us to a place like this, Master Gwydion, he stammered.
But you did. Though you asked me 100 times where I was taking you, it was your own feet that were leading us.
The wizard took the shining sword from beside the king and stooped to kneel before Will. Take this kingly blade in your hand.
Wield it. It is yours. Will backed away. I don't want to take it. But you must.
The wizard urged.
No.
He turned again to look at the other treasures, but he would not touch any of them.
Master Gwydion. If I've brought us here, then oughtn't I be the one to decide what's right to do here?
You may take what you will, but I don't want to touch anything, for as I see it, it belongs to Lear and I'd let him keep it all. But the wizard's eyes were already hungrily examining the cloak of swan's feathers, and now such a note of awe came into his voice that Will turned to him.
Never in this world. What now, Master Gwydion?
If I am not deceived, this very cloak was brought out of the realm below long ages ago by a king far greater than Lear.
Whomsoever wears his mantle shall remain unseen by mortal eye. Now I understand how Esmé could have hidden King Lear so easily. Look at the jewel that secures his shroud. Oh! This bauble I have long wished to gaze upon.
Will saw the clasp of intricately wrought gold and silver, and the great blue-white diamond that decorated it. Gwydion took out his knife of star iron and whispered subtle words, then he broke the stone free from its setting. He admired the color for a moment, then replaced the cloak over the king's body. Will gasped as the bones and the array of treasures vanished away once more. They fled from the tomb as the earth of the tump reappeared and the barrow became a grassy knoll once more. Will rubbed at his eyes as if he was waking from a dream.
Come, Willand, Gwydion said, striding away. Little do you know what you have done this day, for it could be that you have delivered us from the one who would destroy us.
On they went to north and east for many days, crossing now into the Middle Shires, heading ever toward the well-ordered earldom of Warwick, yet tacking back and forth, it seemed, to no great purpose, while Gwydion became ever more urgent and excited. At Tolton they found a bridge over the Stour, but the purple-faced bridgeman stopped them. He wore a faded red coat and a tattered badge, the chain-bearer, which was, Gwydion explained, the family device of the Earl of Warwick, captain of Collisport and the richest man in the realm. Now, then. It's a penny each, or the long way around for you beggars, the bridgeman said. Since when has the Earl Warwick's men stopped honest folk at this crossing? Gwydion asked, looking at the man's badge. Why does he seek to take money from them? War's coming. It'll be paid for by the likes of you, the bridgeman said, and Will grew aware of other figures in Warwick colours coming out from the shed behind them. There were 6 men, armed with clubs and ready for business. Trouble? One of them said. No trouble at all, the bridgeman replied, and without warning the nearest man swung his club at Will's head. He was only just able to duck a braining, but the next moment he was thrown down by a crunching blow to his back. Then everything boiled up inside him and his senses became a blur as he and his assailant rolled over along the edge of a roadside ditch. The clubs flew fast and furious about Will's head, and he knew that soon a murderous blow must break his skull and he would be done for. But he grappled the man close to him as best he could and tried to use him as a shield until he could tear away. Feet scuffled all around him, a blow landed on his back and he yelped. The man's grip was rough and his strength overpowering. But just as Will thought he had been pinned, to his astonishment the man's grip on his jerkin failed. As Will broke free he saw Gwydion standing apart from the fighting, quietly watching it all happen with his arms half raised. Run! Will shouted, and readied himself to fend off further blows, but everything had fallen strangely quiet. 3 of the men had begun looking at one another as if the attack had all been a joke, the others behaved as if they could not understand what had come over them. The one that had borne Will down was being helped up. Will ran up and tore the club from him, then swung it but the blow swerved wide of the man's chest. One of the other men laughed. Look at him. You think it's funny, do you? He shouted, outraged. Now, then, the bridgeman murmured backing away. Pack that up, youngster. There's no need for that. Master Gwydion, run. Will tried to swing the club again, but this time it slipped from his fingers. The wizard came up and looked over the nearest of the men with close interest. Well, if that was not the sorriest fight I've seen in a long time, he said, plucking at the white bear on the man's chest. The stitching gave way easily. I thought as much. Will's fear dissolved, but he was shaking and sweating from his efforts. I've a good mind to knock them all down while I can. Hush. The wizard said, his eyes roaming with interest over the bridgeman. Tell me, if you do not serve the white bear, then whose man are you? I'm my Lord of Mel's man, sir. And you were sent out to look for the crowmaster and his young friend? We've been waiting for him here these 3 days, since report came to us he'd been seen upon Foxcote Hill and was like to try the crossing here sooner or later. You were charged to waylay him? Aye. He's a warlock who's lost his powers. He has to be found and killed. So says Duke Edgar? That was his order. Do you not fear the crowmaster, then? Some. But we has charms. Let me see yours. The bridgeman opened his shirt and showed the sign of a ram's head tattooed on the man's left breast. Under it was the legend, Isipsue dot Nrideref. Under the guidance of the fellowship, Gwydion muttered. He touched the man lightly upon the forehead so that he forgot about everything for a while. You have a disorder of the blood, Gwydion whispered in his ear. Take dandelion root. And if you know good sister Knitbone, ask her kindly if she will spare you some of her best plantain. The boils will go away in 5 days. You have a strange way with folk on bridges, Will said, dusting himself off as they crossed over the Stour. What did you do to them? Nothing so very serious. They will recover what wits they possess before dark. I thought I was nearly done for. It is not an attack by Duke Edgar's bully boys that so greatly concerns me, it is that they were able to find us. If they can do that, then so can others. As they marched onward, Will could not stop turning the attack over in his mind. It had unsettled him, and he began to see shapes and dangers lurking in every shadow. What Gwydion had said was true, if they had been seen going over Foxcote Hill, then spies must have been out there watching them. How many times had they passed within view of the many spires of the sightless ones? More often than he could remember, and the sightless ones had hirelings among the common people, hirelings whose eyes had not been plucked from their heads. Next time an attack came, it would be worse, for Duke Edgar was no small power in the realm. As the Queen's ally he could use the King's name to get anything he wanted. Perhaps Gwydion had already been declared an outlaw and a general bounty placed upon his head. But worse even than that was the thought that if the Duke had found them, then it should be no great matter for Maskell to do the same. At last they came to open country and Gwydion called Will to look out as he had often done across a broad run of land. "There is much I do not yet understand about you," the wizard said as they halted by a hazel tree. "Some things do not fit with you, and now I must try to find out why. I have told you there are strong places and weak places in the earth, yet you seem to have no clear sense of them, no aptitude. Why not?" Will shook his head. "I don't know, Master Gwydion. I don't even know what you're talking about. The finding of the flows is called scrying. Watch what I do." The wizard put his hands together and knelt down at the base of the tree, muttering and whispering. Then he took a fresh wand from it, stripped and split it halfway down and held it out ahead of him in the same inside-out sort of grip that Will had seen him use before. He seemed to be reading the movements of the wand as he walked. "What are you feeling for?" "Flows. I am feeling my way along a green lane. There are streams of power in the earth, stagnant pools, sinks and springs, all these flows lie beneath our feet. You ought to be able to feel them too. When you say flows, do you mean those great channels the Fae made to move earth power to the battlestones? Not the lines, the lork is an artifice that lies deep underground. I speak now only about the natural flows that pattern the surface of the land. When these flows are like running streams, they make a place healthy, a place where folk like to linger. But when the flows are sluggish, folk want to hurry past." "Can all people feel them?" Will asked, feeling suddenly left out. "Of course. Then why can't I?" "Perhaps you do, after a fashion. I have watched your moods change as you go along. I saw you recognize the great upwelling that pours from the land by the White Horse and again as we came by the calendar of Figsburg, which is the earth ring that stands above Sarum. I watched your heart leap as you passed by that place. But your grasp of the land is quite different to that which moves in the bones of growers and herdsmen. It seems there is some interfering talent in you, one that is not in other folk. At present, I can say no more than that." Will felt even more uneasy as he set off again after the wizard. He thought of the verse they had read on the sister stone, and remembered the benign power that had tingled in his fingers. He hated feeling different and wanted more than anything just to be like everyone else. He was suddenly filled with a feeling of futility. "We're never going to be able to find the City of Light," he muttered. "Never. I have high hopes still," Gwydion said evenly, playing the hazel wand over the ground once more. "I am here returned home. But my wicked brother, whose name is Dragonstone, dwells yet beneath the City of Light." He shook his head, no closer to solving the mystery. "What is that supposed to mean?" "We're never going to find a battlestone, Master Gwydion." The wizard turned to him, weighing his words. "Twice in 20 paces you have uttered a counsel of despair, and yet this land is of fair to middling aspect. I wonder why. Is there something about this place that bothers you especially?" Will looked around him, and then inwardly at the hollowness in his heart. I just think it's like looking for a needle in a hayloft, as we say in the Vale. Do not give up hope yet. But the realm is so big. And there's just the two of us, and we have so little time, and you drag your heels all the while, Master Gwydion. You do, you know. All the more reason for us to tread softly. More haste is less speed, as the reed says. Will tooted. What a poor pair of stone hunters we make. I don't know where we are, and you don't know where we're supposed to be going. The land they began to pass through now was Heartland, as rich and as fat as any that Will had yet seen. The folk they met on the road from time to time spoke with a burr that reminded him very much of the Vale, and he wondered how close he was now to home. He dearly wanted to ask if they might go by way of the Vale. It would be wonderful to call in at Nether Norton, to see his mother and father again and to tell of his adventures, though he was sure they would have a hard time believing the least of what had happened to him. The pang he felt when he thought of home was painful, and made all the more painful by knowing that Gwydion had set the Vale under a magical cloak and that he would never be able to find his way home, unless the wizard showed him how. I never thought the realm was so huge, he said as they crested another rise and saw the land rolling away endlessly to north and east yet again. It takes many days to walk from one coast to the other. Tell me, have you never heard of the Great Book of the Realm? Do you mean the Black Book? The Scrayet na Tear? Oh, not that. The Black Book is lost, though it was once a parchment scroll, and far more ancient than the book of which I presently speak. The Great Book of the Realm is not yet even 500 years old. It is bound in red leather and sits in the king's palace at Trinavant. It lists all the towns and villages and hamlets, and records what wealth might be had from each of them. It is there so the elders of the sightless ones know what to demand in tithes of each place. There are many thousands of villages in the realm, and in my time I have visited each and every one many times over. I try to visit every place at least once in a generation. Will whistled softly. No wonder you're known wherever you go. The wizard stopped and leaned on his staff. Then he pointed into the distance towards a ridge of land. "See there, Willand. I believe our quarry must be close now, for that hill not far away was of old a great burg. Today it is called simply Burg Hill and nothing stands upon it, but long ago it was the fortress city of Luff. The Gaelish warriors who issued from that fortress joined with the Queen of the East and together they came within a whisker of throwing the invading armies of the Slaver Empire back into the sea. But, by then, the power of the Lork was already broken and the men of Luffa's city were finally overawed and destroyed. I don't see how that helps. Luff was also called Lord of Light. Oh. Will threw up his hands in frustration. Yes, but even if you're right about Burg Hill being the city of light, even if a battlestone is somewhere in this district, how shall we find a single buried stone in such a wide spread of land? It could take months and months. Years even. The wizard turned a maddeningly unreadable gaze on the land. At times of greatest flow I have sometimes fancied that I might sense the Lork myself. I think that's no more than dangerous wishfulness, Master Gwydion. Soon they had come to the fringes of Badby Chase. Will looked out across the fields and saw by the margin of the woods a line of about a dozen figures walking along a path. He screwed up his eyes and saw they were wearing tall, masked headdresses and long grey robes. Each was following along with a hand placed on the shoulder of the man in front. Sightless ones, he whispered, sure of it. Gwydion steered him under the shade of an oak. The fellows come out from their chapter houses more often in autumn, when the full brightness of the sun has begun to diminish. But they can't see us, or can they? Not if we take care. They crept quietly round the brow of the hill and saw what place they had almost stumbled upon. There was a small chapter house, complete with attendant acreage worked by hirelings. There was also a garden lying inside a low wall, and 3 or 4 men could be seen watering rows of plants, while 2 more attended to one of the many beehives. Robed figures were nowhere to be seen, except one who stood sentry at the gate. At that moment, the line of fellows reached the door and their leader halted. He seemed to gauge the moment, then led his line indoors. The feet of those that followed were at first unable to decide left from right, for as they came to the threshold they seemed to want to go the wrong way. They are recent recruits, new to the fellowship, Gwydion said. They are as yet unused to finding their way about. Their helpless obedience made Will grimace. But the fellows had soon passed from view, and Gwydion led him down from the hill on the far side toward Badby Chase. Tall oaks were close to the track and sent thick branches snaking overhead, making a tunnel of autumn colors. As Will followed he thought again of the figure wrapped in a black mantle, hooded and cowled, the one he had seen standing by the king and queen. I saw someone who looked much like a fellow at Clarendon Lodge, but he was dressed in black. Gwydion looked sidelong at him, yet he seemed preoccupied. Black, you say? Black. I do not recollect any fellow of the Dark Order being present at Clarendon. Nor could that be so. But I did see a man in black. He sighed and trotted after. Tell me, Master Gwydion, is there really an old Father Time? They shouted that at you at Clarendon. There is an old Father Time. Though I am not he. Will grinned at that and fell silent for a while as they passed deeper into the woods, but then he asked suddenly, does the figure of death really appear whenever some great personage is going to die? What makes you ask such a thing? I was just thinking. The answer is, it is rare for anyone to see death, and rarer still to see him attending another. Nor does his appearance herald only the fall of the great. Some hold that those who see his form will themselves soon be visited. Will felt a shiver run through his flesh, and when it had passed an uneasiness remained with him. He looked at the dark woods of Badby Chase, and saw too late that there was movement all around. Master Gwydion! Stand you there! Will was jerked out of his daydream by the challenge that came from behind them. Gwydion halted. Show us your hands, or you'll die. 3 men appeared ahead of them, and others carrying pitchforks and hammers came out of the bushes. At least 4 figures hung back in the shadows, bowstrings pulled taut to their lips. Outlaws. Will thought. A deadening fear unfolded inside him as he saw the deadly arrowheads pointed at him. His hand crept past the bag and the silver-bound horn that lay within, but the crane bag was shut and he knew that one hasty move might cost his heart a skewering. He did as Gwydion had already done and raised his hands, suspicious now that they had been caught by Duke Edgar's men. A woman of middling age was led forward by 2 younger women. She raved and her eyes rolled. She seemed to Will to be hopelessly mad. Is he the one? A hollow-faced man asked her. Look. He has a different lad with him now. Gwydion waited for the older woman to answer, but she merely gurgled and tossed her head. It was him, one of the young women urged. It was, wasn't it? The men brandished their weapons, grim-faced yet unsure what to do as the mad woman still gave no answer. We have urgent business, Gwydion murmured. Tell us why you will not let us pass. Keep quiet. Bring them. The other young woman shouted. Where's my whale? Another cried. What have you done with him?
One of the men stepped forward and reached out roughly to Gwydion, but the wizard stayed him.
I will come with you willingly, he said. You may put up your weapons.
No one will touch you if you're innocent, one of the men said. He was trying to see that the situation did not get out of hand, but Will could see that matters were poised on a knife edge.
Another of the men was white-lipped with rage. And if you're not innocent, you'll soon not be caring about anything. Do you hear me? As Will hurried alongside he whispered, Master Gwydion, who are these people?
Steady, Willand. They are just the good folk of Preston Mantles. He lowered his voice, very scared now.
Good folk? But they're waylaying us.
It would be a calamity for all concerned, Gwydion said quietly, if I refused to be brought into their village. Will looked around at the men who led them through scrubby woods. They were in real agitation, and Will saw that some were guarding them from the rest.
He whispered. You're going to let them take us wherever they want? What about?
They will not touch you.
The folk of Preston Mantles are honest. But they are also in distress. I cannot ignore their pain.
They continued along a track that was scattered with fallen leaves, going deeper into the dark woods. When they reached the hamlet, white and brown yardfowl scattered before them.
They were taken to the house of a man and woman who stared ahead and did not greet them. Tell me, what is amiss? Gwydion asked.
Instantly, his words had a calming effect, but one of the dirty-faced women who had come to the roadside scowled at Gwydion and threw a handful of earth at him. Listen to him.
What's amiss, he says.
The man who had challenged them on the road stepped forward, his eyes narrowed.
Their son went missing 3 days ago. What do you know about that, stranger?
Gwydion ignored him and turned instead to the anguished man.
How old is your son?
The father blinked. The pupils of his eyes were like pinpricks.
13 years. And a half. He's a good lad. The mother shrieked.
Her eyes were bloodshot from crying. Gwydion laid a hand on her head and muttered some hard-to-hear words. His name is Wayland, the woman said, looking up.
We call him Whale.
Tell me what happened, Gwydion said.
Just upped and vanished, the husband muttered. We've hunted high and low for him, but we can't find him. He's a good lad. He wouldn't have just gone off. Not by himself. Think now, Gwydion told them. Did any stranger come by here beforehand?
All those who were gathered at the door tried to recall if a stranger had passed through the village, but they said that nobody had come to Preston Mantles in over a week. Then the compulsion in Gwydion's voice rose irresistibly.
I ask you, did any stranger come by here?
The villagers fell back from him, their faces awed.
No. No. They cried.
There was no one. But then the mad woman blurted something out. She fell down strangling, frothing at the mouth.
Wise woman. Someone called out. The maggots are in her brain.
Gwydion knelt over her, made a sigil over her forehead, then commanded, Speak to me, sister.
The old you.
She gasped, her lips blue.
It's bleeding. Bleeding.
Gwydion tended the woman briefly, seemed to tear something unseen from her throat, then he straightened. His face was as pale as moonlight.
Take me there.
A yew tree bleeding, Will thought as they were led to the green.
How can that be? They reached the great somber tree, surrounded now by 50 or more folk.
At about head height the yew split into 2 main trunks, and thereafter it spread its dense dark foliage into a soaring spire above the ground.
Under its shadow no grass would grow.
Poisonous red berries glistened all over it. It was very ancient, the sacred tree of Preston Mantles.
Gwydion approached it with careful respect.
A little below the place where the trunk separated a deep red resin oozed and ran from a fold in the wood.
Which of you has broken the heart of this venerable tree? Gwydion demanded, turning angrily upon the gathered crowd.
His words resounded with great power now, and the villagers backed away from him.
Who has been dancing here? Gwydion demanded. Tell me.
The people looked guiltily to one another, still denying all with shrugs and wide eyes. They quaked with fear at the wizard's wrath. All weapons were cast down and children hid behind their mothers' skirts.
Tell me who was dancing here.
Despite himself, Will shrank back also.
Fetch a team in chains, Gwydion commanded.
This must be settled. As the oxen were being yoked together and led up to the tree, the villagers muttered among themselves, but their complete obedience to Gwydion surprised Will. They seemed to accept his anger and his authority, for they responded without demur.
The parents of the missing child watched as he took up a mattock and began to hack away the lower branches. Then a chain was looped around one of the two main trunks and the oxen set to haul.
Go on.
One of the men shouted. He held a rope attached to a ring in the nose of the lead ox. The great beasts strained as they were urged on.
Hooves stamped into the ground. The chain tautened and then tore into the red bark as it strangled the bough. Then a shudder passed through the tree and with a crack the timber of the trunk split clear to the ground and the tree thundered apart. The man leading the oxen yelled. The broken half of the tree lurched and fell to the ground in a cloud of dust and leaves. Then Will saw the white heartwood of the ancient tree revealed to daylight, and he turned away in horror. Embedded in the wood was a perfect skeleton. Maggot white, maggot soft, glistening, curled up like a sleeping child. The sight of it made Will gasp. All who witnessed it reeled back, groaning. The mother screamed and the father cradled her so she would see no more. Gwydion went immediately to them and laid healing signs upon their foreheads.
Will looked away from the horror. He could not move or utter another word for the shock of the moment held him in its grip. But then Gwydion turned his attention back towards the tree and directed a stream of blue fire into it. Then the wizard's grip tightened on his staff and he turned upon the old woman who shrank down to her knees before him. "Tell me who did this, sister,"
Gwydion ordered, his eyes blazing like smelted iron.
The wise woman fell down again and began to writhe. Her blue lips were flecked with foam and she groaned as if her spirit was fighting to leave her body. Then the wizard laid both hands upon her upraised face and made his irresistible demand.
"Tell me his name."
And her frothing throat gave up a single word, Maskell, but. Chapter 11, The Stone of Caer Ludunum.
Will said little the next morning.
What had passed in Badby Chase now seemed like a horrible nightmare and perhaps also an ill omen for the future. For the moment he wanted only to put the terror of it out of his mind.
But what did the dead boy signify?
Under powerful compulsion, the poor wise woman of Preston Mantles had told Gwydion everything he wanted to know. The monstrous deed had been the work of the wizard's great enemy. And though Will was not directly touched by what had happened, yet it hardened his heart against the dishonest use of magic that was called sorcery. The sight of the dead boy had shocked him horribly. He had not understood at first, or perhaps he had not wanted to understand.
But Gwydion had not left it there.
His name was Willand, but they called him Whale. He was 13.5 years old, and Maskell came into his village and killed him.
I think you can work out why.
Last night he had felt pity for the parents as they had watched their son's sap-softened skeleton crackle and hiss among the flames. He had listened to the village women keening and his heart had been broken by that unforgettable sound. But to hear that the boy, Willand, had been murdered in his place, that brought the horror down full upon him, and fear crept into his belly.
"Can I ask a question, Master Gwydion?"
"Of course.
And if you are lucky you may even receive an answer." He did not react to the wizard's attempt at levity, but said morosely.
"Last night you asked the villagers if they had seen a stranger come by, but they were lying. They were lying, and you saw that and punished them for it."
"That's not like you, Master Gwydion."
"They were not lying," Gwydion said softly. "They could not fully remember what had happened because they had been told to forget it." With that the wizard reached into his pouch and took out a grey powder. It looked like some of the ash left from the burning of the yew.
He tried to make a sign over Will's forehead but Will pulled away. "What are you doing?" "Giving you comfort." "What did you think?"
"I don't want comfort, Master Gwydion," he said tonelessly. "I want to remember how today feels." The wizard put away his pouch.
"As you wish."
As day followed day in the open air and meetings with others grew seldom, Will lost track of time, but judging by the color of the leaves and the strong webs and great round bodies of the orb spiders among the hedges it must have been near the end of October by the time they broke off their fruitless searching and came at last into the village of Eiton. Mice fled from them as they crossed the stubble fields and connies bounded out of their path as they climbed the hills. In time they came to a huddle of oak-framed dwellings whose lime-washed walls of wattle and daub and roofs of thatch seemed most homely to Will. He best liked the look of the plough-in, whose signboard showed 7 stars.
"Liag," he said and made Gwydion smile. "You see? I'm not a teaselhead. I do remember some things."
By now Will had become used to sleeping out of doors, and he knew how to make himself comfortable, be the weather fair or foul. He had learned how to choose the best ground, how to make himself a leafy bed, how to weigh down his cloak with stones and to prop it up over him with sticks. Several times now that the weather had begun to turn cooler he had stuffed his shirt with straw, or filled their cooking pot with ashes and red embers, put on the lid and curled up close around it. In the mornings he had often awakened to find his cloak sparkling with rain or fallen dew, but himself dry and warm within his little cloak tent and nothing to do but shake out the earwigs to fend for themselves. He was now so strong from all the walking that no matter what ache was put into his bones from sleeping on open ground, a league's journeying could always put it to flight.
In the last week, though, the ground had begun to lose much of its summer warmth, so the prospect of indoor hospitality at the plough was greatly to Will's liking. When they entered, they found a cheery place with a stair that led up to a second floor. In the downstairs parlors there were several folk warming themselves by the fire, mostly wagoners and carriers and other men of the road.
"Now then, Master Gwydion," said Dimmet, the plough's keeper. He was a big man with a strong chin and bewhiskered cheeks. "What a pleasant surprise. Ought I to pour you a tankard of my best?"
"That you ought, friend Dimmet."
"And what about you, my lad?"
"The same for you, is it?" "We have no payment," Will said, putting his hand to his pouch while a big black dog sniffed at him.
"Nay, lad. That will not be needed.
Any companion of Master Gwydion's is welcome here, freely, and as my guest."
"Duff Red. Come on out here, you sluggard."
"You'll see a change in my lad, I'm thinking, Master Gwydion."
"Indeed. He's a well-fed lad."
Duffred, who seemed to be growing into the image of his father, gave a wink and a beaming smile and went to draw off the refreshments. Gwydion leaned over and whispered to Will, "Now do you understand what I told you about the man who has friends being richer than the man who has silver? You see, I have traveled this way once or twice before." "You get a fine welcome here," Will said.
"There is a reason for that. Folk come from all around to taste the ale that comes out of Dimmet's brewing vats.
He always asks me to put a word or two upon them when I'm here. And I do, though Dimmet's ale is hard to improve upon." Will thought about all the spells and favors that Gwydion gave out. It would be marvelous to be like him, he thought, to be carefree and do naught but good wherever he went, giving away boats and doing honest magic and helpfully curing horses that had come down with the fives or the yellows. A wizard left friendships and debts of gratitude behind him all over the place.
It seemed a fine way to live.
But then Will remembered the confusion that Gwydion inspired when he had appeared in the Vale.
"Master Gwydion? Nether Norton isn't a place of bad aspect, is it? So why do Valesmen fear you so?" "Fear?" Gwydion said quietly.
"Perhaps that is too strong a word. Nether Norton's wary welcome is due to the spell I used to cloak the Vale. I chose it carefully some time ago. The Vale is a naturally out-of-the-way place, and Valesmen are naturally quiet and self-reliant folk. But if they like to stay at home and do not take kindly to strangers who rudely come among them, especially practitioners of magic, then you may blame my spells for that.
"Master Gwydion, why is Tilwyn the only one who ever came in from outside? Were you sending him to check up on me? Tilwyn the Tinker is not necessarily what he seems." "Master Gwydion?" He met the wizard's eye. "Where did I come from? Who left me to die when I was only a day or two old? Was it my parents? Are they to blame?"
But the wizard put a long finger to his lips, and Will fell silent as Dimmet returned with the brew that his son had drawn.
Though Dimmet's good cheer was fulsome, a chill had fallen over Will's heart. "Now then," Dimmet said, seeing his guest's glumness, "let us drink a health to his grace the king. May he get better and rule us for many a long year to come." When they did not lift their ale, Dimmet blinked at them in a surprised way and asked in a low voice, "Have you by any chance picked up any fresh news about the king's ailment?" "No word about the king has come to my hearing in the last few weeks," Gwydion said with perfect truth. Dimmet shook his head sadly.
"Then perhaps you'll not have heard what I have. He's as sick as an Adderstone man, or so they say. A carrier who comes through here once a fortnight says his grace was laid flat on his back by an ailment and without the use of either his limbs or his wits."
"Is the carrier a man whose word you trust, or one of the usual wagtongues who trade loose talk in the back parlor?"
"I never forget a face, Master Gwydion.
And I generally read what's in them.
And if I don't like what I see, I don't let a body linger under my thatch for long."
"It's out in the road and on your way." "Oh, is that so?"
Gwydion allowed himself a half smile.
"When did this fountain of truth speak about the king?"
"Oh, 'twould be just 3 days back.
It's fresh enough news, no more than a week old, I'd guess."
"They say his grace has been poorly nigh on 2 months now. They say," Dimmet leaned in close, "they say it were a shock to his heart to see that swelling come up around the queen's middle."
"Now, then. What about that? You mean the king did not know the queen was with child until he saw the swelling?" Gwydion asked, his eyes fast on Dimmet's face. "Seems not." Gwydion's murmur was a mild caution.
"Why, Dimmet, that is treasonous talk." "That's as maybe," Dimmet sniffed. "But between you and me and the roof beams, you know how unworldly his grace is. Always at his studies and his devotions, or so it's reported. The king is otherworldly, as you might say. Now I'm not a great one for gossip as you know, but the gossip everywhere is that the child is not his grace's own." At that Will looked in surprise to Gwydion, but the wizard gave no hint of his thoughts on the matter. Instead he changed the subject.
You said just now his grace was sicker than a Natterstone man. What did you mean by that, Dot? Oh, there used to be a place up yonder and over Chapter House Hill, a place name of Natterstone. I remember it. I was there once, but it was a very long time ago. It would have to be, for it's a hamlet as used to be but ain't no more. Everybody there took sick of the Great Plague back before my great-grandfather's time. But before that they used to say it had the worst luck of any place hereabouts. There were all manner of stories about it, and the saying lives on yet, if you hear of a man going mad, or cutting his own throat, or falling off his horse, or getting struck on the head by a thunderbolt, then you'd say, he must be a Natterstone man. There's nothing left of the place now. Nothing at all, except ruins. Is that so? Gwydion said thoughtfully. Well, now, that is worth a word or two spoken over your brewing vats. They retired to a corner and as evening fell they warmed themselves by the fire in a small backroom that Dim Met called the Snug Dot. It seemed to be at the back of the great hearth and was approached through one of the inglenooks. Gwydion said that the entrance to the snug had a magic about it that only certain people were able to fathom. It had a low raftered ceiling, a small grate stacked with a few sawn boughs ready for burning, and a tiny, lead-glazed window that opened onto the yard. There was an oak table, several benches, and it was lined with carved and polished wooden boards so that it seemed somewhat like the inside of a big barrel, or one of the tiny cabins Will had seen aboard the ships along the Mole at Cove. The snug seemed like a place where most cares could easily be forgotten, but despite the good food and drink, Will did not feel wholly at his ease. At last he asked why they were tarrying in comfort if there was urgent work to be done. We must await the moon. The moon? But what's that got to do with anything? The moon has a lot to do with most things. If you say so, Master Gwydion. I do say so. Indeed I do. There was another question Will wanted to ask, but he was more tired than he had realized and a quart of ale had made him drowsier still, and when his eyelids began to droop, Gwydion ruffled his hair and said that with a restful night in prospect they should take to their beds. The wizard was up again before first light. When Will came down the stair he found him sitting in the parlor next to the kitchens. Will yawned as bolt, the plough's big, black dog looked up at him expectantly. Its tail wagged as Will fed it a piece of bacon rind. Where are we to go now, Master Gwydion? He asked. To a place Dim Met spoke about yesterday. Did I never speak to you of Caer Ludunum? Not that I recall. Do you remember watching the bonfires of Lammas? I'll never forget that night. Or that place. The name Lammas has been warped and worn down over the centuries as all names are warped and worn down by time. Long ago it was Lugnasad for, as I have already told you, Luff was a great hero among the Gaelish folk and known by them as the Lord of Light. Lammas was Luffa's favorite festival. The word Dunham is an old term for a fortress, and Caer means city. So, Will said, remembering the inscription. The city of the Lord of Light's fortress. Correct. Now, what about the dragons? As in Dragonstone, you mean? Will thought hard, but try as he might he could not see what Gwydion was trying to tease from him. Then an idea came to him. Wait. I remembered Dumacan Nadir, the dragon's mound. So Nadir must mean either dragon or mound. Which is it? Dumacan makes me think of Dunham, and you said that meant a fortress. And fortresses always used to be on hills. Also, Nadir makes me think of adders, and adders are snakes, and thought of as baby dragons by some. Also, according to Lord Strange's Book of Beasts, snakes are sometimes called Wyrms, and so are dragons. So my guess is that we're going to Natterstone. Gwydion smiled. Quick as a young stoat. I must confess, Willand, sometimes you do surprise me. I think I'm getting more into your way of thinking at last, Master Gwydion. It takes time. But then most things that are worthwhile take that. Will wolfed down the rest of his breakfast of bacon and eggs, and then they set off eastwards, walking over gently rippling country. The prospect to the north was hillier, but to the south the land ran down to a broad plain. Woods occupied the high ground and ploughed fields extended a league or two from Iton. The soil here was thick brown clay, and on the slope was a pond, no more than a round depression filled with water and fringed with bushes. Gwydion took out his hazel wand and walked back and forth beside it. He said it would be a likely place to wade in and feel in the mud for star iron, for the hollow was surely no man-made dupond or any other sort of earthly mere, but had been made by a falling star hitting the ground in ages past. Do you feel anything about the land here? Gwydion asked. No. Are you sure? Do you not feel the least prickling in your feet? Nothing like that, Master Gwydion. Then let us go on. They descended into the valley half a league and saw a ridge where a large stone tower stood. Will began to smell smoke. It was rising up greasy and acrid from the walled yards of the chapter house below. That stink is their lard vats, Gwydion said. Do you know they destroy every animal they collect in the tithe? Oh, no. Is that true? Will said, not wanting to believe. What do they do that for? They eat the livers and drain the blood to make puddings. Then they grind the bones to make bread. But they keep the fat to boil up and make soap and candles for their rituals. They burn candles by the hundred. I can see why they would have to wash, he said, disgusted. But why would men with no eyes want to make candles? Their washing is not simple cleansing, Willand, for they are trying to wash away guilt. That is why folk call them red hands, for they wash endlessly. The longer their devotions, the redder their hands, for there is a kind of soda in their soap that breaks the skin and turns their fingernails into yellow claws. It is a sign of honor to them. As for the candles, they use them to light up vile pictures that hang inside their chapter houses. Those tall windows are glazed with obsidian, which is a black glass that admits only a dark brown gloom. It hides many horrors. But if they are sightless, why do they hang pictures up at all? It is thought they have some dull sense that replaces sight. It turns left into right as does a mirror, but how do you know? Because when recruits are first taken into the fellowship they confuse right and left, as if their minds have been scrambled up by what has been done to them, or they are not yet used to their new way of seeing. Will shivered, and Gwydion steered him down and past the quiet fish ponds that stretched out to their left. Their path wound onto the ridge and ran close by a square tower on which 4 small stone spires had been set. The tower had been raised in the soft local stone, which was a dark brown color, and it had become fantastically patterned by pale green lichens, so that now the very fabric of the building seemed leprous. The chapter house beside it was also unwelcoming. Tall, blind windows rose over the high walls that surrounded it, and an ornate iron weather vane stood above the roofs, showing the sign of a white heart and the letters A, E and F for the 4 directions. Above the main door was a large letter E. And Will saw a series of other letters cut into the right side of the stone arch. NISLIN. And into the left side. EROBAL. He felt a wave of disquiet pass through him. I don't like it here. Have no fear, they will not approach us. I still don't like it. Gwydion looked with narrowed eyes at the rich estate. Once they went as beggars, but now their poverty is in name only. A sham to deceive the churlish folk, for in truth they are feverish collectors of gold. Their houses and cloisters are most richly endowed, more richly than the lords whom they both serve and seek to control. Look how far these confiscators of the common treasury have led us from the true path. Will followed Gwydion onward past the ghastly walls. He had heard enough tales of the sightless ones, and the memory of the dark-garbed fellows who had groped about near those walled yards had already begun to make the hairs rise up on his neck. Nor was the feeling soothed by Gwydion, who seemed determined to walk openly down their road and to pass as close by their front gate as he could. Will wondered why the wizard did not go the long way around, but he remained silent until they had left the place far behind. They stole all the places of best aspect in the realm for themselves and polluted them, the wizard said bitterly. Too many sacred groves, cromlechs and dolmens did they lay to waste. They have no understanding or love of the land. They have succeeded only in making fine places ugly. They care only for gold and self-enrichment through the advancing of loans and the selling of empty promises. How greatly do I oppose and pity them. As Will came to the top of the hill, he saw they were standing on a watershed. From here the land drained eastward. Gwydion pointed to a grey smudge in the distance and said that was where the unfortunate village of Natterstone had once stood. The village was no more than a ruin now, sinking back into the green earth. Gwydion studied the sky. It is growing near the time, he said, and took out his Y-shaped hazel wand. Can you feel anything? Will asked. The natural flows of the earth are here. The patterns are strong. Feel them for yourself. I'd rather not, Will said. This seemed to him to be a place of bad aspect, and the nearness of the chapter house had unsettled him. Gwydion inclined his head and said firmly, Here. Take the wand and do not be afraid. Scrying is harmless and I am here by your side. He let himself be shown how to hold the hazel wand in the special inside-out grip that Gwydion always used, a branch held in each hand to make it point ahead. When he twisted his wrists the wand turned either up or down. He felt sweat begin to break out on his forehead as he stepped forward uncertainly. Turn your elbows out. That is much better. For the first few paces he felt nothing, so he stopped. Gwydion motioned him on, and he moved a little further, then he began to feel annoyance that there was nothing at all coming from the wand. I don't know what I'm supposed to be trying to feel, Master Gwydion. Perhaps I should just stop now. But he went on for a few paces more. Then a few dozen. Then 100. At last he let out a curse and said, This isn't working. Calmly, lad. You cannot see for looking. Do not force it. In scrying, serenity is your best friend. Will took a deep breath, feeling a long way from serene. He took a dozen more self-conscious steps. Nothing. And again nothing. He held his arms just so, and fixed his eyes on the skyline ahead. He tried again, but then his mind began to wander more than his feet had. As soon as he stopped trying to feel, something odd moved inside him. "Oh!" he cried. I think that was it." Gwydion smiled and nodded at the way the wand had curled upward. "Ah! At last, dot." But whatever had made it happen had now disappeared. Will flexed his fingers and tried to compose himself once more. Having had the first experience, he now knew what to expect, and was eager to feel it again. The sudden excitement had knocked him off balance. Then he noticed the faintest sensation, a tension rising across his chest. He held on to it very gently. It rose and fell as he walked a straight line, then his arm twitched and he lost the feeling. "It's gone." But that was quite strong. "I could feel it for fully 6 or 7 steps. Now turn and come back towards me," Gwydion told him. He did, and felt the tension rise and fall once more. The trick, he realized, was not to try to feel for the earth flows directly, but to sense them as they were reflected as a pattern of feeling in his arms and chest. He yelped. There was no mistaking it now, nor the pattern it made in the meadow. After about 20 more steps he stopped. "I've walked across a flow," he said, grinning. "I could feel its edges. I could feel it flowing. It's just like a stream." Gwydion laughed with delight. "Now try to go along it." "There it is again," he said, wandering away. "Now it's going, but if I come back towards you again it rises." "Ha ha! Now you are scrying." Will felt hugely pleased with himself. The feeling was that of a flow coming up the wand, into his right arm, across his chest, down his other arm and back into the wand. If he concentrated too hard he lost the feeling. Too little, and it faded away. Only when he was in just the right frame of mind and bodily tension could he detect the flow properly. As he walked along the earth flow the feeling slackened a little. It felt something like the time they were in the boat and moving up the river on an incoming tide. When he turned around he felt the flow in his chest reverse, and he knew he was walking back against the current. "This is wonderful," he said, marveling at the feeling and how it seemed to move strongly in and around his heart. "It just takes practice." "Are you sure this feeling isn't anything to do with your magic?" he asked, looking up. "It is none of my doing." Gwydion smiled, though he seemed thoughtful. "But you have a strange talent. Let me tell you, I have never seen anyone scry the way you do. But it's fun," Will said, lost to the thrill of it. "I hope I'll be able to remember how to do this tomorrow." He shaded his eyes and looked along the direction of the float he had scried. "And this big one feels quite different to what's going on above and around it. I don't know how to explain it." Gwydion looked to him. "Big one? Where? Show me." But Will was more interested in what the hazel wand was telling him. "Do the deep flows always run in so straight a line?" "Deep, you say?" Gwydion asked, staring at him. "Straight? Are you sure of that?" "Why, yes, Master Gwydion. It's as clear can be. It's like when you look at water when autumn leaves fall on it, you can see the leaves floating, but if you adjust your eyes you can see the bare trees reflected there too, as if there was another world upside down through the water." "And the deep pattern? The trees? You can see them?" "It's not so much trees, just a single straight line. The little pond back there, the chapter house and Natterstone, all stand exactly on it, or so it seems to me." "Straight," Gwydion said, his face unreadable. Will looked back the way they had come. "Stand over here. Feel it yourself." "What's the matter, Master Gwydion?" But the wizard did not move. He put a hand to his head like a man who had received a dazing blow. "I cannot," he said, looking piercingly now at Will. "I cannot feel it. For there is no straight flow in nature." "What do you mean, Master Gwydion?" "In the Black Book it was suggested that the lines of the Lork run as straight as the rays of the sun, and by this we may know them." "You mean, this is a line?" he said, disbelieving it. "Are you sure? But it's easy to feel." Gwydion's face began to light up. "Oh, this is good. This is very good." Will hooped and took the wizard's arms and they began to dance around each other like mad men. But then Gwydion seized him. "Quickly," he said, looking up at the sky. "We must make use of the time of power while it lasts. Do you think my talent might go away?" Will said, staring after him. "No talent is ever constant. But that is not the reason. Come. The sun and moon move faster in their courses than men are accustomed to think. Will hurried after the wizard. They went towards Natterstone, following the line that he was feeling. Enormous confidence was running through him now, and Gwydion was exultant. By now they had come close to the ruins. Ravens cawed in the treetops nearby. Flies buzzed up from the tall grass as they approached. It was a sad and deserted place. The frames of the houses had been broken or burned black, and the last remnants of them were moldering now in decay and overgrown with brambles. Not much of the Black Book survives, Gwydion said. But the fragments I have gathered have taught me a great deal. The battlestones were not made equal in power. There are greater and lesser stones among them. Not all mark the site of future battles. Though the task of the greater stones is certainly to bring men to strife, the lesser ones may serve only to link the greater, for the Black Book is clear that they must have knowledge of one another. It is also written that they may be made to tell what they know. Of the greater stones there is certainly one of monstrous power, which is called the Doomstone. It was planted last of all. It will, I think, be the first to kill when war comes, and it is said that it will exact a heavy price in blood before it is satisfied. Unless we can find it and destroy it, Will said. We? Gwydion turned sharply and looked at him intently for a moment as if gauging him. Will wandered among the broken buildings and felt his own mood darken. It seemed to him that somehow Gwydion had tested him and found him wanting. The wizard's words had sounded ironic. They had slighted him, so that he felt put in his place. He heard the cawing of rooks in the distance and hated the sound. Despite the sunshine, this place had a chill to it. One of the biggest buildings, once the inn perhaps, seemed to have been burned down. Many years of weather had left the ruins a mass of thorns and weeds, but there were no flowers blooming here. He stooped to pick up something from the ground and found it was gray and finger-like and pointed at one end. "Let me see that," Gwydion said, putting out his hand. Will polished the dirt off, but held it back. "Why should I?" he murmured. "I found it." "Because it may be an important clue," the wizard said, snatching it from him. "Clue to what?" "These little knickknacks are often called thunderbolts. Unlearned folk call them elf-bolts and say they are goblin arrowheads. Others claim they are what kills when a man is struck by lightning. Yet others say they are what is left when lightning strikes the ground. When folk hereabouts find them, they bore a hole in them and wear them on cords about their necks for good luck, or else they put them in their thatch as a protection against fire." "Do they work?" "Sometimes." "Only sometimes?" The wizard's lip curled. "It depends on how much they are believed in." "Does magic work that way? Do people have to believe in it for it to work?" The wizard sighed heavily. "See? This bolt carries a charm mark upon it. It came from the thatch of the burned house. You can see where the fire started. Those discolored stones. I have noticed the same thing often enough. Lightning was the culprit here." "So your thunderbolt charm didn't work?" Gwydion looked at him with hooded eyes. "That is the point. If this charm did not ward off the lightning, then something else must have been at work here too." Will stared around, oppressed now by the eerie emptiness. The wind rustled in the long grass nearby, but no birds flew or sang. Gwydion passed the hazel wand to him. "Go and try to pick up the line again." Will took the wand, but then his courage failed him and he tried to give it back. "I told you, this place gives me a bad feeling. You must take the wand and do as I say." "Why must I?" "Do it, Willand." The wizard's words carried such sudden force that he felt his belly turn over. He took the wand again and began to walk back and forth, but he did so reluctantly. "Will you please engage with your task?" "I am engaging with it." "You are not." Gwydion watched him darkly. The knowledge of where each line runs has long been lost. The Black Book said the flow rises and falls with the season, the weather and the phases of both sun and moon, though it is always at its strongest on sacred days. How does it seem to you now? Will had the distinct feeling that Gwydion was using him, exposing him to dangers that he would rather not face himself. It was a feeling that was impossible to ignore. He stopped and put a hand behind his neck as if to stroke down the hairs that had risen there. When he tasted the air it seemed sour. "Go on with your scrying," I said. He swallowed hard and went on, but his trust in Gwydion had dimmed while the sense that he was in mortal danger surged. He felt the scrying sensation rise in his arms and chest as he moved back and forth. "I've found it again," he called unhappily. "Good. Now follow along in the direction of the flow." "But I feel..." "Master Gwydion, it's dangerous. Pay no attention. Just do as I say." "Why should I?" he asked himself as he trod the green lane. Why should I trust him when he's sending me where he fears to go himself? He's putting you in harm's way, came an answering thought. Using you as a boar hunter uses his dogs. The old coward only taught you to scry to save his own skin. What has he done but bring you pain and hurt? He almost got you killed when Duke Edgar's sword came flashing though you. Do you want to die through one of his mistakes? He stopped in his tracks and gave the wizard a hard look. And what about Willow? The thoughts in his head asked. You wanted to see her again more than anything, didn't you? You couldn't stop thinking about her. But you have now. Curious that Gwydion turned up just as you and she were about to meet again. Maybe he feared you'd prefer to stay with her instead of going off on one of his wild goose chases. That was why he conjured up the marish hag. It was all to scare you. He walked on through a nettle patch, fearing the thunderbolt that he was now sure the wizard was about to throw at him. Then he came to a well, a stone curb and a round wall of brown stone with an iron handle still attached above it. He looked down the well and saw a disk of light and himself looking back up the hole from 4 fathoms below. He found himself fighting an overpowering urge to tear the hazel one in two and fling the pieces down into the water. Instead he dropped it to the ground, walked over to an old doorstep and sat down. There he hid his face in his hands and tried unsuccessfully to hold back a flood of tears. You have done excellent work, Will, Gwydion muttered. You have felt the despair that lies in the ground here, but you have taken enough for one day. Go over there. If you do, the bad thoughts will go away and you will begin to feel better. But Will felt only dizziness and a cold fear creeping over him as he stood up again. He watched Gwydion pick up the wand and begin grimly scrying the ground near the well. Suddenly the wizard seemed to be a loathsome grave robber, sniffing for prey. Why are you doing this to me? He shrieked, angry that things should have come to this. I have no business in this place. I'm going home. It is not pleasant, but it is necessary, Gwydion told him. Get off the line. Go and stand over by the trees. You would do well to climb up into their branches until you feel a little more in your right mind. Will's head felt as if it was ready to burst. He staggered to and fro, but stubbornly refused to do what the wizard asked. I hate you. Do you hear me? Be of good courage, Willand. And examine that which you are presently feeling with care. Understand the way the influence seeps into your mind. You must not give in to it, but learn how to fight it. The dragonstone is defending itself, as we knew it would. Will's feet took him unwillingly out into the tussocky meadow. There he came somewhat to his senses. He went over to the trees. They were white beams. They still had their leaves but were clothed in red berries. He climbed up and perched among them in the steep, uncomfortable branches, and as he did so he began to feel the character of his thoughts change. Within moments he was ashamed that he had ever doubted the wizard. Gwydion was right after all, he thought, marveling at how much better he had begun to feel. What a foul place this is. No wonder everyone left. He watched the wizard move among the ruins. The green lane was no more than a dozen paces across in the village, but it broadened as it emerged, soon growing twice as wide. Stay there. Gwydion called, raising his staff. This is the place. I am sure of it. As Will watched, the wizard knelt down and began to cut away the turf as if he was preparing a fire pit. Then he stacked the sods and began to scrape up the soil. I must help him, Will thought. He jumped down and ran towards the place where Gwydion was digging. I told you to stay where you were, Gwydion growled. His face was haggard and a sneer was twisting his mouth. But I feel better now. That, I fear, may be a temporary condition. If you must come, then try to remember the way the fearful thinking sneaked over you. You must stand guard against it, for the battlestone knows we have come for it. How deep is it buried? It cannot be more than a little way below the surface. He watched the wizard scoring the compact soil with his ritual blade. Maybe we should go back to the plow and fetch spades. We'll never get it out this way. It will not be necessary to fetch spades. No, of course not, Will said, realizing the source of his sudden faint-heartedness. My mistake. Gwydion kept scraping and digging, and though raked by a dozen fears Will helped him. The noonday sun clouded over and it began to look as if it would rain. Will threw the thought away and told himself with all the optimism he could gather that it would not rain, and that even if it did they would keep working. He pulled a handful of soil out of the hole each time Gwydion broke enough loose. After a while their pit had reached a depth of half a fathom. Why don't you magic it out? Will said at last, wiping the sweat off his forehead. Why do you have to ask such foolish questions? Don't call me a fool. He cried, springing to his feet. But just as quickly he bent down to the task again and forced himself to apologize. Forgive me, Master Gwydion. Forgive me. I am a fool. I let it get to me again.
It is you who should forgive me, Gwydion said, though his words sounded tight and insincere. What I meant to say was this: it will be best if no magic is conducted near the battlestone, except that which may tend to suppress or contain malign power. A holding spell will have to be applied to the stone, I think, but a binding spell should only be applied when the stone has been brought out of the ground.
But how can we move it? If it's anything like its sister, it'll be a couple of hundredweight or more.
Far too heavy for us to lift without magic.
Gwydion stopped digging and peered at Will from under his bushy eyebrows. Will got the point almost straight away.
Sorry, he said again.
Of course we'll get the stone out.
We'll cross each bridge as we come to it.
Well done, Will. Laugh and you will win through.
But this time you are correct, we may be able to lift it, but we will not be able to carry it far. Let us go back to Eiton and ask Dimmet for a horse and cart. He stood up and patted the dirt off his hands.
First, though, we should make absolutely sure this is the Dragonstone and not some decoy set down to mislead us. Now who's being got at? He asked wryly. Gwydion sat up. Do you think so?
Well, perhaps you are right.
I am being a little premature.
They returned to their digging and Will felt hunger stirring in his stomach. He thought it must be another attack of weakness brought on by the stone as it searched for a fresh way to deflect him, but then he realized that the sun was sinking. The afternoon had worn away and they had not eaten since the eggs and bacon he had finished off at breakfast.
Gwydion was apt to forget about meals.
He ate very little, and when he did it was vegetables or fruit or bread or oatmeal gruel. He drank ale and cider and sometimes wine, but neither flesh nor fish ever passed his lips, and it seemed that whenever the wizard ate he did so to put others at their ease rather than to satisfy any appetite of his own. Will had wondered at that, for he had never heard of anyone who purposely went without the pleasure of meat. But just as he was about to suggest they break their fast, Gwydion's knife struck something hard and a tremor ran through the ground.
We have it,
the wizard said grimly.
Stand back.
As Will watched, Gwydion danced 3 times sunwise about the grave. He cleaned the soil from the stone and they saw that the battlestone was similar in size to its sister stone and of much the same appearance.
It lay on its back like a coffin with only the lid showing.
But there were no marks on it. The sight of the stone discomfited Will and he could not help the shudder that passed along his spine.
What now? Undo all that we have done.
Gwydion began to scatter the exposed stone with handfuls of soil.
We must put it back to bed. Then you can have your supper.
They arrived back at the inn well before sunset. The wizard found a water trough and cleaned off his hands and the broad blade of his knife, then enclosed the precious star iron in its sheath, before putting the cord around his neck and hiding it once more inside his robe.
What are you going to do?
Will whispered.
I must read the inscription as soon as possible. But there wasn't any inscription. If I am right, then there soon will be. The moon will rise somewhat before sunset. It is almost at the full.
I shall whisper such words to the stone that it will have no choice but to betray itself.
Where are you going?
Will had strayed halfway through the door into the parlor.
You said I could have supper.
We cannot afford to leave a stone such as that unguarded for long. Oh, Master Gwydion, it's been buried for all these centuries.
What harm will? But we have unearthed it. Ask Dimmet to give you something for the ride back.
Just then, Duffred, Dimmet's lad, came out of the stable and Gwydion went over to ask if he could take the bay cob for a few days along with the 4-wheel wagon and the block and tackle used to lift barrels out of the cellar.
Duffred scratched his chin. Take Bessie?
I'll have to see what my old dad says about that. When Duffred fetched Dimmet out, he looked unhappy. He kept sucking his teeth and saying, "It'll throw things out." But after another quiet word with the wizard he finally nodded his head and the cob was put in harness, and some sacks and spare ropes and a pick were thrown in the back of the wagon too. At one time this old dray were a tithe wagon, Dimmet told them. You might get funny looks off of some folk at this season of the year whilst riding upon it.
Don't let the red hands catch you.
Will's stomach tightened to hear Dimmet use those words so openly.
He looked around.
Gwydion had said that the sightless ones regarded the term red hands as insulting, that their spies reported all such utterances among the churls. By this means, they cowed the common folk and forced a semblance of respect upon them. What we really want is a mason's hoist, Gwydion said, looking in the corners of the old stable.
But I dare say we shall be able to make do without one if we must.
I don't know what you're up to, Master Gwydion, Dimmet said, and I'm sure I don't want to know neither. But I'd deem it a favor if you'd bring Bessie back to me as soon as you can and in good fettle. She's a good, strong mare. Best as we ever had, and I'd hate for to lose her. You shall have horse and wagon back with my thanks, the wizard said, seizing the brewer's hand.
May your barrels never leak, my friend.
They won't now.
Will just had time to draw himself a cup of water and tear off a hunk of bread to chew before they began their ride back towards the stone. He asked, "You said there were greater and lesser stones.
Which kind is this?"
We would do well to assume it is one of the greater sort. Will felt a flash of excitement.
Do you really think it's one of those that call men to battle? How many are there?
Gwydion did not turn to look at him. There may be as few as 7, or as many as 7 times 7, or any magical number in between. The lork is certainly coming back to life, but the song it plays is plucked upon strings tuned by sorcery so that its once lovely music has been made into a clashing din.
He flapped the traces and clicked his tongue encouragingly at the horse.
We must hurry, for although this stone has lain in the earth for many centuries, it has not been exposed to moonlight for almost as long, and tonight is syzygy.
Syzy what?
Syzygy. When the moon culminates in the south at midnight, it will pass across the prime meridian. Because the moon is exactly at the full, this means that the sun will also stand upon the same line, though it is in the part of the sky that is presently below the ground. Will looked up. He had no idea there was a part of the sky below the ground, and he could not imagine it. How can it be below the ground if it's sky? It must be below the ground if the sun is in it, and yet we have night.
I'm sorry I asked.
Gwydion glanced at him. The part of the sky below the earth is where the sun and moon and all the stars go when they set, do you see? Syzygy is much like when an eclipse happens, only in one plane instead of two, of course. Of course. The effect is the important thing.
It is much like a high tide. Today the flow in the line is strong. It will continue to increase until midnight.
And since the stone already feels itself to be under threat, it will serve us to lift it before then. Will's head swam as he tried to follow the twists of Gwydion's explanation, but he understood one thing: no matter how much they might dread it, the stone had to be got out before midnight.
He asked, "Does the evil rise as the flow increases?"
It is beginning to annoy me that you persist in using that word, Willand.
It means so many things that it means hardly anything at all.
It is only a sign of loose thinking.
Sorry. Remember, the line is not the cause of what happened in Natterstone. It is merely a channel.
The battlestone itself is the source of harm. One of the reasons I put you in the Vale was the nearness to the tops and to what you call the Giant's Ring. It is the broken doom ring of a long-forgotten folk, but I have often suspected that a line runs somewhere near it.
A form of protection seems to emanate from the ring itself.
Why else would shepherds have, for uncounted generations, driven their flocks many leagues out of their way across the tops just to touch the king's stone? Will recall Tilwyn's improbable tales, but they seemed thin fare compared to what Gwydion was now telling him. Tilwyn once said that shepherds always broke off a piece of the king's stone as a good luck charm.
Gwydion frowned.
He has been far freer with his lore than I might have hoped.
You mean he shouldn't have told me about the Giant's Ring? Why not? Because it puts ideas in your head, ideas your imagination will no doubt embroider upon.
What you call the Giant's Ring is a place of solitude, a place where 3 dreams were buried.
It is a perfect circle of 80 and some ancient stones.
Only 40 paces or so across, yet it is a center of enormous power. I do not know if it serves the lork, but it stands close by the tomb of Orba, queen of the summer moon. Long ago, in an age before that in which King Brea lived, Orba was the wife of Finglas, first king of the Ordu. He came from a lake-strewn country far to the north.
This much we are told in the revelations of Charon, the child seer, who was 53rd king of the line of Brea.
The tomb of Finglas, which also stood near the Giant's Ring, was torn and robbed in later days by the black dragon, Fumi. There is nothing left of his tomb now save patterns in the ground.
But Fumi left the tomb of Orba untouched.
If you go there you will see the 5 stones of the fair Moon Queen's resting chamber. They are standing yet, though Ramaun and all its riches have long since perished.
Are we going there, when we've dug up the stone and broken it? Will asked, suddenly bright with hope. Are we? Oh, please. Can I visit Eldmer and Brianna?
Gwydion faced impatiently. Willand, it is not your task to break the battlestones, but
I'm helping you, aren't I? I'm not an encumbrance like you told Lord Strange I would be.
I must admit that your talent has helped to find the dragon stone, but great hazards attend this task, and your safety is at least as important to me as dealing with the stones.
Oh, how can that be?
I'm just one person, and the stones will kill thousands if you let them.
But you are the child of destiny.
Will folded his arms stubbornly.
Anyway, you can't send me away.
You won't be able to find another battlestone if you can't feel the lines.
You need me now. Do I indeed?
I have done far more than you to locate this stone, Willand.
No, you didn't.
I found the sister stone just in time, and I That is as may be. But did I not tell you that the stones have knowledge of one another, and that they may be made to reveal one another by magic? I will wrestle with the dragon stone and draw from it a verse much like the one that appeared in its sister stone. That will be my clue to finding the other stones. As for you, I have thought deeply on what must become of you. You said yourself that the best place for hiding trees was a forest. I have a very good forest in mind. Will sat in the slowly descending darkness as the cob's hooves clip-clopped along the track and the landscape rolled by. He felt crestfallen and empty. He tried to console himself that one day he would see Eldmer and Brianna again, and that when all the dangers were done with he would know who his real parents were. He wanted to be thankful and pleased that there was one such as Gwydion who had taken so much trouble with him, but he felt neither thankful nor pleased. So, you are going off again. By old New Year's Day you will be free of this cantankerous old wizard's company. It is an apt time for you to be making a new beginning. You must be prepared for what is to come. A hard knot of resentment formed in Will's belly then. But I don't want to be prepared, and I don't want to be any old child of destiny. I want to stay with you and go away roving after the stones. Willand, listen to me. You are as yet greatly ignorant of the world. For the moment you must let wiser heads prevail and do as you are told. The words pricked painfully at his pride, and he fell into a reticent mood as the wagon trundled up and over the ridge. He stared at the gloomy buildings that belonged to the sightless ones, their chapter house with its high walls and tower. It was all still now and silent, as if the occupants were attending to some ghastly devotion. Nothing stirred. Darkness had fallen almost completely. As they crested the rise, Bessie began to pull with less effort. Will looked into the east and watched a fat, yellow moon lift itself painfully above the eastern horizon, and before the yellowness had turned to silver they were back among the ruins of Natterstone. If it had been hard to keep good cheer near the stone while the sun was shining, now it was almost impossible. Gwydion would not allow lanterns, and the glow of the sky had faded, to be replaced by the starlight twinkling sluggishly above. A mist had seeped up from the ground, a boneless presence in ghostly white. As they came to the disturbed ground, Will's gorge rose and he almost vomited. But he breathed deep and got a grip on himself and forced the feelings away. They cleared out the loose earth around the stone, working grimly as Syzygy approached. They dug deeper around and under it, then bound it in rope and hitched thick cords to Bessie's harness. Gwydion applied much soothing magic to the wounded earth, stopping every now and then to mutter and dance and sing out in the true tongue. Even so, Will felt the power in the stone stir and test the bonds that were being set around it. In his mind's eye he saw a great boar confined in a rickety pen, wanting only to gather sufficient rage to begin to break out. Gwydion wanted to pull the stone upright. His idea was to lower it onto beams laid on the heap of soil, from where it could be hauled up onto the bed of the cart. Will saw that was wrong. He could sense the brooding malice waiting to burst free. Lifting it up would crack the stone's fragile temper. He said so, but Gwydion dismissed his warning and sent him away to steady the horse. There, Bessie, Will said in her ear. The animal was terrified, and only his close attention prevented her from bolting. He's a wizard, and he thinks he knows everything. I heard that. Good. But in a curious way, settling the horse made Will less fearful too. He mentioned it to Gwydion. It's as the wise woman told me, he said. Caring for another's worries makes you forget your own. The wizard nodded in the half-darkness. Once again his voice sounded burdened with a tiresome need to discuss the obvious. That is why they call her wise woman. I know that, Will said waspishly. Then, I'm sorry. I accept your apology. Will made a face back in the darkness. Willand, you're doing very well. Hold on. He forced himself to reply with humility. Thank you, Master Gwydion. I will. At last they drew the stone up and Gwydion danced light, fantastic steps around it, calling forth powers to enfold and mute the stone. Will's eyes blazed as the land around began to glow an eerie green, but the stone remained stubbornly dark, a nothingness cut out against the sky. Will crouched under it, retying a rope that had come loose. For a moment the stone seemed about to topple upon him. He cried out in panic, scrambled out from the hole and ran like a rabbit. When he sat down in the dry grass he was a long way away from the line. He felt cold sweat slicking his skin, sharp salt pricking at the corners of his eyes. He felt like sobbing, and was greatly ashamed of his cowardice. He watched the wizard working on alone and thought over what Gwydion had said about not needing him. I'll show you you're wrong about me, he muttered, then drove himself back to help. He stood next to Gwydion, helping silently, patiently, until the moon, sailing high now, began to cut across the midline of the sky. Then Gwydion danced and spoke subtle words, and Ogham rose for a moment like gooseflesh on the battlestone surface. Gwydion circled the stone, menacing it, reading the marks and tracing out the strokes with his finger to be sure of their meaning among the shadows. Then the marks weakened and vanished, and they carefully laid the stone down again on 2 timbers taken from one of the ruined houses. Will chocked the wagon's wheels, then reeved the block and tied the end of the rope to Bessie's harness. The cob's strength easily drew the stone up the shallow ramp. He heard the stone complaining against the wood, and while Bessie pulled steadily under Gwydian's whispered encouragements, Will fed 3 old rake handles under the stone to act as rollers, managing everything with great care until the battlestone tipped safely onto the bed of the cart. Then Will became aware of a trembling in his legs and a pain in his spine. He felt suddenly like a man who was standing at the middle of a rope slung over a mighty river that was roaring in spate. "What is it?" Gwydian asked. "My knees are wobbling," he said, sitting down suddenly. "I can feel something rushing along the line." The wizard circled and sang and said at last, "I think a dam must have been broken." Will began to feel better. The stone seemed to lose much of its terrible hold on his mind now that it had been lifted. It was as if its connection with the Lork had been severed and its capacity for malice undercut, but Gwydian said this was probably just another feint on the stone's part. "It wants us to believe its power is diminished, but it is not. I have applied temporary binding spells, but they will not endure long. We must move it as quickly as these poor axles will allow. We should go now if Bessie can find her way in the dark." "Where to?" "I have a suitable place in mind." "Why don't we take it to the sea and throw it in?" "It would never be found there." "What? And have 100 shipwrecks at the place it was left? And 1,000 poor mariners sunk and drowned in the bottom of the sea? Such would be the result of that plan, I fear." "Then where are we taking it? If it can't be buried under the land or thrown into the sea?" "We must imprison it," Gwydian said. He got up beside Will and urged the horse on. When Will asked what the Ogham had said, Gwydian gave the translation at once. "King and queen with dragonstone. Bewitched by the moon, in darkness alone. In northern field shall wake no more. Son and father, killed by war." And after a thoughtful pause he added the cross-reading. "Northern king's bewitched son. Queen of the moon in her father's field. Dragon of darkness, awaken and slay. Lonely stone take war away." They rumbled on towards an unseen track, sailing now on an ocean of moon-frosted mist, and Will shivered. "What does it mean?" "I do not know. But we did a good job tonight, didn't we, Master Gwydian? You and me?" "That, Willand, remains to be seen." Chapter 12, Along the Banks of the Nene. By late afternoon on the following day the land to the south had become a broad plain, rich, filled with pasture meadows and dotted with hamlets. To the north there was the great dark swathe of the forest of Rocking with its tangled oaks. Through this prospect the river Nene wound like a serpent towards the east as Will and Gwydian sat high on the four-wheeled wagon and watched Bessie patiently draw her baleful load onward. The dragonstone lay in the back of the cart, hidden by a covering of sacks. Will did not want to look at it, his eyes ran instead along the track towards the town which they were skirting. It seemed to him an immense collection of houses, like Sarum, the distant city he recalled seeing on the way to Clarendon. This place was a blue-gray sprawl of buildings, and around the center of it rose a towered wall, while over all hung a haze of autumn smoke. The town stood on a rise that overlooked a reed marsh where the river Nene seemed to lose its way. As with Sarum, there were many towers and sharp spires sticking up above the thatches, but this time there was no great spire to dominate all. As they came closer still, he saw many mills and began to smell the tanneries along the river. A great traffic of trade there was within the walls and crossing the bridges. "What is this city?" he asked. "It is not a city, it is a town." Will frowned. "What's the difference?" "A city is only so called if it holds a royal charter and tithe warrants. This town is called by the locals Cord, or in full Corduan. It is famous for the making of shoes." Will knew that a man who made shoes was called a cordwainer, so that made sense, but it did not improve his feelings for the place. He shivered and said, "I don't like it here." "Is there a plague?" Gwydian glanced at him curiously. "Why do you say that?" Will screwed up his face. "I can smell it." Gwydian weighed his remark. "How do you know how plague smells?" "There is nothing unusual in the air here. Cord has always been a place of good aspect, and the folk who live in the town are known for their helpfulness to strangers, And now Will came to think about it, the smell was just the tang that came from the oak bark pits and tanneries. He forced himself to look again at the town and the mystery deepened, for there was nothing, after all, that was unpleasant about it, and he could not say why such a powerful dislike had come over him. Of course. It's the dragonstone, he thought. It's getting into my blood. I mustn't let it. Soon fields began to spread away to the south, and Will closed his eyes and began to nod into sleep, but such a powerful sense of riot came to him that he started awake again. When he looked out over the fields he saw a crowd of people streaming out over the land. At first they seemed like a wretched crowd, but as he looked he saw they were no more than harvest stooks of grain. But then he seemed to start awake a second time, and he knew that they could not be wheat sheaves. These were meadows, and what he had taken for stooks were standing stones. There were hundreds of them, carved into fantastical shapes. "What are those?" he murmured, pointing them out to Gwydion. "They are the Harding stones. I should congratulate you, Willand. You have just felt a premonition, and genuine premonitions are rare. Perhaps being so close to a naked battlestone has woken something more in you." And when Will looked to him questioningly, the wizard said, "I saw you shiver. It was as if someone was standing on your grave." "My grave? I don't understand you." "A figure of speech. As for the Harding stones, I will tell you they are tombstones. Corduan lost many folk in the days of the Great Plague. Many fled in fear to the cloister of de Lamprey. In centuries past it was a royal manor house, but the sightless ones gradually took it over. The tombstones of de Lamprey are not set to mark graves in the usual way, they are the petrified flesh of those who most feared the plague's coming, but..." Will stared at them, queasily fascinated and unsure if he could see human forms in the shapes or not. "Do you mean the people were turned to stone by the sightless ones?" "I do. But I didn't know they used magic. They abuse it. They dabble in a kind of sorcery." He glanced at the stones again. "Can't you turn them back? When they came here to be turned to stone of their own free will?" A thrill of revulsion passed through him. "But why would anyone do that?" "Because false promises were made to them. Folk who are in the grip of the fear of death will do strange things. Those who came here cast off their shoes and waded barefoot across the river. They gave themselves to the sightless ones of de Lamprey rather than be taken by the plague. It is said they still wait to be restored to life by a great healer, but he has not yet come, nor will he until 3 times 3 dozen and 1 years have passed." As Will watched the ghastly fields and the cloister beyond, something seemed to kick inside his head. It felt as if the battlestone they were carrying was sliding from its bed. He steadied himself, like one who comes awake and feels himself to be falling. "What is it?" Gwydion asked, putting out an arm to steady him. "Nothing," Will murmured, realizing he had fallen asleep. He had been dreaming. He asked, "Master Gwydion, what did you mean by premonition?" Gwydion chuckled. "You have a strong imagination, lad. I never mentioned premonitions." And then he laughed again, out loud, as if amused at some joke, while Will struggled to understand. "But you did. Didn't you?" "Did I? Or did you dream it?" He scowled. "Don't joke about it, Master Gwydion." The wizard laughed. "It seems you have little taste for philosophy. Go back to sleep. Or if you are already asleep, maybe you should wake up." After another moment of wondering, Will looked back. There were the sad stones, hundreds of them laid out in rows, as if keeping a long-remembered vigil. "Can you do nothing for them?" he asked. "For the Harding stones?" Gwydion flapped the traces and made an encouraging noise to Bessie. "They are stones now, weathered and worn these 100 years and more. What would you have me do with them?" The shades of night began to fall, and the star they seemed to be following put on a mantle of blue light for them. Gwydion pulled the wagon to a halt and listened out. Then Will too heard the faint peal of bells that rolled out of the south. Another added its voice nearby, then one that was more distinct rang out to the southeast, and then a clangor began in the town of Corduan itself. In moments there was a wash of complicated, clashing rhythms. Gwydion listened closely to it until full darkness had fallen and the sound seemed to sweep away to the north again as the town fell silent. "What was that?" Will asked. He had heard bells rung before, but only to summon village folk or to mark the time of day. This was certainly not like that. A deluge of noise had swept over the land like summer rain, then disappeared as fast as it had come. Gwydion said. "The last time that happened was more than 30 years ago. The curfew towers are passing special news from one to another. They are sending it up the spine of the country as fast as may be." Will's mouth opened, fearing a calamity. "It's the rumor of war." "Not so, lad. Is it an invasion, then? If it was that, then there would be beacons fired also." "What, then? Could you read the message the bells carried?" Gwydion had Bessie up and the big solid timber wheels started to roll forward again. This was a royal matter. "The king is dead?" Will guessed, and was suddenly consumed by the implications. "Quite the opposite," Gwydion said, and just as Will began to fear the wizard would say no more, he added, "King Hel now has himself an heir." All next day they headed towards Geddenhochase, a tract of unruly land where beast and bird were bred for the hunt. Will thought a lot about the arrival of the heir and the shimmering, hooded figure that he had seen at Queen Mag's shoulder. He now realized an unpleasant thought had been lingering at the back of his mind for some time, that the apparition of death had meant the queen or her baby would die in childbirth. But now here had come the joyous news, with no mention of any tragedy. But then Will recalled what Dimmet had said about King Hel not being the child's father, and he saw that that must entail dire consequences for the realm, though what those consequences might be he was not yet able to foresee. His thoughts left him feeling cold. He pulled his cloak tighter about him, and asked, "What's to be done with the stone?" Gwydion was ready for the question. According to the Black Book, it seems that the power of a battlestone may be broken in 3 ways. The best course would be to take it back into the presence of its sister stone, the one with which it was originally paired. The stones need only be set a hand's width from one another for their spirits of bliss and bale to flow back into balance.
Do the battlestone and its sister not have to touch? Will asked.
I think not. For then there would be too quick a flow, a violent disintegration, and the substance of both stones would be turned to dust along with much that was nearby. If it was let free, the spirit of harm would have nowhere to reside. I do not yet know what would happen in such a case. But the finding out of this riddle must soon become my quest. You don't sound as if you know too much about what to do with it now you have it in your power.
But it is not in my power. Far from it. The wizard sighed.
My knowledge of the battlestones is in fragments, and all that I say to you about it must be regarded as uncertain. I believe that if the spirits were allowed to drift between the stones in a slow and controlled way, then 2 ordinary stones would be yielded once more. But there is no time to scour Cambrai and Albany and the Blessed Isle to discover every sister stone that may be hidden there, for they reveal themselves only at certain times of the year. I suspect the whereabouts of certain sister stones, but in no case except one do I know it for certain. Nor, even if I did, would I know the battlestone to which each sister was linked. Sunlight dappled the road ahead and the forest trees were alive with birds.
Will's thoughts felt equally hard to gather. You said there were 3 ways to deal with a battlestone. What's the second? To drain the harm from it magically.
That is a skill that may have been known of old, but one that is now long forgotten and must therefore be rediscovered. I have consulted many wise heads who live in the remoter parts of these isles, and I have tried to piece together how such a draining might once have been done, though it was never attempted upon a stone of the Lork. I fear that it would be most dangerous, for the harm that dwells within the battlestones is so pure that it would have to be brought into the world a little at a time and each tiny poison drop fully dispersed before the next was drawn out.
Would it be easy to make a mistake? Gwydion resettled his staff by his side.
Draining a battlestone would be too dangerous. If it was done rashly and the harm were to get the upper hand, well then it might release itself all in a rush and there would be a disaster. Will shifted to look at the shape that crouched in the back of the cart. What sort of disaster?
If all the harm in this battlestone were to be released in a single handclap? Gwydion shook his head.
In that case, I am sure that all my powers could not prevent it from coalescing. The stone at our back weighs many hundredweight, yet it might have only a few ounces worth of the spirit of bliss. If even half the harm it contains was let loose and not properly dispersed, that would be enough to torment the realm beyond endurance.
Will chewed his lip. And what's the third way? The third way is the one that is being forced upon me.
Since I cannot ship the dragon stone alone into the Blessed Isle, I must store it safely against the time when I might fetch its sister stone here to stand beside it.
Store it safely? How? Can there be any place of safety for such a thing? Not absolute safety. But I think if it was mortared into a chamber in the foundations of a great castle keep, if it was oriented correctly and confined within massive masonry, if its chamber was put under lock and key and watchfully guarded by no less a man than a loremaster, well, then, and only then, might its malice be contained and no one killed.
Will stared gloomily ahead. Well, there's a cause for celebration. The wizard laughed shortly. On the other hand, we are not in that happy position yet.
Are lore masters wizards? Like you?
They are men of great learning, but they are not wizards, for that was a term properly kept for those of the Ogdoad. Each lore master has his own special learning. Lord Moran is the jewel master, Cortamnabrax is the master of lore concerning green growing things, Baranth is master of the salt wave, a steersman of incomparable wisdom, and there are others. But none versed especially in the ways of battlestones, I suppose. Will rested his elbows on his knees and his chin on the heels of his hands. I was quite pleased when we found this one, but it seems we've uncovered a nice mess along with it. If only the Lork had never been made.
The Lork is not to blame. Nor should you think badly of the Fae.
The wonderful works of old have been abused and broken by the greed and sorcery of later ages.
Would you blame the ash tree for arrow shafts?
Will thought about that, and decided that the wise ones of old had not perhaps been wise enough. They had not counted upon the 3 weaknesses and the 7 resulting failings of humankind that Gwydion had once mentioned.
He watched the trees as they passed.
So we're taking the dragon stone to a castle, he said, pursuing the subject.
Which one?
Fotheringham, Gwydion said. It is not the closest, but I believe it is the most secure, for it lies within 3 broad circular flows, though one of them is a little weak. Also Richard of Eber, the lord of that place, is a friend who has recently returned home.
Am I to stay with him? He said, already knowing the answer.
Willand, Duke Richard is not at all like Lord Strange, and is as reasonable a nobleman as may be found in this realm. After I have spoken with him I shall in all likelihood have to ride on to Trinavant, for it is in that great city that my struggle will best be carried on. I'll be sad to see our paths part again, Will said, feeling a profound regret creep over him.
Gwydion laid an arm on his shoulder and said quietly, be brave.
You must watch over the stone for me in my absence, and this time I shall be gone for quite a time.
Learn what must be learned, though it will not be easy for you.
I wish he was about to say that he wished he had been left at home, but he saw that would have been childish. He saw clearly now that the first part of his life had come to an end the day he had followed Gwydion out of the Vale. On that day he had left his happy boyhood behind. The second part had been his learning of the power of words and his coming into a knowledge of the main reeds of magic.
But now what lay before him?
As if in answer, Gwydion said, it will soon be time for you to learn the ways of the men of power. You must learn how it is with lords and lordlings, and there is no other way to do it than to grow up among them. Fotheringham Castle is a place of good aspect, and it is my hope that you will grow to regard it as your home. I doubt that will ever happen, he murmured.
Manners, Willand.
According to the reed they mocketh the man, for no one but a fool takes what he wants by demands when a quiet word might charm him all that he needs.
Fotheringham is not a cheerless place like the Tower of Witchwood.
Richard of Eber has many sons and daughters, including an heir who is much the same age as you.
At Fotheringham you will learn to hawk and to hunt. You will understand what it is to be a lord.
I have a feeling that the Duke's people will take to you, especially the Lord of the Gardens, whose name is Gort, which means in the true tongue ivy or a wheat field depending how you say it. Will looked askance at the wizard and folded his arms. What about the special talent I'm supposed to have, he thought.
Isn't that important anymore?
I've no interest in hawking or hunting, and now it sounds as if I'm about to be apprenticed to a compost maker.
Gwydion said gently, I would rather have you go willingly to your new home. I don't know what to think.
The stone's making my moods rise and fall like the sea, he said, trying hard to master his down-spiraling thoughts.
I'd say your holding spells are allowing that monster in the back there to leak ill humor. Gwydion cast the stone a dark glance.
That is quite possible. No one knows what methods these stones use to carry forward their harm.
Have you ever heard folk speak of a twist of fate?
Yes.
Why? Because that may be an apt phrase here.
It may be that the battle stones work by warping people's destinies. A thrill of terror ran down Will's spine.
The idea was nightmarish, for how often had the wizard called him Child of Destiny?
He went back over all that Gwydion had ever told him, searching for a clue, but found little to guide him.
At last he asked, Master Gwydion, what's a fantark?
The wizard's voice remained level, but he could not cover his surprise. Where did you hear that word?
You spoke it to me once. Did I? First there were 9, then 9 became 7, and have I ever spoken those words to you? No. Then perhaps Tilwyn has not spoiled you completely by speaking out of turn.
The words come from a prophetic song that tells of the Ogdoad.
Gwydion began to sing.
First there were 9. Then 9 became 7.
And 7 became 5.
Now, as sure as the ages decline.
3 are no more. But 1 is alive. When he had finished he said, You cannot be a fantark, Will. You can only be the fantark. And I am the last. Does it mean wizard?
It means more than that, Gwydion stroked his beard.
Celanost was the first fantark. He headed the Ogdoad of 9. But Celanost is long departed. Will's thoughts settled on the word Ogdoad.
He had once asked Lady Strange its meaning, since Gwydion had used it in both their hearing. We wizards of the Ogdoad, he had said, and Sowell had at first supposed it to be the name of some brotherhood or order of wizardry, but the Hogshead's wife had corrected him.
Lady Strange told me that Ogdoad meant a group of 8.
But surely you can't have an Ogdoad of 9 any more than you can have a pair of 3.
Gwydion inclined his head knowingly.
The Ogdoad was ever a group of 8, plus one more.
One who was not wholly of us. Why was he not?
Because he was a ways destined to betray us. Will scratched his chin, seeing for the first time that wizardry, no less than kingship, was far from a straightforward matter.
You mean it was prophesied all along? You knew that one of your number was going to betray you all, but not who it was? That must have been very hard.
It was. It affected our thinking and our work. We began as other men begin. We were born in the age of trees, and drawn from among the first men. Those who might choose the path were born with a mark upon us that only others who bore the mark could see. But having the mark and choosing the path did not mean a man would become a wizard, for the way was long and arduous, and there were destined only ever to be 8 of us plus 1. Many carried the mark, but few could endure the tests, and so in time the marks upon all but the Ogdoad faded away. But if there was no mark upon a man in the first place, then he knew he could never become a wizard? Correct. Will's thoughts glittered with dangerous questions. Had any of the wizards been women? Most of all he wanted to know what a wizard's mark looked like, but did not dare ask in case Gwydion showed it and he discovered that he could see it. Instead, he said, "You once told me not to call you immortal. Does that mean you'll die one day?" Folks say, a wizard is as changeless as the northern star, but they are wrong on both counts. Even that star is not constant. It moves in its course over the ages, and so do we. Wizards were born as mortal men, but we do not die as mortal men. We do not age as other men age, but we do tire. Your spirit is lodged within your body, but that is not so with wizards. Will's eyes widened. Then have you no spirit? Of course I have a spirit. But it does not reside within me as my consciousness does. It is elsewhere. This was done as a precaution against magical attack. Our spirits were kept in philosopher's stones, which each of us hid away in the far north. Will sat up. Philosopher's stones, I've heard of them, but never known what they were. What do they look like? Gwydion smiled. Mine is a little bigger than a chicken's egg and looks much the same, though it is almost black and veined through with colors. You see, there comes a time when every wizard begins to fail. Then he must recover his philosopher's stone and become one with himself again. Fail? Only Fantarks fail, Will. A failing Fantark becomes harder to see, not because he is fading away, though it may sometimes seem so, for mortal men must concentrate harder and harder to notice him. It would be difficult for you to recall what had passed if you had been in a failing Fantark's company. He leaves an impression of meaning behind, but you would not be able to remember the words he used. To talk with a Fantark who was failing is an unsettling experience, like talking with someone who was forever drifting into the blind spot of your eye. A failing Fantark is already going ahead of himself, you see. And when the day comes that he is ready to depart on his last journey, he goes into the far north and all memory of him fades from mortal minds. Will thought of the sadness of going on the last journey all alone. Does no one go with him? During his office the Fantark has 2 deputies. One always departs with him. And the other? The other stays and becomes the next Fantark. So who are your deputies? Gwydion drew a deep breath. I have none, for the 9 are now 1. When Selenost failed, Brynac and Maglin both looked into their hearts and Brynac saw that he was not to be Fantark. So Selenost departed with him, leaving Maglin to head a new Ogdoad of 7. So it was again when Maglin began to fail, for Urias chose to go with him, leaving Esras to head the Ogdoad of 5. And lastly, Morphiza departed with Esras, leaving Semias in charge of the 3. Lastly? Will said. But I thought you said you were alone now. The wizard's eyes darkened and his long face set in an expression of unfathomable sadness. When Semias began to fail, both Maskell and I looked into our hearts, but Maskell refused to depart with him. Will felt a bolt of fear run through him. Maskell? You mean? Gwydion looked into the far distance. Maskell was ever destined to become the betrayer. We are first men, the last of a stock that came into being long ago when the world was full of magic. Once we were Ogdoad brothers, Maskell and I, pathfinders and guardians, but he has become convinced of another way. He disputes that which ought to be, and so he has become a sorcerer. By noon they were coming to a wide, flat country. To the north, the great oak forest of Rocking stretched away dark and drear, but just here the land sloped down gently to the river, and soon a shining castle came in sight ahead of them. It was the greatest fortress that Will had ever seen. Earthworks and high ramparts rose above the river, on which stood a tall mound surmounted by a keep. White walls stretched between round towers, and the river was crossed by a bridge built under the castle walls. On the nearer bank there was a small settlement. A league beyond this castle a plain stretches away to the east, Gwydion told him. The great north road lies out there, and beyond it is the Deepingfun. It is that vast marsh that makes this such a useful place to put a castle. Armies marching the fastest route into the north must come under the scrutiny of the men who guard Duke Richard's walls. Soon the cart came to a sturdy timber bridge. The path led towards, and then through, a protected barbican. The quartered livery of the guards who waited there caused Will's suspicions to grow, for they were blue and white, the same colors worn by Duke Edgar and his son at Clarendon. But when Will looked closer, he saw that the guards carried on their breasts no golden portcullis but instead a golden fetterlock enclosing a silver falcon.
What are we to make of a lord who uses a handcuff as his device? Will asked. Is that not a sign of servitude?
Look again, Will, Gwydion told him. The falcon is freedom, and freedom is trying to break the bonds that bind it. Duke Richard is head of the House of Eber, a house that is somewhat in exile within its own land. He cannot speak of his hopes for fear of the headsman's axe, but by signs and symbols do lords show their secret desires. What the falcon and fetterlock means is this: whether it be legal or no, in his heart Duke Richard believes himself to be the rightful king. Will took the news in his stride.
Didn't you once tell me that the king had made Duke Richard his Lord Lieutenant in the Blessed Isle? Was that not an honor? And if the king is so much under his wife's thumb, why would she want to reward her husband's rival?
That is no honor, but an empty title, for the Blessed Isle is not ruled by the realm. Some small port properties and grants of land have been given over for the sake of trade and other practicalities, and it is to these that the overblown title refers. By conferring it upon Richard, the Queen and Edgar have tried to exile him across the water. Their idea was to keep him as far away from Trinavant as possible, and so in ignorance of their doings.
You mean they thought that while he was in the Blessed Isle he wouldn't be able to interfere in their schemes to use King Hal as they do?
Correct.
Gwydion tapped his earlobe.
But not long ago a little bird told me that the good Duke had found his way back into the realm, but... Will looked wryly at the wizard, not knowing if he really meant that the news had been carried to him by a bird or not. It seemed more than likely. As they came to the gate the guards stopped them and examined the wagon. One of them peered mistrustfully under the sacking that hid the dragonstone.
What's this? He asked. A gift for your master, Gwydion told him.
And well may my lord thank you for it, the guard replied, pushing back the rim of his kettle hat. I say to you that if the choice was mine I'd not let an evil-looking block like this ride across my bridge. But I know you well enough by sight, Crow Master, and I've standing orders never to hinder you in your errands, however strange they may seem to me. I shall remember to thank your lord for his confidence, Jackald, and for the courtesy of his servants, Gwydion said warmly, and flapped the traces so that the wagon rumbled across the sluggish waters and into the shadow of the gatehouse. In an effort to raise Will's spirits the wizard said, I have a tale about Castle Fotheringham that might help you feel more at home here. As you know, the lowest grade of true magical skill is called seeming, or what some call illusion weaving.
That's making things seem to be what they're not.
Indeed it is. Now, seeming is very useful for lords and ladies, who are apt to forget humility and must at times be reminded they are of no more importance than you or I.
I remember a time when I was here at this castle.
It was about the Yuletide, and a cruel east wind had been blowing up out of the great Deepingfund for half a week. A thin covering of snow lay over the gardens, and every roof ridge and every walltop looked as if it was wearing an ermine collar. After the feast was over, at the Duke's command, everyone went out into the gardens to walk and talk and take the air, but all Duke Richard's people did was complain of the cold, so he asked me if I might make the sunshine a little warmer for them. But as the snow seemed to vanish away the ladies began to tell one another in loud voices what a shame it was there were no leaves on the trees, and no blooms in the flower beds. So I called forth beautiful roses for them, delicate they were and white as the vanished snow. But then the little lordlings began to complain and ask if it wasn't time for them to go inside where they might have some more gooseberry pudding. At this I made the bushes bring forth delicious, juicy gooseberries, and I told each who heard me to draw out his knife and take in their fingers a rich, round fruit and make ready to cut it off, but to wait until I gave the word.
Will broke his silence. And did they?
Indeed they did, Gwydion said. For who would refuse a delicious gooseberry when such a thing could be found in deepest midwinter? But then, when all was ready, I snapped my fingers and took away the spell of seeming, which was one of the finest seeming spells that ever I wrought, and each person saw that he had in his hand no gooseberry at all but the end of his neighbor's nose. Ever since that time the garden has been called the Garden of the White Rose.
Not the Garden of the White Nose? Will said, smiling now.
Oh, not that, Gwydion told him as the cart came to a halt. For, as you will soon discover, when lords and ladies are obliged to learn a lesson in humility they rarely wish to commemorate it.
Is Duke Richard a fair man to look upon? Will asked, betraying a small fear. Will I like him?
The wizard smiled. Duke Richard is a glamorous man. Be careful you do not come to like him too much. Will looked up at the steel-shod fangs of the portcullis which being down for repairs had to be raised especially for them. He thought of the men hauling on the bars of the windlasses above him, and began to panic. He imagined them losing their grip and allowing the great barrier to fall down on him. A shiver passed down his spine and made him gasp. He felt like jumping from the wagon, but he steeled himself, and soon they had come inside the castle's outer defenses and the dreadful feeling passed. Steady, Will. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, embarrassed that the wizard had noticed his inexplicable terror. I'm sorry, Master Gwydion. I suppose I'm just a bit overwhelmed by the grandness of this place. That must be it. Now all that Gwydion had told him about castles began to make sense, for here was power realized in stone. Inside was an outer bailey, or yard, surrounded by a high wall that was manned by guards. The outer bailey contained stables and other outbuildings. It was filled with hundreds of people of all walks, many in the Eber livery, but many more plainly dressed in going about their daily business. An arched gateway led beneath a second gatehouse and opened into an inner bailey, but the oaken gates were closed and Will could not see what lay within. Gwydion was met by more liveried men to whom he gave careful instructions about what was to be done with Bessie and the wagon. Will jumped down, put his hands on his hips and began to study the castle keep. That alone was bigger than the Tower of Witchwood. The dungeon was 8-sided, each side being 30 or more paces across, and it was built on top of a steep, grassy mound. From where Will stood he could see 3 of the sides and all had slit windows so that defenders could retire inside and still command the outer bailey if it was overrun by an enemy. Like the Tower of Witchwood, the top was battlemented so that defenders could shoot arrows and crossbow bolts at those below from behind stout wooden shutters. And above the keep flew a long white and blue battle pennon with 2 tails like a swallow. It carried the same device which the guards wore on their breasts along with a scattering of white flowers. Will felt unaccountably pleased to be here. Gwydion had said it was a place of good aspect, and so it seemed. And what marvels have you brought for us this time, Master Gwydion? The voice made Will start. He turned and saw the question had been asked by a tall, able-looking man about 40 years old. Will could not help but look at him admiringly. The man's eyes were as grey as the slate of the blessed isle. He wore a brown velvet hat, trimmed with otter fur, and his coat, which was a sumptuous blue, fell from his shoulders all the way to the ground. The coat had a pair of elaborate sleeves which also carried an otter fur trim, and was clinched at the waist by a buckled belt of red and gold. The end of the belt looped over and was pushed down through itself, and supported a broadsword on the man's left hip. The Duke, for who else could it be? Stood with 5 or 6 of his people. There was no doubt in Will's mind who was in charge. The man's every gesture was decisive, and he seemed to Will to be someone who others would follow to the death. Where Lord Strange trod down those around him in an effort to raise himself up, Duke Richard stood effortlessly above the men of his household. Will thought about the sorry weakling that was King Hal, and saw immediately why there should be many in the realm who would prefer Duke Richard as their king. Friend Richard, well met. Gwydion and the Duke clasped each other by the upper arms for a moment, and Will saw a gold signet ring glitter on the Duke's little finger. Master Gwydion, you are welcome. But how did you know I was here? I am rarely at Fotheringham in these troubled times, nor shall I tarry here long. Important news travels fast. I myself bring tidings that cannot wait. And in return I must ask a favor of you. Ask freely, Crow Master, but if the tidings you bring concern the birth of a royal prince, then we are already aware of that. Will heard the unspoken comment that attended the Duke's words. Gwydion said, I have no doubt you were kept abreast of events, for your messengers are swift and your sources generally sound. But my news is different, and for your ears alone. Come, then, for we must speak now if we are to speak at all. Friend Richard, perhaps the workmaster should hear my tidings too, if he can be found quickly enough. The wizard turned to Will and winked. Willand, you must remain here. Take care to do just as you are told now. I will. He was about to add more, but Gwydion had already swept the Duke away. There was a strange peal of bells that stopped almost as soon as it had begun, then the gates to the inner bailey parted and both wizard and Duke were gone. Will waited, unregarded, as folk went about their business all around him. He felt awkward, and wondered what he should do. Of late he had spent hardly a moment out of the wizard's company, and it felt strange to be waiting alone like this. After a while he sat down on a bench by the wall, and eventually one of the Duke's followers, a huge knight attired in blue and yellow, found him and took him to the kitchens. The knight was in his mid-20s, with a broad nose and built like a great captain of war. My name is Sir John of Kirewar, D. And I am Will of Nether Norton in the Vale, sir, Will replied, unsure what was the proper form of reply to a knight of Sir John's rank. The knight seemed hardly to regard his answer, but he did not ignore the question that followed it. Are you a kinsman of the Duke? Sir John shot him a narrow glance. My father is Sir Hugh Mort of Mort Hall, who is the natural uncle of his grace, and guardian of Fotheringham in his absence. The kitchen was hot and steamy and filled with iron pans and copper cauldrons. A great quantity of logs were stacked up at the hearth. The air was warm and smelled of new-baked bread. You're to be taken in as a page with all the duties that entails. You look like a handy enough lad and keen-minded. You'll need to be, for there's much practice and learning involved. What kind of learning? Will asked with sinking heart. He hoped there would be no more of the solitary copying out that he had stomached between Beltane and Lammas. Etiquette and the histories, I expect. Though tutor Espal will hardly teach you which way to face when you climb on a horse. Do you have anything of the doctrine of letters? Some. I can write out 100 words or more, Anne. Well, that's not my affair. I'll teach you all there is about the killing arts. He grinned and sat Will down. How to kill without being killed yourself, that's more important than scribe's work. But eat now if you have an appetite, for you'll be spoken to about all things presently. After clearing a huge trencher of beef and dumplings, Will was taken by one of the kitchen servants to a tiny room in a building attached to the wall of the inner bailey and told he was to live there. When the servant left him alone, he wandered around the garden, supposing it to be the garden of the white rose of which Gwydion had spoken. There came the tantalizing tune of striking metal again, and a strange clanging floated over the walls. He stopped to listen to it, then saw that the garden was overlooked by a gallery. 2 young girls, about 7 or 8 years of age, watched him from its shadows. As he saw them, one leaned to whisper something to the other and they both giggled. Will was about to wave to them when a mild-mannered man, tall and thin and dressed in black and white, appeared. Ahem! You may call me Tutor Espal, he said in a curiously high voice. I am tutor to his grace's 2 elder sons. I will show you your duties. He began to take Will on a tour of the castle, but then he saw the girls. Do not pay Lady Elizabeth and Lady Margaret any heed. Ladies? Will said, thinking them too young to be called that. Those 2 girls? Lady is their title. His Grace the Duke and the Lady Cicely have 7 children in all. 4 boys and 3 girls, though Lady Anne is not a child anymore, she is going on 16. The 2 youngest children are George and Richard. You will see little of them for they are still both in the care of Nurse Rose, but the 2 elder boys reside here. Will looked in. There was no one in the chamber, but it was as chaotic as any room lived in by 2 boys. What are their names? Will asked. Sir Edward and Sir Edmund. The tutor gave a smile which quickly vanished. Sir Edward is about your age, I would say. He is his Grace's heir. Sir Edmund is 3 years his junior. You will wait on them. Will asked uncomfortably, do I have to call them sir? It seemed wrong to call anyone his own age or younger sir. Sir Edward is Earl of the Marches, the tutor said as if that explained all. And Sir Edmund is Earl of Rutland. You are not allowed to go down that passageway. That leads to the chamber where the Lady Elizabeth and the Lady Margaret sleep. Nor are you permitted to use those stairs. Come with me now, and I will take you to meet Workmaster Gort, if he can be found. All the new names but one had begun to swim together in Will's head. Workmaster Gort, he said as he left the chamber. That's an odd sort of name. Tutor Espal Tutade. You must never say that in his hearing. It is a most venerable title for a most venerable old, personage. He is Lord of the Gardeners and a healer and also, after a fashion, one of the tutors here. I was told your name is Willand and that you are used to the company of wanderers. Is that so? I suppose so. Then I trust you will not find the workmaster too strange. They followed a twisting passage that came out at last into the inner bailey once more, and an empty bench. Will asked, where's Master Gwydion gone? Tutor Espal turned. What concern is that of yours? Will hesitated at the oddness of the question. Because I have need to speak with him. What do you think? One of the guards passed them, and Will recognized him as Jackhold, the same man who had let them across the bridge. Hey, Jackhold. Do you know where Master Gwydion is presently? The guard stopped, pushed back the brim of his iron hat and addressed his answer to Tutor Espal. Sir, if it's the crowmaster the lad wants then he's out of luck. Why's that? Will asked. Because he's gone off with his grace. Come along now. Will held back. Gone off? Where to? It's not your place to be asking questions, Tutor Espal said. Where to? Will insisted. I need to know. And despite his shock at the willfulness being shown to him, the tutor said, His Grace has taken a guard of men. They're writing urgently for Trinavant. Did you not hear them leave? Gone? Already? Will looked from one face to the other. But, what about Bessie? The horse isn't Master Gwydion's. Nor the cart. They belong to. Jackhold laughed. No doubt the crowmaster left a mess of instructions. He always does. But when's he coming back? The guard laughed. Neither his grace nor the crowmaster account their doings to old Jackhold, that's for sure. And Will sat down heavily on the bench. A wave of hopelessness overwhelmed him. Well, how about that? He thought. Master Gwydian's had time enough to arrange for Bessie to be sent back to Iton, but he's left without so much as a word of farewell to me. Part 3, The Duke of Eber's Pleasure. Chapter 14, A Winter of Discontent. Once Will's resentment faded, what was left felt like loneliness. A new jerkin and hose in Eber colors were brought to him, along with 2 shirts and a pair of leather shoes that at first felt very strange. He wrapped his own clothes around his precious silver-bound horn, took his other belongings from his bundle and put them into the small chest that had been provided for him. No sooner was he dressed than he was sent down the long passage to meet Duke Richard's 2 elder sons. It was not long before they had his measure, and he theirs. After the fashion of princes, these young lords wore their hair cut to just above their shoulders. Their doublets were of the best quality, though well used, and they sported matching green velvet hats that gave them a lofty air. Edward was certainly his father's son, tall, blond, and determined to be a leader. Edmund was more studious and kinder to a newcomer. "Can you use a sword?" Edward asked as soon as they met. "Maybe," Will replied warily. Something about Edward troubled him. "Either you can use a sword, or you can't. Which is it?" Will shrugged. "It's maybe." Edward met his eye. "You'll have to learn good manners if you're going to serve as my page. And swordsmanship. I'll show you some moves. Here, hedgehog." Will silently caught the blunt steel practice sword that was tossed to him. "My name's Willand," he murmured. "What's wrong with your hair? Had a fight with a lawn mower, did you?" Edward laughed, then his brother laughed also. "What other weapons do you know?" Will had no idea what the other was talking about. "I can shoot a bow. And where I come from, men use the sporting quarterstaff. I can wield one, but we don't use them as weapons." Edward looked down his nose and scoffed. "A quarterstaff? Did you hear that, Edmund? He fights by waving a wooden stick. So, Willy Wagstaff, let's see how you fare with a sword." Will parried the sudden blow and began to wonder about his welcome. Edward's next wild swing threw Will backwards so that he jarred his elbow against a table. Edward's third blow was intercepted by a large man in knightly garb. He and Sir John were as alike as 2 peas, except that this knight was grey-haired, and Will realized he must be father to Sir John of Kyer Ward, which must make him Sir Hugh of Mordhall. The knight cuffed Will's ear, then Tutor Aspall, who had entered behind the knight, asked him what he thought he was doing. "Here for less than an hour and already you're behaving like a barbarian. You will go without supper tonight." Edward smirked at him from behind the tutor's back. Will looked back defiantly, but said nothing. It seemed to him that if Gwydion had wanted him to have his understanding of the lordly world tested, then he had picked the right place, for this was in its way as much a madhouse as Clarendon Lodge or the Hogshead's dismal tower. It seemed an ill-advised place to have brought the battlestone. But it was not long before Will had completely forgotten about the captive stone. At first he was taken up with getting used to his new lodgings, and making a truce with those who were to be his new companions. After life on the open road, the days at Fotheringham seemed like torture. The lessons were endless. Everything at the castle was ruled over by a strange iron engine that sat inside the small tower overlooking the inner bailey. Every now and then the bell near the engine would clang out. The tower had a wheel on it, marked with I's and X's and V's, and a pointer that moved when no one was looking at it. There were times when nobody took any notice of the clangs, but at other times the guard would rush to change, or a meal would be served, or some other sudden alteration in the rhythm of life would happen. At those times Will hated the engine, for then conversations would finish without ending properly and people whose company he was enjoying would hurry away as if some insult had been passed. And it was not only the ebb and flow of the day that was closely controlled at Fotheringham. Here, as in Lord Strange's tower, the folk were divided into family and retainers and servants. The servants were of many different kinds, all ranked one above another, and some had been made miserable by being put to lowly duties and never given anything better to do. But there was never any complaining, for servants were treated roughly if they complained, or even if they did not defer. It was a long way from life in the Vale, where everyone looked after one another, and a man's respect, and his self-respect too, depended largely on how helpful folk said he was. Nor were these the only shocks that Will's view of the wider world suffered. There were sightless ones among those who were let into the castle. Their nearest cloister stood not half a league distant from the castle, and when he inquired about it he was told that the Duke's family had paid for it to be built, and that it was maintained there at great annual cost to him. The fellows came into the castle from time to time to perform their strange rituals. They refused to celebrate the 8 great days of the year that Gwydion had named, the 2 solstices that marked midsummer and Yule, the 2 equinoxes that marked the days of equal light and dark, and the 4 festive days of Samhain and Beltane, Imbil and Lamistide. At Fotheringham the Duke's family celebrated lesser days, not the important ones that were set by the great motions of the sky, but ones named after men, and mostly dead elders of the fellowship at that, men such as Ilbin the Perfect or Swithin the Martyr. And when the day of a true festival did come around, it was called by another name, one given to it by the sightless ones to glorify themselves, and none of the proper observances were kept. There were no jolly games, no feasting, just hunger all day long and a dull parade of fellows decked in golden robes who moaned as they walked along. Will suspected that the fasting days had been deliberately set down to supplant what had gone before, so folk would come eventually to forget the old ways altogether. As for Will himself, there was little at Fotheringham that he could call fun. He missed Gwydian's company more than he could say, for after the time they had spent together the wizard's going away felt like losing a part of himself. And though Edward and Edmund were not as bad as he had first thought, neither of them seemed to know anything worthwhile about the world. Though Will was called a page, he was not treated much differently from the Duke's two elder sons. When they went riding, so did he; when they ate supper, so did he; when they endured their long lessons, so did he. Yet, in some hard-to-grasp way, they managed to remain aloof from him. He did not dislike them for it; this was their home and he was an unwanted guest in it, but he wondered why Edward remained so suspicious of him. And why Edmund, who allowed himself to be ruled so easily by his elder brother, refused his friendship as if attending to some expected duty. Edward was as tall and strongly built as Will himself, but he was as changeable as Edmund was constant. Edward's moods rose and fell, and his manners or temper could not be relied upon. Edward could be generous, but he also liked to be in charge. Will quickly realized that to annoy him he only had to challenge him in some detail. It did not matter how unimportant the detail, Edward would insist to the point of violence if he found that Will disputed it with him. Will soon recognized that whenever Edward was trying to insult him he would always call him page boy. At such times, Will would put on an annoying smile and tell himself what Gwydion had told him very firmly, that pity was as demeaning and useless an emotion to feel about another as was envy. Yule came and went without snow. There was a feast of sorts, but it was mostly a gloomy time with mournful songs and another grim procession of fellows. Will watched from what he hoped was a safe distance. Again there were long tapers and droning speeches made by men in golden cloaks and tall hats. Pale light glinted on their ritual fleshing knives. When they spoke they did so in a halting language that Will could not understand. A severed pig's head was put on a platter, lifted on high and brought into the great hall. Salvers of blood were poured into golden basins. And speeches were made wishing a health upon Esmé, the present Grand High Warden of the Fellowship. Only after they had left the castle precinct did Lady Cicely call her children to her and take them down to the lesser hall, where there was a juggler dressed in red and yellow, and a tumbling dwarf who had bells on his hat, and a man like Jared, the one who had worked fire at Clarendon Lodge, who blew flames from his mouth and conjured for them and made bangs and sharp smells with sorcerer's powder. After having seen the real thing, Will thought it all very poor fare. But in February, news came that raised everyone's spirits. The Duchess gathered her children and brought in all the heads of the household servants and told them that Duke Richard had lately won a bloodless victory. His patient diplomacy and trinavant, she said, had convinced many of the lords that he should be allowed to open the Grand Council in the king's name. And since King Hal continued weak and speechless and unable to handle public affairs, Duke Richard had been awarded the title Lord Protector and Defender of the Realm. To Will's chagrin, no mention was made of Gwydion, and when he asked the Lady Cicely if there had come any news of the wizard, she smiled at him in a kindly, regretful way and said that she had heard no word of him at all. "The Crowmaster is always late," Edward said, believing himself to be funny. "Just like you, he doesn't know what o'clock is. He comes when it pleases him and he leaves when it pleases him." "That's what you mean," Will said. "Don't tell me what I mean, page boy. I know what I mean and I mean what I say." "But you don't always say what you know," Will said cryptically, then he added a bit too loudly. "And half the time you don't know what you say, . I heard that, page boy." "Good. Take it back. If you like. Consider it taken back." He offered his insincerest smile, hoping it would enrage Edward further, but this time Edward was minded to accept what he supposed was an apology. He barges about like a bull in a bottle shop, Will thought, amused. What an idiot, when there's no need for it. As the icy blasts of February gave way to the rain of March, everyone found themselves longing for more good news, but what came next was more disturbing. Parties of armed men had clashed in the northern marches. The Queen's men and friends of the Duke of Mells were riding about like reavers and robbers, stirring up trouble for anyone with links to the House of Eber. Now the rumors spoke of orders sent out across the land telling the most powerful lords to raise troops for duty on the king's behalf. And what that portended Will could easily guess. While winter's icy touch lay upon the land, he found that good cheer remained hard to come by. More than once he saw columns of men marching by the castle and soldiers foraging the distant fields. Numerous lordly retinues travelled up and down the realm on the Great North Road, coming in sight of the highest tower of Fotheringham and causing the guards to stand vigil in doubled strength all night. Throughout the long weeks of cold Will endured the simmering dislike of Edward. But he had learned by now to hold himself in check. Each time the Duke's son made a remark calculated to rile him, he would shrug it away like water off a duck's back. He tried to be a man about Edward, tried to do as Gwydion would have counseled, to see things from the other person's point of view and to make broad allowances for his failings. But it was not easy. Gwydion had said that the 7 human failings were built on the 3 weaknesses, though he had not really explained what those were. The failings were, so far as Will could remember, pride, vanity, tyranny, wrath, sloth, and a couple of others which he could not readily call to mind. Edward was certainly prideful and vain. He was also apt to be tyrannical when he thought he could get away with it. As for wrath, he was quite hot-tempered, and if sloth showed itself as a lack of conscientiousness in lessons, then Edward was that too. But Edward was also hard to despise. In truth, Will genuinely felt sorry for him. Duke Richard was so much the master here, and so much at the center of everyone's thoughts, that no one else seemed to matter. During the Duke's absence everything fell silent and dark, and it was not just the inactivity of winter that was the cause. There was a noticeable emptiness, a sense that everyone was waiting for their lord's return. And no one felt that loss as keenly as Edward. It was no way to live. News was hoped for daily, and when some snippet came it was treasured and mulled over and looked at from every angle. Only Lady Cicely knew the real contents of the letters that came by exhausted writer under the Duke's personal seal and signet. Will had once seen impressed into the hard red wax the shape of a 4-leaf clover in 3 flowers. But though the Duchess often broke the seal while they watched, she would never read out the Duke's letters in full. And when it came to it she did no more than tell of inconsequential things and then assure everyone of their father's continuing good health and best wishes. But if time spent gathered in the great hall was bittersweet, then that spent in the schoolroom was gall. Tutor Espal insisted they study great books. He made them learn and recite the names of the 39 earldoms of the realm. He told them in his high, precise voice about valorous deeds. A knight must ever seek to avenge wrongs, he assured them. He must protect the weak and give charity unto the needy. Neither does a knight knowingly abandon a friend, but shows courage in the fray and gives quarter to all who cry for it. Always he fights with honor, and is mindful of his oaths. And of honor their tutor told them, a knight must always keep his word. No secret and no comrade may he ever betray. Never shall he tell a lie, for this is called chivalry and it is a code that applies to all men of sufficient rank. Now hearken to me, while I read to you from the Lay of Sir Tristram. Will considered the rules of chivalry, but he was unimpressed by them. It was obvious that all those complicated regulations could be thrown out and replaced by just one simple rede, the great rede, or if not that, then perhaps the special one that counseled, do not do unto others what you would not have done unto you. That was something that never entered anyone's head at Fotheringham, least of all Edward's. Little of the chivalric code had rubbed off on him despite all his pretenses. He's riding for a fall, Will thought, as he watched the Duke's heir casually defacing his father's property with the point of a dagger. What are you looking at, page boy? I don't know, he said. I've never seen one before. Edward held out the dagger. What? It's just an old doorframe. And anyway it'll be mine one day. And Will took himself off, saying under his breath, everything comes full circle in time, Edward. And you've yet to learn that. But for all Will's difficulties, there was one great compensation, Workmaster Gort. The workmaster was so called for his knowledge of worts, or plants, of all kinds. Here was a man who though seeming only middling old in years was very ancient. In wisdom he seemed unsurpassed. Yet he was young enough in spirit for he danced through forest and fen like a child. The guards, whom the Duke's children called jacks on account of their padded jackets, swore that the workmaster had not pruned his badger-streaked beard nor cut one hair of his head within living memory. They said he was a wizard of some kind, though Will knew the jacks had only the haziest idea of what a wizard might be. Will knew that Gort was no wizard but that he did understand much that Gwydion taught about magic in the wild world, for he was a loremaster. He could charm blossoms from the bud, and like a sister of the wise he had a familiar, a fat, white, red-eared rabbit called Osric which could fight cats and win. Gort liked to cook for himself, and he liked to brew. The shambles that was his shed contained much that burbled yeastily or stank of decay. Gort stored huge, smelly fungi there and kept rank cheeses wrapped up in cloths. He saved crusts of bread until they went so moldy that mice would not eat them. And he hung dried herbs from his rafters. Whereas most people's tongues could make out only the 5 principal flavors, Gort said his own tongue could distinguish 24, and his long nose could smell bluebells in a wood 3 leagues away. He always wore a long, dark green robe and a grey hat on his head that was as shapeless as a pastry, though with something of the squareness of a scholar's about it, and embroidered with a leaf. He was often to be seen in the gardens, helping to push a barrow of manure, or basking in a corner of the castle grounds that had trapped a little winter sun. He said that whosoever could make 2 ears of corn, or 2 blades of grass, grow upon a piece of ground where only one had been before, did more for the realm than the whole tribe of disputatious lords put together. Gort really came alive when he was in a meadow. Then walking with him was a joy. He would go into the beechwoods and slap a hand on one of the great rising silvery skin trunks and say, "Is this not like the leg of some great grey beast? Ha ha!" Or, "The beechy be a sacred tree, good for you and bad for me," quoth the villain. And away he would dance until he came to another tree, when he would say something else like, "Shelter not beneath the oak, for he attracts the lightning stroke." Or, "Oh, sweet woods, how much I do like your solitariness." Or, "Elm tree graceful, elm tree tall. Elm tree never let me fall." Is that a spell? Will would ask at such times. But Gort would say, "File, filter and fiddle-dee-dee." Why, no, pilgrim. In a way that at once made Will feel foolish for asking, and sure that Gort had said something much more interesting than anything that was as ordinary as a magical spell. Inside the castle, Gort's manner was generally as unassuming as a snail's, but in the fields it was all dancing and prancing and song. U for the alphabet, dot. U for the show. U for the archer. And U for the bow. Ha har har. Or any of 1,000 other pieces of sense and nonsense that happened to flitter through his head. From Workmaster Gort will learn all about the world of living things, all except the hunt, for matters of blood were reserved for the brusque and stoical Huntmaster Tweddle. Tweddle came from the hard dales of the north. He had graying unkempt whiskers and stub teeth and hard-to-see eyes. He wore a raven's wing in his hatband and his hands were large, hands that had wrung many a game bird's neck and heaped up many a quarry. But for all that, he also kept the falcons and hawks, and to them the Huntmaster was like a doting father. The hunting birds were a delight to Will's spirit, for they were fierce creatures and touched with a powerful glamour. They led unknowable lives of wing and wind and had in them a keen understanding of the middle airs that no man could ever share. Still, time spent in the mews was time out of the company of the workmaster. Gort and Tweddle avoided each other, for they had a mutual loathing which was rich and rare. Will saw straight away that they pulled at the opposite ends of most ideas. Somewhere in between them came two men who taught about the world of men, Sir John Mort, who could show how to do most things but could never explain it in words, and Tutor Respall, who could tell the whys and wherefores in his high, reedy voice, but could not actually do anything himself. Ahem. Tutor Respall would begin. Today, ahem. We shall consider the gist of Sir Gawain. But after the romances it was Sir John who showed them how to ride and to shoot like a real knight. He taught them much that Will did not want to know, like how to slit a man's gizzard, or how best to burn the thatch off a house. But there were compensations, like country horsemanship and how to hide a whole company of spearmen in the woods without them being seen. It was from Tutor Respall that Will one April day learned about lordly rank. The lesson was in the garden, and they were all enjoying the warmth of early spring sun. In the center of the garden was a neat patch of turf called a lawn. All year it was kept closely mowed by two men with reaping scythes and stiff brooms. Will wondered why these lawn mowers did not use sheep to crop their grass and save men the trouble as happened with the Bowling Green in Nether Norton. Every Valesman knew that what sheep left behind did the grass no end of good, but Tutor Respall tooted him for making low suggestions, and Edmund whispered that lawn mowers and those who attended the Duchess's wardrobe and all the other servants had to be allowed some way to make their livings. Still doesn't make sense. Willand. Attend to your lesson. Tutor Respall pointed to the scroll he had opened out. It seemed he was unhappy teaching this lesson, as if he thought there was something indelicate about it that he thought he had to tread carefully around. As you can see, the king is of highest rank, Tutor Respall explained. After the king come princes. After them, the king's brothers and uncles, though King Hal has none. King Hal, ha! Edward murmured scornfully, his arms folded. Ahem! The tutor tapped the corner of his table smartly with his finger, then he went on. After the king's brothers. After the king's brothers, Will discovered, came men of curious title, the Lord Great Chamberlain, the Lord High Admiral, the Earl Marshal of the realm. Below them were dukes, then marquises, and then earls. Viscounts and barons came even lower down, and so, Will thought, must hardly figure even though they still came above knights. Right at the bottom of the list were people called esquires and gentlemen of coat arms. Pages were not mentioned at all, nor were farmers, blacksmiths, or swineherds, which seemed odd for they did all the useful work. That's because everyone else is a commoner, Edward said, poking Will in the ribs. Like you, Willie Wagstaff. All right then, what about wizards? Will asked, unmoved. Tutor Respall said, wizards do not appear either. I don't think much of it, then, Will said, if wizards don't appear. Wizards! Ha! Edward said. How do you know when you've even seen a wizard? Edmund asked. Wizards have big eyes, long ears and short tongues, Will said archly, sounding, or so he thought, a little like a wizard himself. Tutor Respall tooted at him, and Will knew he would soon be ordered out of the garden, but just then Workmaster Gort came by with a bunch of freshly picked charlock in his hand.
He said he was looking for his rabbit, and moments later there was uproar as Rock, one of Huntmaster Tweddle's lurchers, bounded into the garden. Will saw the great grey hunting hound make for the far corner where Osric was sunning himself. Will jumped to his feet, put out his hands and shouted. "Nu, Rock!" The sun flashed on the hound's bright steel collar. Just as its jaws were about to close on Osric, Rock crashed to the ground as if his forepaws had been swept out from under him. Then he rolled under the rose bushes and began yelping, more from surprise than hurt. Edmund ran forward then, but Osric bounded away from him until Gort snatched him up and away from the dog. "Master Tweddle! Take this hound of yours out of the garden. He's been lapping at the brewhouse beer drippings again, by the looks of him. And you too, come to mention it." The Huntmaster and Sir John came for Rock. Once the lurcher had trotted after them, the peace of the garden returned. Or almost, for Will sat down heavily on the bench, his hands by his sides. Edward stared down at him dispassionately. "Are you unwell? You're as white as a miller's boy." "I feel," he said, trying to think of a word for the odd empty-chested discomfort. "It's passing." "Look into my eyes," Gort said, peering closely at him. "He's just afraid," Edward said, hands on hips and grinning. He imagined the dog was biting that Coney's head off and all the blood squirting out like a fountain. That's what made him want to faint. Tudor Espal's finger pecked the Duke's elder son on the shoulder. "Sir Edward, please. You too, Sir Edmund, attend to the chart." While Will sat and regained his strength, the engine of time made its clangs and the lesson came to an end. Will did as he was told and remained on the bench. The workmaster said, "Clench the fingers of your right hand as hard as you can around my wrist." Will did so, but his effort was weak. He was still dazed. "What's the matter with me, workmaster?" And Gort smiled his healer's smile. "Nothing to worry about. I'll mix you a powder. That will have you feeling better in no time at all." That afternoon it rained for an hour, during which Will had his hair cut and the back of his neck shaved. Now his hair was more in the style of the Duke's sons, and his neck tingled as they leaned over parchments painted with heraldic banners and badges. Tudor Espal explained the complicated rules of tincture that told which colors could go with which others on a knight's banner. They pored over other scrolls, on which were painted all the long, swallow-tailed war standards that knights and lords flew in battle. They learned why some carried the red sword and others the white heart, and what all the different badges were meant to signify until Will found them running together before his eyes. When the inside studying was over, they went outside again, and stood there mutely while Sir John barked at them. According to the laws of chivalry, a knight must live in a way that is worthy of respect. With honor and valor, pride and faith, and with courtesy to all. He must be unselfish, charitable, and loyal. He must respect women and protect the innocent. This is the ideal for which all knights must strive. Any questions? There were none. "Good," he said, then he added with a dark gleam in his eye, "that kind of learning you'll get from Tudor Espal and no one else. From me you'll hear how to render due respect to your betters, how summarily to dispense justice, and how to survive in a dirty fight." A brief smile fleeted over his lips. "All fights are dirty, by the way. And don't let anyone tell you different." He showed them some rusty pieces of armor and they were taught the names of each and where on the body they were meant to be buckled. Will picked up a pauldron and looked at it dubiously. "What's this one?" he asked. "It's back to front," Edward told him. "Why am I learning about armor?" Will asked, turning to Sir John, "Am I to be a knight too?" "You?" Edward said witheringly. "A knight?" Sir John told him, "You're here to learn all the duties of the page, and that involves accoutrement." "You need to know about armor," Edward smirked. "Because you'll be scouring mine clean over the cinder bucket. I'd make a better knight than you would." Edward showed his disgust at the idea. "Knighthood is a great honor, something only a lord may bestow on a favored vassal." "Who'd bestow it on you?" "I'd be a lot more use in a real fight." "Says who?" "Anyway, knighthood is a matter of blood and birth. It's not meant for one of your station." Will felt stung enough to cuff Edward around the ear with a gusset of chainmail when Sir John next turned his back. Then they felt a furious scrapping, until Sir John roared at them, pulled them off one another and then sat them down long enough for their tempers to cool. Then he taught them lovingly about his own favorite weapon, the falchion. It was an ugly-looking sword, axe-heavy, with a one-sided blade and a handguard that curved down over the fist. A little later he called in a young jack and showed how a man ought to be buckled into a full, though battered, harness of armor. Then Sir John tried hard to kill the jack with ringing falchion blows to every part of him, head, body, arms and legs. Sowlet, head. Beaver, throat. Pauldron, shoulder. Breast. Back. Rear brace, upper arm. Couter, elbow.
Vambrace, lower arm. Gauntlet. Tacit, hip. Cuisse, thigh. Polion, knee. Greave, lower leg. Sabaton. There was a sabaton missing, but fortunately when Sir John chopped at the man's foot he turned the blade aside at the last moment. Finally, he let the jack out of the armor and gave him a silver penny for his trouble. The man staggered away uncertainly. Do you see how curves deflect blows? Never prefer a sword against plate, no matter how heavy the blade. Prefer this. They watched as Sir John brandished a spiked mace. He took them to an old breastplate that had been strapped over a sack of sand and mounted to a post. A heart had been crudely chalked over the center of the armor. When he swung the mace, the weight of it drove its 2-inch spike straight through the flattest part of the plate. And when he pulled it out, a trickle of sand fell to the ground. Dead, said Edward. As a doornail, said Sir John. Will saw the sand and imagined how he would feel if it was his own heart's blood pouring from a wound. The thought made his mouth dry. Sir John took them out to a tree stump and showed them his own broadsword. It was sharp enough to pare fruit. Then he showed them how, in the hands of an accomplished swordsman, it could cleave a fresh boar's head in two with a single blow. Will did not faint at the sight, though Edward watched him closely to see if he would. And for the rest of the day he had to be very careful not to give Edward any hint that he might have a weakness about blood, for he knew that if he did he would never hear the last of it. That night Will had a monstrous nightmare. It began well enough, walking hand in hand with Willow in the witchwood, but then there appeared an armored man who was many times his own size. His adversary had a falchion just like the one Sir John had used, and it was held in an arm of irresistible strength. When the warrior swung his axe sword at a tree, the tree fell apart and inside was Will's own skeleton. And Willow ran away crying, and there beside the tree, weeping, were Eldmer and Brianna, but also, laughing at him now, were his real parents, the Duchess and the figure of death. When he woke up he was drenched in sweat. He threw off his covers and got up to fetch some water, but his feet froze on the cold, wet stone of the floor. What had made him stop? The water cask was leaking. Drips splashed his feet. Water soaked and seeped into the spaces between the stones. But he fancied he heard something else outside, and all at once he remembered the dragon stone. The stone had been buried, locked away in some damp cellar in the care of Workmaster Gort, who had neglected to speak a word about it. But Will could hear the stone's whisperings now. It was calling to him. There was no doubt that it was the dragon stone, nor was he surprised when he looked out and saw the spectre that haunted the inner bailey. He knew its name. It was Death who walked there in the cold moonlight. Death, reeking like graveyard soil, foul as coffin liquor in the night mists. Death. There could be no mistake. And Will crouched down because he felt fear flowing in his bones, and because somehow he knew the spectre was blindly searching for his only begotten son. He awoke again to a wet and windy spring day and found Gort poking around on the castle mound. There were fellows in the castle and Gort would have nothing to do with them. Whenever they came he made sure he was elsewhere. When Will quizzed him about them, he straightened up, rubbed his back and said spookily, he who goes to the sightless ones of his own free will and claims sanctuary in a chapter house will always be admitted. Oh, yes. But there's no leaving it. Oh, no. Remember that. I will. Gort blinked at him, an appalled look on his whiskery face. Once their high warden has laid hands upon a newcomer's face his eyes begin to wither like grapes upon the vine. FHHHHH. A blindness comes upon him and he must remain in the fellowship forever, but Master Gwydion told me that the Red Hands admit thieves and even murderers to their number. Is that so? When has Master Gwydion ever told an untruth to you? Many a fellow is recruited from among folk who are staggering under an unbearable burden of guilt. And there are plenty who've done wrong yet feel no guilt. They sometimes give themselves up to the fellowship too. Will was horror-struck at that. But why would anyone give themselves up freely? Not freely. When they're cornered. All that is required are the words, I claim the sanctuary of the fellowship. Whosoever says them must be admitted, and he who enters the sanctuary of the fellowship moves beyond the king's law. Don't you know that? Will looked at Gort and narrowed his eyes. Beyond the law? Beyond the law. But surely not beyond punishment, for once a man has surrendered he becomes sightless in every way. All that he was, and all that he is, must be forgotten. He can no more leave his chapter house than the honeybee can abandon its skep. Indeed, the honeybee has greater freedom, for those fellows down there may go outside only by permission of their warden, and only then in the company of older fellows. Can't they ever escape? Not even if an army comes to their rescue? Gort's laugh was fluting. Ha! Not even then. No lord of this realm would dare to send an army against the sightless ones. Such an affront would never be made, the reach of their influence is too long and enduring. And their memory is limitless. The workmaster began wandering the grassy bank upon which the keep was built, looking at the wildflowers that grew there. He seemed less than pleased with what he found. Spear plumes on the north side, he said. Spear plumes coming up everywhere. He pointed to the offending plants which will new as thistles. They were already knee-high and spiky with leaves like halberds. They'll grow to 3 times this height by full summer. What's wrong with them growing here? Will asked. I rather like them. I like them too. They're cantankerous and willful, but proud in the best way, and there's nothing wrong with any plant growing in its proper place, eh? He scanned the lowering, leaden sky. The goldfinches eat spearplume seeds, so they won't be sorry about these. But spearplumes have never grown here before. Not never ever. So I'm wondering why they've come here now. Must there be a reason? Gort peered under his eyebrows and began momentously, in this world, Will, there's a reason for everything. And in everything there's a cause for wonder. Roses are red, and violets are violet, but nothing much rhymes with violet. Will smiled. I never thought of it like that before. Gort bent over a bud that was to his liking. Arise, little celandine, spring is here. He intoned in a surprisingly melodious voice, and out came a lovely flower, yellow and star-shaped. See how she shrinks from the weather, but afterwards she comes out bright as the sun. We call her the wayfarer's favorite, for she mostly grows in hedgerows and puts herself forth for the wanderer's pleasure. Ah, me! What beauty there is in green life! Joy welled up in Will and he began to sing. First there were 9. Then 9 became 7. And 7 became 5. Now, as sure as the ages decline, 3 are no more. But 1 is alive. Gort had joined in on the last 2 lines. Smiling, he took one of the spearplume leaves between his fingers and stroked it, despite the spikes. That's a prophetic song, you know. I expect it was Master Gwydion who taught it to you, Do you know what it's about? Will looked sidelong at the workmaster, undecided if he should mention the Ogdoad. Do you know, Gort, Wizards. There. Now I've told you, even if the Fantark himself didn't. He scratched his cheek and then threw his head back. I don't suppose that Master Gwydion told you that I was once put up to be one of the Ogdoad of 9, did he? Will looked at the workmaster with great surprise. You had the mark? Oh, yes, me. Poor old Gort. What a different world it would have been if they'd had old Gort instead of that monster, Clinser. But that was a very long time ago. That was back in the days even before Selenost became Fantark. You won't know much about that, I don't suppose. Not much. Clinser? You mean Maskell? That's the name he goes under these days, is it? He was the betrayer all along, and didn't I always think it was him? I told them. I had a funny feeling about it. Oh, way back in the days when Maglin was Fantark, that was. But Maglin drew himself up like he used to and he said to me, we can't go around making accusations on the back of funny feelings, Gortamnabrax. I suppose Maskell wants to rule the world and live forever, Will said. And if he can only get Master Gwydion out of the way there'd be nothing to stop him. Clinser? Rule the world? Live forever? Gort sniffed the air. It's probably something foolish like that. It always is. That's what vainglory does to you once it sinks its fangs in your flesh. All you want to do with your life is to make a monument to yourself. Now isn't that mad? And some folk are quite blind to the daftness of it, you know. Will wanted to hear more, but Gort's mind wandered away again, and he was now squinting up at the sky. He held out his hand. Ah me! Taproots and tubers. Meddler for the peddler, but quince for the prince. There's more rain coming. Oh, how wonderful, A little while later the rain did come again, and it was good refreshing rain, the kind that Gort said trees delighted in. They walked together through the drizzle, enjoying it as much as the swans on the river enjoyed it, and Gort told him about the various uses of lady's mantle and wild strawberry, and what wonders could be done with yarrow and frogbit and viper's bugloss, but Will was still thinking about the significance of thistles on the keep mound and whether they might have some sinister connection with the dragonstone. When he went back to his lessons, Will found Edward listless and staring mournfully at the grey sky. I want to know when father's coming back, he said to his brother. He promised to present me with Dalgar. Father will come back when it pleases him, I suppose, Edmund said with sparing belief. Your father will be away for some while yet, Tutor Espal said, then added with unusual tenderness. He loves all his children, Edmund, but these are turbulent times, and a duke is wise to heed the crow's warning. What's Delger? Will asked. Edward's eyes flashed. His second best broadsword. His best is called Fregerak, which means answerer. What does Delger mean? Will asked, thinking it sounded very like the word in the true tongue for the pin of a buckle. Smiter of fools. You just made that up. I did not. Father was given both swords by a famous smith in the Blestel when he was made Lord Lieutenant there. The steel they're forged from is very rare. Edward leapt up to the base of the high window and raised a great, flanged mace heroically above his head. Father is in the great city of Trinavant, contending even now against the villains and false friends who gather about the king's person. These are my father's enemies, and he must deal with them before he can return. But never fear, Edmund, he will set all things to rights for the good of the realm, and we will see him again just as soon as he's done. If I was my father, I'd take Fregerak and cut off all the king's enemies' heads. I think you would not, Will said, unmoved by Edward's savage theater. Edward turned on him. I would do it in a moment. And I say you would not, for King Hal's chiefest enemy is his own wife, and your rules of chivalry don't let a nobleman murder a woman, much less a queen, only to lock her up in a cloister until she dies of unhappiness. What do you know about chivalry, Willie Wagstaff? You're just a lowly page boy. I am not a page, and I'm not a boy, Will said, meeting his eye. I'm here at Master Gwydian's pleasure. And as for what I know, I was at Clarendon Lodge when the king was there. I've seen the king and queen with my own eyes, which is something I bet you've never done. That wormy weakling, Hal? Edward said. He's not a real king. Sir Edward, sit down. Tutor Espal's reedy voice rang out angrily. And you will be pleased to hold your tongue. By your father's order, there are some things you may not say. Edward seemed to realize that this time he had gone too far. He subsided, but he flashed Will a superior glance as he sat down. You're still a page boy. Will smiled to himself and chose to say nothing, which by now he knew would only serve to annoy Edward all the more. Privately, he imagined beating Edward until he was truly humbled. On the one hand, imagining Edward being mashed felt good, but on the other hand it felt like a betrayal of what Gwydion had taught him about treading softly in the world of men, having compassion for fools and maintaining inner strength. But that's a hard path to tread, he thought, still relishing the violent impulses that had begun to spark inside him increasingly of late. One of these days Edward will go too far with me, he thought darkly. I'll lose control of myself, and he'll rue the day he was born. Eventually, Tutor Espal reached the tedious end of the lay of Brea and Inigen, and it was time to go. Edmund lingered as the lesson ended. Why do you always have to goad him? He asked. Me? I don't goad him. Yes, you do. Even when you don't say anything. It's your manner. I can't help that. And anyway, he's the one who's always goading me. But you should pay him respect. Edmund seemed embarrassed to have to point it out. He was far cleverer than his elder brother, though he hid it well. Take my advice, give in to him. That's all he really wants. Edward's asking for more than that. Can't you see? It's because he misses his father. So do you, Edmund, Will said, and added, and so do I, thought. Maybe, Will. But it's different for Edward. You see, he's the heir. And at that moment, as Edmund left him alone in the room, Will realized a crucial truth about Edward. His father was not just a great lord, he was a great lord who considered himself the rightful king of the realm and, where any lord's son was concerned, being the heir made a very great difference indeed. The death that Will expected at Fotheringham did not come. The Duchess and her family remained in thriving good health, and Gort continued on, lively as pond water. To Will's disgust, Beltane came and went unmarked by celebration. The sightless ones called it the Day of Abstinence, and the rite they performed in the castle felt as if every last drop of joy had been wrung from the ritual centuries ago. No news had come from Gwydion, and Will began to feel that he had been truly abandoned. Surely, he thought, no matter how busy he is, or how important his work, he could have found time to write a message of some kind. But it was not to be. Added to that, the stone had been whispering in the night again. He had lain awake trying not to listen to it, but his body had begun to feel strange. He was changing, he knew that. His voice quavered and croaked by turns, hairs began to sprout on his upper lip and in a ludicrous clump in the middle of his chest and down in his groin. He felt restless and prone to sudden irritation, as though there was a new kind of hunger lurking inside him that could not be fed, but there was also a heaviness that he knew must be coming from the Dragonstone. Throughout the months of May and June the summer's heat slowly mounted. He found himself daydreaming and lost sight of what he was supposed to be learning. Sir John's weapons exercises were turning him into a monster. They took up first 2, and then 3, hours of every day. Will and Edward took their instruction in sight of one another, and the urge to compete grew. Though Will took to the labors more easily, Edward would never allow himself to be bested. Their necks and wrists began to thicken with all the repeated movements, and their thighs and arms and chests became corded with muscle. Will began to have a strange dream that his own spirit had begun to inhabit someone else's body. As he and Edward completed their exercises with practice swords, each eyed the other and wondered when Sir John would set them to see who would fare the better in combat. Finally July came, and one hot morning Edmund cut a finger on a quill knife and Tutor Espal had no choice but to leave Will and Edward to their studies unsupervised. That proved to be a mistake. Edward sprawled with his feet up on a chair, looking bored. "I'm sick of being locked up in this place," he shouted and threw the flanged mace he had been toying with across the room. It clanged down heavily near Will and made him start, so that the ink spattered from his quill and across his work. "Why don't you go down to the Garden of the White Nose?" he said, prickled. "Go and trample down a few flowers until you feel a little better." Edward turned, equally prickled. "Don't call it that. I hate it when you call it that." "Why not? It's a better name for it than the idiot name it's got now." "You're the idiot." "I'm certainly next to one." "Take that back." "Or what?" he said, looking up. "What will you do, eh?" Edward disappeared and moments later he came back with the contents of Will's private chest. He scattered them on the floor, and his silver-bound horn fell clattering to the boards. "Let's see what the beggar has got wrapped up in his filthy shirt, shall we?" Will felt a cold current of rage run through him unstoppably. This went far beyond the routine jibes that Edward made at Will's lowly origins. This was war. "Oh, look! What's this, Dot? Put it down. I'm warning you." Delighted by Will's anger, Edward brandished the horn. "Who is that little boy dressed up in blue?" he asked, meaning the blue-on-white Eber livery clothes that Will was obliged to wear. "Tell me now, who can that little boy be?" "I said, put it down." Edward pranced away. "Little boy blue, come blow up your horn. The sheep in the meadow, the cows in the corn." When he put the horn to his lips, Will swung at him. But Edward was ready. He threw down the horn, moved aside and shoved Will down hard. As he went over he fell awkwardly, banging his head. The injury was slight but it hurt, and his eyebrow bled, and that enraged him. They pushed and shoved. Then Edward came at him, arms flailing, until one of the blows caught Will in the bloodied eye. Will swung back and felt bone bite against his knuckles, then he tried to break away and recover his belongings. But Edward was up and on him again. He threw Will back to the floor. Will fended off the punches as best he could, but Edward rained powerful blows against the side of his head. They were meant to do damage, and Will knew that the moment when they might have quit and still kept their pride had come and gone. There was now a fury upon Edward that was frightening. He had little natural mercy in him, and when Will broke away he could taste blood in his mouth. He could feel it welling from beside his left eye, and he knew this was not just play that had got out of hand. They had both been trained to fight and they were ready. He saw Edward glance at the mace. If he reached it, Will knew, he would have his skull opened. Edward would not be satisfied until Will was hurt. And then what? Nothing would be done, because Edward was the heir. There was no alternative, he had to meet the onslaught with craft. As Edward went towards the mace, Will dived under the table and rolled over onto the weapon. He felt several kicks aimed at him before one connected with his back. He anticipated the next and made a grab for the heel. Edward tried furiously to wrench his foot away, but that only overbalanced him. Will dumped him on his back, and that bought enough time to find his own feet. As Edward came at him again, Will flung ink pot and quills into Edward's face. The rim of the pewter pot caught him on the bridge of the nose. Then a wax writing board was warded off by a forearm, and it clattered to the floor, splashing ink across the stones like black blood. They came together again, and as they wrestled, Edward's foot slipped in the ink and down they went together. This time Will was on top. One hand gripped Edward's throat, until Edward tried to pull himself up. He hauled on the chain that secured a heavy book to the table. When the book slid off, the iron binding slammed into the back of Will's head. It sent a jab of pain through him. Their heads clashed together. Dazed, Will let go and was easily pushed off. When he tried to straighten up, Edward aimed a kick at his jaw, which, if it had landed, would probably have killed him. Luckily, Edward was blinded, half by ink, half by rage, so his foot slammed instead into Will's shoulder. Both were now at bay. They shook with fury and exertion as they stared at each other. Edward's face was scratched and bloodied and sweating, his fair hair besmirched with ink. He was gasping and snorting. Will tried to staunch the red flow that was pouring from his nose.
In the hiatus, Will tried to pick up Tutor Espal's big book and jerk it free from its chain. The idea was to throw it at Edward's head, but the chain would not come free, and the effort of trying to yank it loose pulled it out of his hands. They advanced on one another again, all lessons but one in the way of war forgotten, grimacing, roaring, artlessly tearing at each other's heads, gouging, poking, pushing and falling down. All fights are dirty. The wisdom sounded in Will's head like a reed of magic. Then, suddenly, Edward was on top of him and choking him. The mace handle was hard across his windpipe. No matter how Will struggled, he could not work himself free. He was fighting for breath. He needed to throw off the weight that was killing him, but he was unable to find purchase until a great surge of panic strength welled up into his arms and chest. Something snapped in Will's head like a flash of lightning, and Edward was flung bodily across the chamber. He slammed into the wall. Then the door opened and Sir John Mort was in their midst and his mailed hands were round Will's neck and dragging him backwards. "Outside if you want to do that," he barked. He hauled Will out of the room and all the way down the passageway. "GMMMMMH!" Will yelled. He coughed and spluttered and spat out a mouthful of blood and spittle when Sir John dumped him in the corner. Edward came roaring out after him, his face streaming with blood. He could hardly see to start the battle again, but that did not stop him from trying. "Yay-oh-aff!" Edward's teeth were bared, his face pressed hard into Will's own, but the flurry was short-lived, for Sir John pitched them both headlong down the steps and into the yard, and when Will got up to swing at Edward again, Sir John slapped him to the floor with an effortless backhand. "You, stay there." He raised a blunt finger at Edward. "And you, do you want the same?" "Well, do you?" Edward thought he did at first, but then he decided he did not. And suddenly the fight was over. Both combatants sat on the ground, panting. Will wiped his swollen lips, tried to blow the blood from his nostrils, and Edward tested his jaw with both hands. "Have to make a joke of it, but have to show he still had fight in him," Will said. "I told you should have gone down to the Garden of the White Nose." Edward got to his feet, still blowing like a coal. "That's the last time you'll insult the badge of this house in my hearing." "How do you know?" "You're too thick in the head to be a seer." "You will be quiet," Sir John roared, poking him in the chest. "And you, Sir Edward, what would your father think of you if he could see you now?" Will tried to grin as Edward too was restrained. Sir John slapped Edward, then slapped Will too for good measure. Mail gloves closed over both their scalps as Sir John took them down to the well. He threw a pail of water over each of them in turn. Then he sat them down and asked Will what the fight was all about. "I don't know," Will said stubbornly. "You don't know?" Sir John nodded slowly, and turned his broad, hard face towards Edward. "And I suppose you don't know either?" Edward nodded tightly. "Forgotten. Then I shall have to tell you. Come here." Will grew wary of Sir John's quiet tone and the way he beckoned them closer. But the knight put a hand on each of their backs, showed a row of big, even teeth and said, "This is what always happens when two evenly matched young bucks are set together. They feel the need to knock heads. The velvet on your antlers is shredding away fast, my lucky lads. It's time I doubled your exercises. From now on, you'll rise an hour earlier and finish an hour later. And next time you meet in battle, it won't be a nasty little brawl on a schoolroom floor. You'll fight with naked steel." Chapter 15, Against Better Judgment. Gort saw them in turn, to check their bones and sting their wounds with punitive medicine. When Will and Edward met again, it was at the supper board. As Will tried to sit down, Edward immediately, and uncharacteristically, made room for him. "Thank you."